In the glow of many lanterns, the historic Asian building gathered crowds around it, marveling at its beauty and grandeur. The people around them loudly offered to count down the remaining 5 seconds together, their voices merging into a single chorus. A strange figure suddenly appeared among the pillars, a young man surrounded by a mysterious blue energy that attracted attention. A great deal of anxiety was evident on the young man's anxious face, as if something had gone wrong in his plans. Looking around, the visitor realized that he was back in a familiar place that evoked mixed feelings. The stranger's return coincided exactly with the moment when he was first drawn into this mysterious and dangerous game. Despite reaching the 12th and final round, the mysterious force still brought the player back to the beginning of the journey. The traveler would gladly stop time right now if only he had the opportunity. Memories of the rune of time reversal flashed through the visitor's mind, and the realization came. This is the last chance to change the outcome. For the blue-eyed contestant, it became obvious that the only way out was to go through the game to the very end, with no margin for error. The mission was made more difficult by the need to bring 4 companions with them to the final, decisive round of the contest. While pondering potential allies, the adventurer noticed the lone figure of a young man in the crowd. The sullen young man stood apart, listening without enthusiasm to the school children happily discussing the needlessness of fake documents after graduation. Peers were animatedly sharing plans for after graduation, some even offering to try their hand at food delivery. Suddenly, the bald guy turned to the sullen loner to ask about his occupation, to which the latter began to answer. The grim fellow inquired in surprise. Had he not previously told me of his gangster ambitions and prospects? The astonished pals exclaimed that he was mad, for the slightest mistake in such a matter could cost a life, and asked about the joke. The rebel nonchalantly declared his indifference to danger, emphasizing his desire to live a single life by his own rules. The acquaintances called the daredevil a crazy lunatic, and inquired about the fate of the scowling messenger boy after graduation. The defiant young man explained that he couldn't let the boy go just because of graduation, expressing regret for the kid's naive hopes for change. The cheeky bully claimed that the victim had no right to decide the end of the bullying, promising to use the poor man as a toy for as long as possible. A bystander clarified whether this was the errand boy referred to in the previous conversation. No one noticed the mysterious stranger in the crowd with pulsing blue energy, watching the universal countdown of 5 minutes. The bully confirmed the young man's hunch, pointing to the very same intimidated kid among the humans. A truly terrifying blue aura surrounded the strange observer, causing an inexplicable sense of unease in those around him. The bully looked genuinely surprised, as if he had suddenly realized the strangeness of what was happening around him and the others. After the countdown ended, the mysterious hooded youth resolutely bared his head and began to scrutinize the gathered people. The self-proclaimed future gangster noticed the disturbing change, noting the strange transformation in the observer's gaze. The bully turned to his victim, rebuking the boldness of the stairs while friends tried to calm the aggressor by reminding him of the celebration. The disgruntled intimidator continued to abuse the victim, reluctantly allowing him to live peacefully only in honor of the special day. Classmates stood in a tight circle, joyfully wishing each other a happy new year and wishing all wishes to come true. Suddenly, there was a loud voice mockingly declaring the amusement of people celebrating in ignorance of their true situation. It seemed to those present as if a real angel had descended upon them, gloatingly enjoying the shock and confusion of the crowd. The celestial guest compared humans to caged monkeys, not hiding contempt in his words and intonations. Astonished eyewitnesses suggested that the angel's appearance, part of a televised New Year's Eve performance, was so incredible, it seemed to be happening. The mysterious observer with the blue aura realized with disgust that even after the 99th attempt, the situation remained unchanged. The sinister angel with bad intentions continued to insult those present, calling humans trashy creatures. The ethereal being turned to the crowd, mentioning his dazzling beauty and warning against strange thoughts on the matter. The arrogant alien declared its lack of desire to mess with the parasites, showing clear contempt for humanity. The supernatural guest noted that the reaction of those gathered confirmed their ability to hear his ethereal voice. Those gathered began to shout indignantly, inquiring about the stranger's presence, assuming a carnival angel costume, and demanding an explanation about the vermin. The mysterious observer with the blue aura inwardly lamented the shame and ignorance of the people they dared to challenge. The evil supernatural being was only amused by these shouts, enjoying the panic and confusion of the crowd. Suddenly, the celestial creature's mood changed. Her eyes flashed an ominous red, and her voice said he was annoying her. A moment later, the defiant opponent's head literally exploded, displaying the terrifying power of the unearthly being. Blood spattered the people standing nearby, causing mute horror and shock at the incredible spectacle of violence. Realizing the inhuman nature of the guest, the frightened witnesses scattered, trying to escape the imminent danger. The bewildered bully couldn't comprehend what was happening right in front of his eyes, especially shocking on a festive New Year's Eve. The deity angrily questioned how dare a lowly man speak to a supreme being, emphasizing the insurmountable difference between the two. The haughty creature forbade people from asking questions, warning against familiarity unless they wanted to share the fate of the beheaded man. The supreme being asked if those present had any guesses as to what was going on, promising to clarify the situation. The ethereal entity offered to listen carefully to the explanation while the experienced player mentally noted the need to listen to the familiar rules again. A divine messenger announced the game on the first of each month, promising to transport people to another dimension for 20 rounds. The otherworldly creature emphasized the extreme simplicity of the action required of participants to survive the game. The supernatural entity explained the need to complete quests to return to reality with the rewards due. The frightened members of the square feverishly discussed what they had heard, hoping to stay alive if the mysterious tasks were completed. The goddess continued her explanation, clarifying that survival was not guaranteed for everyone, as not everyone was capable of handling the challenges ahead. A celestial messenger ominously warned that only half of the contestants would survive the mystical competition. Shocked by the news, people expressed disbelief and shock, not wanting to believe the reality of the nightmare that was taking place. Destroyer Angel tried to calm the audience, assuring them that he would not take everyone in attendance to a deadly game. The experienced player, forced to listen to familiar information again, was visibly irritated, showing extreme fatigue from the recurring nightmare. The supernatural being announced an additional rule. Only people 15 to 29 years old from all over the planet would be participants, reminding the hero of the 100 replay of the game. Elderly visitors to the square were relieved by the age restriction, happy to be rid of participation in mysterious and dangerous quests. The young residents expressed outrage at the smugness of the older generation, rebuking the elderly for their misplaced schadenfreude and ridicule. The bully urged his comrade to calm down, reminding him of the horrifying beheading scene and the need to realize the seriousness of what was happening. The unearthly messenger announced the exact number of participants: 1,801,029,290 people. The supernatural entity announced the end of the briefing and the beginning of the ominous game, causing trepidation among the potential participants. The divine creature reported finding people in a special space where they are temporarily unable to see each other. The angelic being explained the need to create a personal avatar after spiritually moving into the game world. The ethereal entity warned of the only opportunity for character customization, urging careful choice of characteristics. The veteran villain decided to follow proven tactics used in previous attempts at the challenge. A seasoned member pondered the choice of a pseudonym, settling on the enigmatic name Black Braid for his avatar. The character's body began a strange transformation, as if engulfed in invisible flames, signaling the beginning of the character creation process. Having completed the transformation, the hero's earnest avatar took shape, reminding the veteran of the now familiar procedure of creating an alter ego. Using the same avatar from the 12th rebirth created a sense of naturalness to the player's virtual body. The other participants were also transported to the main square of the game world, perplexed by their whereabouts and the changes taking place. Many newcomers experimented with the appearance of their avatars. Some even tried to copy the faces of celebrities. Black Scythe watched the efforts of the newcomers, pondering that the possessor of a modicum of innate power would never choose outward beauty. The veteran realized the cruel law of this world. The strongest survive, and excessive beauty only increases the likelihood of death. The learned participant realized, for all of them, it was time to begin the deadly game on which their real lives depended. The observer noticed Huang Yongmin, who had clearly worked on his virtual appearance, but had paid attention to his combat skills first. The former bully chose a muscular physique this time around, which didn't escape Black Braid's scrutinizing gaze. The divine entity reappeared in front of the participants, mockingly noting the joyful faces of the players, pleased with their new incarnations. The supreme being gloatingly enjoyed the expressions of fear on the mortals' faces, noting the relatively small number of people present. The bewildered participants looked around, comparing the announced number of 1,800,000 with the apparent number of people in the square. The unearthly creature scornfully remarked that limited thinking was typical of humans, which caused even more confusion. The supernatural messenger explained about the existence of multiple dimensions with other angels, where the other participants in the deadly game are scattered. The divine entity began further explanations, prompting players to check the status window that appeared for information. The Sky Guide explained the contents of the information window: name, alias, rank, level, and other important characteristics for survival. The angelic creature inquired if everyone's status window had been explored, caustically reminding them of their insignificance compared to experienced players. The goddess announced the main task: get stronger to survive and reach the final 20th round of trials. The supernatural creature promised not only release from the game, but also wish fulfillment for those who successfully completed all the trials. The enthusiastic participants became animated as they discussed the possibility of wish fulfillment, although they realized the difficulty of achieving the status of the strongest. The deity offered to check the inventory, where a specially prepared gift from the higher powers awaited everyone. Everyone present in the valley hurriedly summoned their inventories to examine the contents of the mysterious gift. Participants were surprised to find fragments of random runes, mysterious artifacts with a yet unknown purpose. The supernatural creature explained that the random rune fragment could only be used once at first level. It was the only starting item. Without wasting any time, Huang Yanming activated his rune, which began to crackle in his hand, releasing a mysterious energy. The goddess, noticing the disappointment on some faces, commented mockingly that not all participants had smiled at the good fortune. The Supreme Being reminded the participants to accept the results, emphasizing that the distribution of runes is only a matter of chance. The Celestial Messenger announced the completion of the binding of the runes and the start of the grand death show for his entertainment. The divine creature snapped its fingers loudly, summoning the first opponents for the inexperienced players into the peaceful valley. In a quiet, picturesque clearing, a horrible gnome with blood-red eyes radiating malice and lust for murder materialized. Amazed participants identified the creature as a goblin, noting the similarity of what was happening to popular computer games. The bewildered newcomers assumed they had become part of testing innovative virtual reality technology without their consent. The angelic entity interrupted the mortals' musings, warning of greater challenges ahead on the road to survival. The Supreme Being reported that the goblins that appeared were only part of a summoned army of monsters preparing to attack. The shocked participants could not believe their eyes as they watched the materialization of an incredible number of bloodthirsty creatures. The Heavenly Messenger announced the balance of power: 10,000 players against 50,000 goblins in a deadly battle. Enraged monsters with a wild roar rushed to attack the confused people, hungry for blood and death of inexperienced players. The panicked participants froze in indecision, not knowing how to react to the approaching wave of terrifying creatures. Black Braid, drawing on the experience of 99 previous passages, stepped forward confidently toward the danger. The surrounding people watched in bewilderment as the strange guy walked straight towards the monsters, desperately trying to warn them of the deadly danger. The seasoned veteran ignored the panicked cries, absolutely confident in his actions and ability to deal with the threat. With one powerful leg kick, the former player threw back the attacking goblin, displaying amazing strength and fighting prowess. The seasoned warrior understood the importance of first impressions when joining a group or organization among new players. Black Scythe sought to leave an indelible mark on the minds of potential allies, realizing the need to assemble a team of survivors. The warrior's masterful strike toppled the goblin onto its back, causing the monster to drop the primitive weapon from its clawed paws. The experienced fighter pondered the need to scare the pesky flies away from himself by first demonstrating his immense strength. For the veteran, the main goal was to prove himself to the best of his ability in front of the other participants in the deadly game. Black Scythe also sought the attention of the strange godlike being controlling the entire bloody ordeal. To achieve his goals, the skillful warrior decided to put on a real show to demonstrate his superiority over the monsters. Deftly picking up the fallen goblin's weapon, the former player tore several opponents apart with one powerful blow. Shocked viewers assumed the mysterious fighter's military background, marveling at his cool alias and incredible abilities. Some observers recalled a gaming experience where goblins are traditionally presented as the weakest and most primitive monsters. Encouraged by the ease of carnage, the inexperienced participants decided they could handle their opponents, albeit less spectacularly. In the midst of his self-assured musings, one of the bloodthirsty goblins suddenly pounced on a careless newcomer from the crowd. The monster clawed at the unprepared player, preparing to tear the victim to shreds with its sharp claws. The confidence of the others instantly evaporated when it became obvious that the humans were far inferior in strength to even the rank-and-file goblins. Panic-stricken participants scattered, desperately crying out for help to the only successful fighter, Black Braid. The experienced warrior turned around at the cries for help, continuing to easily deal with the invading monsters around him. The veteran realized that now no one would dare to consider what was happening a mere game when faced with a real threat of death. In the heads of the frightened participants, there was only one thought now: how to survive in this cruel and deadly world. The instinct of self-preservation has completely taken over the mind of the newcomers. All their actions are directed only to avoid imminent death. Black Scythe remembered that in his first rebirth, he had done exactly the same thing as those frightened, inexperienced players. The veteran realized the pointlessness of fleeing the battlefield after his second rebirth, devising a more effective survival strategy. One of the girls, who was desperately trying to flee, crashed violently into the invisible energy barrier around the area. The bewildered participant wondered why it was impossible to leave the battlefield, realizing the inevitability of fighting bloodthirsty monsters. For modern man, unable to kill even a small animal, taking the life of a goblin becomes an almost impossible psychological task. Overcoming moral barriers while destroying even a hated goblin proves to be a difficult challenge for unprepared participants. The cruel law of survival leaves no choice. Either you are killed or you are killed, forcing you to make tough decisions. The nearly defeated goblin suddenly showed incredible agility, breaking free from the hands of his inexperienced opponent at the last moment. The battlefield presented a horrifying sight. Some of the people were already lying breathless bodies while the remaining ones were desperately fighting. The Divine Watcher was only amused as she watched the unequal battle between the inexperienced humans and the fierce goblins. Despite their small stature, the bloodthirsty creatures with daggers posed a serious threat, attacking in unison and displaying bestial aggression. Suddenly, something unusual amongst the chaos of battle caught the attention of the Supreme Being, causing him to look closely at what was happening. The goddess noticed the prominent fighter with the alias Black Scythe, showing a sudden interest in his incredible abilities. Looking over the information about the amazing player, the supernatural entity saw an impressive result: 70 goblins destroyed. The supreme creature noted with annoyance the limitations of the system not allowing full information on the mysterious warrior. Despite the humiliation of ruling over primitive creatures, the goddess recognized an interest in watching an outstanding human warrior. Even for a supreme being, the masterful slaying of multiple opponents commanded a certain respect for the mortal fighter. After defeating the next wave of monsters, the hero received rewards, experience, gold, and a level increase after noticing something flying nearby. The experienced fighter looked back and saw a new wave of approaching goblins, eager to avenge their fallen kin. The mysterious energy suddenly began to strike the advancing enemies, piercing through the monsters' backs as if they were invisible weapons. The veteran realized that it was his own power, made available after leveling up through intense battle. The experienced warrior quickly dealt with the remaining goblins, displaying his increased power and fighting prowess in front of the spectators. The last surviving monster realized the hopelessness of his situation, as he watched the death of all his tribesmen at the hands of an invincible fighter. The uncompromising player couldn't let even the last opponent get away, so he resolutely struck him with his sharp dagger. Having finished slaughtering the monsters, the victorious warrior loudly inquired if there were any more living opponents left to fight. Seeing the real threat in the face of this creepy man, the remaining goblins froze in confusion, not daring to attack. Realizing the temporary lack of danger, Black Scythe decided he could afford a short break between bouts. The experienced player opened the status window, noting with satisfaction the quick attainment of level 4, and distributed the points gained into dexterity. The choice of characteristic was strategic. Agility not only increased the chance of evasion, but also increased attack and movement speed. After resting, the determined warrior continued to methodically destroy the remaining goblins, dealing with them in mere seconds. As he approached one of the monsters, the skilled fighter mockingly wondered why the one was just standing there instead of attacking him. The vile creatures were at a complete loss, not knowing how to confront such a dangerous and skillful opponent. Not waiting for a reaction, the impatient fighter announced that if they didn't attack themselves, he would make the first move instead. Paralyzed with fear, the creatures froze, having no idea what to expect from the unpredictable and deadly man. With a lightning-fast movement, the experienced warrior was behind the backs of the monsters, realizing that he would have to attack on his own due to their indecision. The stunned goblins froze in utter amazement, unable to believe their eyes at the sight of their opponent's incredible speed and agility. Despite desperate attempts to defend themselves, the merciless fighter gave the monsters no chance of escape. With the destruction of the last enemy, the quest was fully completed, and the winner was once again upgraded for a well-deserved victory. The veteran realized the success of the first round had surpassed all previous attempts, achieving the goal of getting the angel's attention. However, the ambitious player was also aiming for the top spot in the overall ranking of the death game participants. The strategy required completing all quests as quickly as possible, as the top 3 participants received special rewards. Achieving first place in the entire region provided the best award, far surpassing the other prizes. In realizing his plan, the visionary strategist used the gun ticket he received as a reward for superiority in the current region. The system offered to choose one of the rare weapons, a stylish sword or a deadly dagger for further battles. Although the selection of rewards didn't seem too extensive, the practical player was also satisfied that he had gained some advantage. Choosing to obtain a dagger, the practical strategist decided to discard the goblin's primitive weapon, but keep the valuable chest with the reward of leading the entire region. After closing the status window and distributing the rewards, the experienced warrior watched as the other participants continued to desperately fight the remaining monsters. Suddenly, the thoughtful veteran realized a strange fact. The type he had encountered before, he had not met once in all his 99 rebirths. The determined player activated the random rune fragment he received earlier, expecting to see the result of the mysterious artifact. As an incredible reward, the adventurer received the legendary rune of time reversal, the greatest treasure in this world. The powerful artifact immediately began the process of automatically engraving itself on the body of the lucky wearer, merging with his essence. Due to special properties, the remnants of the magical rune were integrated into the player's soul, though the physical engraving failed, which was expected. Black Scythe realized if he had the ability to engrave the rune again, it would give him the ability to endlessly go back in time. As an unexpected bonus, the warrior received the rare title of the Last Time Traveler, causing extreme surprise even to the seasoned veteran. The wise player realized the value of titles that surpassed even the highest runes in power and rarity, like Resurrection, a skill exclusive to priests. Unlike the standard Resurrection with a recovery limit of only 30% of health, the resulting ability was unique. The incredible skill offered full health regeneration after revival, which seemed almost impossible even in this magical world. The shocked fighter realized the incredible value of the gift he had received, surpassing all his expectations and previous experience in the game. The joyful trump card holder up his sleeve decided that it was time to finish the task, and checked the status of bully Yen Ming among the fighting men. As he scrutinized the crowd of embattled participants, he noticed the familiar figure of a self-proclaimed future gangster in the thick of the fray. An experienced observer surmised that this feisty kid would probably survive the first test, showing unexpected stamina. The angel watching began to feel bored, seeing the intensity of the battle gradually decreasing by the minute. The Supreme Being pondered the weakness of the humans, unable to even numerically match the goblins, believing it to be its own planning error. After asking a rhetorical question, the bored deity decided it was time for a new entertainment to liven up the ongoing performance. One of the fighting girls, hearing the angel's ominous words, realized with horror the approach of new, even more terrible trials for the survivors. The wounded man in the girl's hands began to mysteriously disappear, leaving her confused by the incredible phenomenon taking place. Surprised participants noticed the strange disappearance of the corpses, prompting a wave of bewilderment and anxious questions among the survivors. A bright glow suddenly enveloped the entire valley, accompanied by the appearance of new goblins materializing out of thin air. The mad creatures, whose sole purpose was to kill, rushed to attack the already exhausted and tired players. The shocked participants found themselves in a desperate situation, not knowing where to run or how to escape the new wave of deadly danger. The Supreme Being announced the summoning of an additional 50,000 goblins with sadistic pleasure, mockingly congratulating the gift. Desperate players realized the hopelessness of the situation, realizing that the only chance of survival, continue the desperate struggle. For the amusement of a soulless creature, humans were forced to kill goblins, taking no pleasure in the forced brutality. Some participants were still trying to avoid being killed, not realizing the danger of such tactics in the current deadly circumstances. The fighting humans were desperately confronting the green-skinned monsters, having already wiped out 1,000 goblins from the huge army of opponents. Huang Yun Min, thinking only of survival, used the other guy as a human shield, showing his selfish nature even at the critical moment. The counter of destroyed monsters reached 2,000 out of the total, reflecting the desperate resistance of the doomed participants. Black Scythe rested quietly off to the side, having long since completed his part of the task, and watching from the sidelines. The seasoned veteran had no influence on the situation, remaining only a spectator of the carnage unfolding before his eyes. The Supreme Being watched with a genuine smile, enjoying every moment of the bloody chaos that had been arranged. The attentive Black Braid tried to analyze the angel's emotions, seeking to understand the true motives behind the cruel entertainment. Finally, the last of the extra goblins was killed, completing an unforeseen ordeal orchestrated by a capricious deity. The survivors noticed with disbelief the sudden disappearance of all the monsters, puzzled as to the cause of this strange phenomenon. Angel coldly announced that only half of the participants had completed the quest. The rest were doomed to die by the rules of the game. Those unfortunate ones who failed to kill enough goblins were sentenced to death with no right of appeal. The shocked losers begged for one more chance, desperately asking for permission to kill at least one monster to save themselves. The doomed losers desperately begged the Supreme Being for mercy, hoping for a last-minute show of mercy. However, even in the agony of fear, the players realized that they were facing a ruthless creature, alien to the concept of mercy or pity. The soulless angel mockingly inquired as to the reasons for the despondency, urging joy in survival and the continuation of the mortal journey. The Supreme Being congratulated those remaining on passing the first test, caustically expressing his hope for better efforts in the next round. Summarizing the results, the deity announced the winners. Black Scythe took first place, Dumb Idiots, second, and Heavenly Demon, third, with first place in all regions. For the outstanding score, the winner received 1,000 gold for future use in the store, a feature that unlocks at level 10. The shocked participants couldn't believe Blackbraid's absolute superiority in every possible region, displaying a mixture of envy and admiration. The triumphant player was only amused by everyone's reaction, realizing that all players were now aware of his impressive achievement and status. Even the angel expressed surprise that the first place in the ranking of the entire game world was taken by a participant from his region. The intrigued Supreme Being decided to try his luck by asking the mysterious winner a direct question. The divine entity inquired as to the source of the mortal warrior's incredible strength, which showed extraordinary skill. Angel assumed the presence of a special rune, but suddenly his emotional state changed, betraying an underlying anxiety. The astute player wryly inquired about the inability to view his information, hinting at hidden data. The Supreme Being hastily assured its omnipotence, denying any access restrictions, clumsily trying to mask confusion. Black Scythe inwardly grinned, realizing that he had finally figured out the divine deceiver, and received confirmation of his suspicions. Unexpectedly, the seasoned warrior made a request to the angel, drawing everyone's attention to this unusual interaction. The astonished deity could barely conceal his amazement at the audacity of a mortal who dared to ask a Supreme Being for anything. The intrepid winner bluntly told the angel about the meager first-place award he received, shocking everyone present with his audacity. Huang Un-min froze in shock at the incredible audacity of a guy who dared to defy a Supreme Being after a deadly ordeal. Not only the former bully, but all the other survivors in the valley were shocked by the unheard-of audacity of the mysterious victor. The enraged goddess literally blazed with rage at these insolent words, not believing in the mortal's fearlessness before her power. Undeterred, Blackbraid nonchalantly clarified his expectations, expressing his hope for a better reward for his exploits. The stunned divine creature decided to ask again, wanting to make sure the mere mortal really dared to demand more. The intrepid warrior bluntly stated his displeasure with the reward he received, insisting on an improved reward from the omnipotent being. All the survivors instantly shifted their gazes to the reckless brave, waiting for his immediate destruction by the enraged angel. The Supreme Being was seething with indignation, unable to believe that any human dared to ask for anything, to look down on and boast of victory over the goblins. The indignant angel thought the situation was absurdly ridiculous, wanting to immediately blow the head off the impertinent mortal for being disrespectful. The deity realized the use of the disposable ability earlier, pondering an alternative punishment for the cursed arrogant man. Suddenly, a mysterious idea visited the Supreme Being, causing him to stop for a second and ponder the unexpected decision. The illuminated angel had found the perfect gift for a self-assured mortal, harboring more than met the eye. The divine creature inquired if the guy really wanted a better reward than the current one, emphasizing the seriousness of the request. The higher being warned that normally such insolence would have been punishable by instant rejection, or even death for disrespect. The intrigued angel offered a private conversation in private, ordering the others to stay put and await their return. The astonished witnesses began to discuss animatedly the incredible fact of successful negotiations with the Supreme Being, not believing their eyes. Some participants regretted their own indecision, suggesting a link between first-place ranking and privileged attitudes. The curious survivors wondered about the possible reward the powerful creature would provide to the daring winner of their deadly game. Before leaving, Black Scythe turned around and cast a piercing glance at one of the people present, singling him out from the crowd. Huang Yanming realized with alarm that this chilling gaze was directed at him specifically, foreshadowing future interactions. Black Scythe pretended as if nothing much had happened, swiftly turning around and heading after the goddess for a private conversation. The two silhouettes, a mortal warrior and a divine being, hid among the dense trees of the surrounding forest, away from prying eyes. The impatient Sky Woman turned around, demanding that the man move closer to her, commenting irritably on the need to constantly look back. The angry creature did not hold back its emotions, reminding the defiant mortal of his place and duty to obey the orders of the Supreme Being without reservation. The arrogant deity noted the inability to change the reward assigned by the system. The indignant angel thought the ungrateful man should just take what he was given, planning to teach the greedy insect a lesson. In his mind, the deity had already decided to kill the insolent man as soon as they passed behind the nearest rock, hidden from view. The Supreme Being was aware of the risk of the consequences of killing a player without using a one-time ability. Fearing a possible revolt and accusations of injustice, wanting to avoid witnesses to the crime in progress, the deceitful deity deliberately led the victim to a deserted place away from the other participants. The angel contemptuously pondered the foolishness of the man, believing that had he not stood out, he would have avoided a sad fate at the hands of the angry creature. The divine entity queried the desired reward with a sneer, about to offer the mortal a very different gift for his audacity. Before he could finish the phrase, the astonished angel noticed the rapidly approaching fist of the daredevil, aimed directly at the face of the Supreme Being. The unbelievable happened. The mortal actually struck the deity with his fist, hitting right on the delicate cheek of the celestial creature. From the unexpected blow, the stunned angel flew back a few meters, not anticipating such a daring attack. The shocked Supreme Being felt extreme displeasure at the act of a pathetic human who dared to raise his hand against a deity. The heavenly creature, having lost its balance, humiliatingly collapsed to the ground, not believing the sacrilege that was taking place. The infinitely enraged angel could not realize what had happened. Some lowly mortal had dared to strike a blow at the supreme creature. Fury clouded the creature's mind, vowing to destroy the defiant man immediately, no matter the cost. Turning around, the astonished deity was horrified to find Black Scythe absent, having vanished without a trace from the scene of the attack. The confused creature had no time to comprehend her opponent's disappearance before he materialized behind her back just a second later. The incredibly fast warrior grabbed the angel by the feather garment with his powerful arm, showing unprecedented speed and agility. The trapped creature realized its own mistake, realizing that it had brought the danger of an unforeseen collision upon itself. The panic-stricken angel began to scream desperately, demanding that they stop the attack, but crying out in vain for mercy. The ruthless warrior wasn't even going to listen to his victim's pleas, adamantly continuing his plan without a shadow of a doubt. Piercing screams of pain burst from the angel's mouth as Black Scythe continued his ruthless actions with a nonchalant face. The experienced fighter proceeded to do the most terrible thing for a celestial creature, tearing off the wings, the sacred symbols of angelic essence. The irritated warrior rudely ordered the pitiful wailing to cease, continuing to methodically inflict intolerable pain on the Supreme Being. Through the angel's agony, the ruthless fighter continued to break the fragile wings, denying the victim the opportunity to escape. The triumphant victor gloatingly informed his defeated opponent of the impossibility of escape, demonstrating complete control of the situation. The torturer inquired with sadistic curiosity from the suffering angel about the degree of pain he was experiencing, enjoying the victim's helplessness. The experienced warrior recalled that only a few minutes ago he himself would have been the object of similar schadenfreude from the Supreme Being. The shocked angel screamed at the madness of what was happening, unable to believe that a mere mortal dared to treat a divine creature in such a manner. The shrewd fighter bluntly accused the victim of intending to kill him with a dagger hidden in his wings, revealing a devious plan. Confident in his words, the warrior received confirmation of his hunch when the stunned angel asked in horror about his future fate. Attempts at justification did not impress the sophisticated fighter, who noted the obviousness of the lie with a sneer and abruptly named the angel Burial. The startled creature froze in shock, unable to understand how an ordinary mortal could know her true name, hidden from the human world. The enigmatic warrior refused to reveal the source of the knowledge, emphasizing that this information was now completely unimportant to the captured creature. Noticing the weapon in his opponent's hands, the terrified angel screamed in horror, to which Black Scythe ironically inquired about the speculation. A desperate Burial continued to threaten instant death with a wave of her hand, unwilling to acknowledge the changed balance of power. The cocky victor calmly explained the pointlessness of the threats, emphasizing the angel's complete helplessness in her current situation. The realization of the hopelessness of the situation finally reached the consciousness of the Supreme Being, revealing the true state of affairs with terrifying clarity. The stubborn Burial continued to resist, threatening vengeance on her companions. But Black Scythe remained unfazed by these words. The warrior coldly declared the torture sufficient, and his intention to dispose of the angel, to which a terrified Burial warned of the impossibility of returning home after killing her. The unperturbed fighter refuted these words, causing the angel to marvel at his knowledge, whereupon the desperate victim offered any information in exchange for freedom. Black Scythe scornfully rejected the offer, explaining that the habitat of the angelic species was of no interest, for they were but pawns in a great game, While a stunned Byriel pondered the source of her opponent's mysterious knowledge, the skilled assassin suddenly delivered a deadly dagger strike. Caught off guard, the angel felt catastrophically weak from the unexpected attack. Realizing the approaching end of his existence, the divine creature collapsed to the ground, realizing it would never rise again after the deadly blow from the ruthless warrior. The system notification confirmed an incredible achievement: the first angel kill by a human player in the game's history. A worthy reward for the unprecedented feat was the unique title of First Angel Killer, and the prized prize, the blood of a heavenly creature. The rune the winner received was automatically applied to his body, enhancing the already impressive abilities of the seasoned warrior. The seasoned fighter understood the value of the rewards received, available only to the first assassin. Remembering how he learned this in his 13th attempt at his revenge, the veteran realized that the angels would be shocked to learn of the rune he had previously obtained that gave him an advantage in this deadly game. The main purpose of killing an angel was to acquire its blood, a priceless ingredient for changing a character's class to a more powerful one. An experienced player knew that after reaching the 10th level, all participants could choose one of the 3 available development classes. To acquire a standard class, you had to obtain certain items while hunting, or fulfill simple conditions of the game world. There were rare exceptions, unique classes available to only one user under special, almost impossible circumstances. The difference between regular and unique classes was enormous, with the latter providing bonus runes, upgrades, and special development branches. Even without fully completing the first round, Blackspit wisely used the reward of being first in all regions to further strengthen. The strategically minded veteran determined the next goal: to reach level 9 as soon as possible to change the class to a unique one. Realizing the finality of the last attempt, the experienced player discarded all half measures, ready to go to the end at any cost. The determined warrior has vowed to become stronger in every way possible. Realizing that survival in this deadly game is at stake, Huang Unmin awakened in the real world, pulled from a nightmare vision of a deadly competition and the powerful black scythe. When he woke up, the confused young man found himself in that very town square, hardly realizing the reality of the world around him. The other players, who had also returned from the nightmare vision, were in deep shock as they tried to understand the phenomenon that had happened to them. Huang Yunmin questioned himself about the nature of what had happened with increasing anxiety, unable to find a logical explanation for the strange events. The confused young man wondered why everyone was suddenly prostrate on the ground after experiencing a collective dream. With horror, the former bully realized the coincidence of the time frame. Exactly the same amount of time had passed in reality as in the nightmare dream. The awakened participants complained of stiff bodies and headaches, as if they had actually experienced a physical ordeal in another world. The comrade asked Yan Ming about the loss of consciousness, to which he received a shocking reply about the mass fainting of everyone present. The astonished friends wondered about the synchronicity of the loss of consciousness and the sameness of the nightmares, finding no rational explanation. A worried Yan Ming was beginning to reject the version of a normal dream, intuitively sensing the reality of having experienced a deadly ordeal. Attendees discussed the daunting prospect of returning to the game on February 1, recalling details with goblins in the first round. The anxious group noticed the motionless guy still lying unconscious and started to wake him up, shouting his name, Kim Dae-shik. Persistent attempts to awaken the motionless young man failed, despite loud cries and physical interventions. The pale face of the guy lying there gave off a grim foreboding. It seemed this man would never open his eyes again. The sudden realization of the horrible truth struck the witnesses. There was a lifeless body in front of them, not just a sleeping comrade. Upon checking his body temperature, shocked eyewitnesses found a chilling coldness characteristic of the recently departed man. The shocked group confirmed the young man's lack of breath and pulse, finally realizing the terrible reality of what was happening. With horror, the friends began to realize that their comrade was indeed dead, and the angel's ominous words proved to be prophetic truth. The overwhelming realization of the relationship between death in the game and death in reality finally formed in the minds of the survivors. Looking around, the shocked participants noticed that those who had not awakened after the vision were indeed dead in the real world. The festive square turned into a scene of tragedy, filled with lifeless bodies and sobbing people trying to revive deceased loved ones. The survivors were horrified to realize the accuracy of the prophecy. Exactly half of the participants survived as predicted by the cruel angel. Huang Yunmin, losing his mind from the unbearable sight, thought what was happening was an impossible madness that didn't fit within the bounds of reality. The boy realized that the deadly game had destroyed the illusion of equality, erasing all notions of justice in this changed world. In an attempt to calm a friend in hysterics, Those around him urged him to focus on the simple task of survival, though he resented the unfairness of the game's rules. Those who kept their composure were reminded that the situation affects everyone equally, marveling at their comrade's selfish reaction at a critical moment. The cynical buddies reminded Yan Ming of his GOP past, noting that he, unlike the others, had little to lose. Noticing the troubled look of the former bully, the friends inquired about the object of his attention, to which he admitted to looking for a boy victim. A puzzled Eun Ming remembered the kid's location before he lost consciousness, but now he couldn't find him in the specified location. The cocky bully assumed a pattern of the weakling's demise in the first round, not feeling an ounce of regret for his eventual death. Suddenly, Yan Ming's attention was caught by a mysterious figure in the crowd, standing out among the ordinary people with his unusual appearance. The intrigued observer struggled to understand who this man was, so different from the other surviving participants. The stranger's astonishing armor raised many questions for Yan Ming, who had never seen such equipment in his normal life. The nervous speculation of a possible winner from past games made the young man's heart beat more frequently with a mixture of fear and curiosity. Deciding to test a hunch, Yan Ming tried to open his status window, which, to his amazement, actually loaded in the real world. Shocked by the confirmation of his status as a player, the young man couldn't believe the blurring of the lines between virtuality and reality. Those around them, following suit, also discovered the accessibility of status windows, finally realizing the irreversibility of the change. Participants were surprised to find that they could only see their own statuses, but not other people's, even though they all actually existed in the physical world. Intrigued by the new possibilities, Huang Enmin picked up a small stone from the ground to test his changed abilities. To the amazement of the observers, the young man easily crushed the hard stone, demonstrating the incredible physical strength gained in the deadly game. Stunned by his own power gained after returning from the ordeal, Yan Ming couldn't believe the reality of what was happening. The realization of the new prospects opened up by superhuman strength caused a wave of joyous excitement in the ambitious young man. News channels were reporting an unprecedented incident: the simultaneous unconsciousness of 10,000 citizens during the New Year's Eve celebration. Reports also mentioned a mysterious woman in an angel costume allegedly descended from the sky during the mass welcoming of the new year. It was also reported that a woman addressed the citizens but died in the blast, after which she pointed her finger at those present, uttering unknown words. According to eyewitness accounts, the mysterious stranger extended her hands to the people watching in a gesture of strange blessing. This inexplicable gesture caused the simultaneous unconsciousness of about 10,000 people who were in the town square at that moment. Law enforcement authorities provided data that most of the victims were in the age range of 15 to 29 years old, and similar cases have been reported around the world. Black Scythe realized with grim satisfaction the beginning of the predicted events, realizing that this was only the first phase of the coming apocalypse. News reports said that by 5:20 a.m., about half of those who passed out had woken up, and the rest were diagnosed with coma or brain death, including a celebrity found in the plaza. The experienced player realized that the real problem lay much deeper than the news coverage, posing a more serious threat. The true danger was the transfer of game performance to the real world, blurring the lines between virtuality and reality. The veteran realized that until the numbers reached high levels, the problem seemed insignificant, but the situation would change rapidly. As levels increase, players will turn into superhumans, against which ordinary members of humanity will be completely defenseless. The determined warrior did not plan to stand idly by as he watched the world plunge into chaos, especially realizing the catastrophic consequences by the 12th round. The only way out was to take control of the other players, which required surpassing everyone in power and influence. The cold-blooded strategist intended to apply various methods of recruiting force, drawing on the invaluable experience of the previous 99 attempts. The experienced leader has already identified several promising candidates with high potential and developed a strategy to recruit them to the team. The wise tactician realized the prematurity of active action at the outset, deciding to wait for a more opportune time to implement the plan. Having finished analyzing the situation, the determined warrior headed home, where more pressing personal matters awaited him. Suddenly, the homecoming fighter's gaze stopped on something that caused an instant reaction in the normally unflappable warrior. Noticing the traces of hastily eaten noodles, the landlord mentally noted his neighbor's eating habits with mild irritation. Heading resolutely toward one of the rooms, the careful observer opened the door, discovering an unexpected scene behind it. On the floor of the room, curled up in a fecal ball, slept soundly an exhausted young man, unaware of his master's return. Watching the sleeping man, Black Scythe smiled with unexpected warmth, mentally noting his younger brother's sound sleep during his older brother's absence. The sleeping young man turned out to be Ryu Wan, Black Scythe's younger brother, a third-grade middle school student. The experienced warrior mentally noted that their family had once been quite ordinary, not standing out from the rest. However, fate changed everything after the death of his parents in a car accident, completely reversing the usual life of the brothers. One of the most significant changes was the formal guardianship of the older brother over the younger, bringing new responsibility. The older brother's attentive gaze noticed a strange abrasion on the sleeping boy's arm, causing concern. As he gazed at the injury, the caring guardian pondered the possible circumstances of his younger brother's injury. Morning came, and Ryuwon struggled to open his sleepy eyes, trying to realize the early awakening. The older brother firmly signaled the need to get up, despite the early hour and the teenager's obvious fatigue. The sleepy boy tried to object, pointing out the early hour, only 6 a.m., not understanding the reason for such a rush. Not wanting to waste precious minutes explaining, the determined guardian pulled down the blanket, speeding up the younger one's awakening process. The serious older brother promised to explain everything on the way, insisting on immediate packing without further questions. Ryuwon inquired about the direction, skeptically noting his reluctance to see dawn so early after a restless night. The unusual seriousness in the guardian's tone caused the teen to listen and follow his older brother's instructions without objection. The alarming warning of the world plunging into sheer chaos made the boy realize the criticality of the situation. Remembering his brother's New Year's Eve plans, the younger one inquired about what had happened, receiving a promise of a detailed explanation on the way. The brothers were out before dawn, moving quickly through the empty city streets in an unknown direction. Junior looked alarmed, realizing the seriousness of the situation by the unusual behavior of his usually calm older brother. Watching the guardian's focused face, the teen noted a seriousness not seen in a long time, trying to understand its cause. Black Braid inquired about the younger man's awareness of what was going on, though he was sure of a negative answer. Ryuwon perplexedly answered the question with a question, confessing his complete ignorance of the events that had happened during his dream. The senior advised checking news reports on the internet to see for himself the extent of the shock. A shocked Ryuwon incredulously interrogated the meaning of the news, trying to comprehend the information about the angel descending from heaven and moving people. The younger brother anxiously clarified if his older brother had been taken to another dimension as well, receiving a startling answer about killing hundreds of goblins. Not believing what he heard, the excited teen expressed concern about the elder's possible injuries after the incredible ordeal. Black Braid tried to reassure his brother, but he resolutely refused to stop worrying about the only person close to him. The emotional young man emphasized that the senior became his only family after the tragic death of his parents in a car accident. The younger brother confessed his complete trust in the elder, who had become his only support and protection in a cruel world. The teenager recalled his tears at his parents' funeral and his brother's unusual seriousness in suddenly taking responsibility for the family. Ryuwon was aware of the elder's tremendous effort, striving to fill the void after his parents' death with his presence and care. With sincere admiration, the younger spoke of his brother, who had become the strongest and most reliable man in his life and view. However, the judicious teenager noted the difference between fortitude and the ability to physically confront monsters in real combat. The shrewd older brother noted with an understanding smile that he definitely knew about Ryuwon's doubts about his fighting ability. An experienced player explained the existence of a special skill system that makes physical muscle strength a secondary factor in the virtual world. A confident Black Braid stated that all doubts would disappear after a clear demonstration, urging to continue the journey for full understanding. The determined teen stopped, adamantly refusing to move on without an explanation of the final destination of their earlier journey. The unyielding Ryuwon earnestly asked the elder to stop the mysterious game and reveal the true purpose of their unexpected movement. Putting his hand on his heart earnestly, the agitated junior insisted on a direct and honest answer from his older brother. Seeing the teenager's unyielding determination, Black Scythe paused, thinking deeply about possible answers. Bantegyu's unexpectedly uttered name caused his younger brother to look at him in utter amazement, not expecting such a turn of events. The sophisticated strategist has finally uncovered the destination of the journey, the secret hideout of Bantegyu, the school's chief bully and tormentor from Ryuwon's class. The caring older brother began his explanation by noting that he was well aware of the systematic bullying of the younger one at school. An extremely alarmed Ryuwon shockedly asked how his older brother could suggest turning to his main tormentor from school. With disbelief, the young man clarified his brother's awareness of the abuse, to which he bitterly replied with a rhetorical question about his blindness. Junior realized that he had deliberately hidden his school problems, not wanting to burden his older brother with additional worries. Black Scythe mentally apologized deeply to his younger brother for being inattentive to his suffering in the past. With remorse, the older man admitted that he didn't really know anything about the situation, not following the younger man's life enough. The experienced player explained that he only learned the whole truth after his first return from the game's deadly round. Remembering the past, Black Braid told how he slept at home while his younger brother went about his business. The caring caregiver recalled the unexpected nighttime phone call that interrupted his sleep with an ominous omen. The voice in the receiver clarified the status of Ryuwon's guardian, foreshadowing the terrible news of what happened to the teenager. The hospital duty officer on duty advised of the need for an emergency visit to the medical facility, without disclosing details of the incident. Without wasting a second, the terrified guardian immediately ran out of the house, rushing to his injured younger brother. After being brutally beaten by a classmate, Ryuwon lost his sight completely, and the older man blamed himself for failing to protect his loved one. An unbearable sense of guilt tormented the guardian who had failed to protect his younger brother from the cruelty of the school bully. Mentally turning to his brother, Black Scythe offered a sincere apology, promising that no one would dare to harm him again. From the bunker of Bante-gyu, the school's chief bully, came the screams of another victim of teenage violence. The brutal bully was mercilessly kicking the stomach of the unfortunate fellow, who was writhing in pain on the floor. Bante-gyu threateningly asked the beaten man if he wished to die, reminding him of the requirement to bring 200,000 won each. The beaten schoolboy could not respond because of the intolerable pain, not having the required amount of money to save him from reprisal. Receiving no response, the angry bully continued to swing his leg for another ruthless strike. The bully's friends watched the massacre with sadistic smiles, noting that Bante-gyu is always ruthless, even to his own. The minions commented admiringly that even high school students from other schools were afraid of their leader, approving of his brutal methods. An angry Taegyu complained about the underlings shamefully derailing his plans to buy the bike because of their uselessness and inability to raise money. Approaching one of the henchmen, the overbearing ringleader demanded new ideas for quickly extracting the necessary sum. The bully insisted on resolving the financial issue as soon as possible, causing his friends to frantically search for options. Suddenly, the bald accomplice had an idea he thought was brilliant, drawing the attention of the other bandits. The henchman offered to summon a small, curly-haired cub six, obviously referring to a longtime victim of their bullying. Taegyu instantly recognized the man mentioned, gloatingly announcing plans to summon him as a New Year's gift. The ringleader's friends supported the idea, anticipating the opportunity to shake money out of a defenseless victim of school terror. The gang leader recalled the plight of his intended victim, cynically mentioning his status as a homeless orphan. The henchman confirmed the guy's lack of money, living in a pathetic semblance of a house, more like a cardboard box. The insensitive company gloatingly discussed the unfortunate man's lack of parents without showing an ounce of compassion. The young thugs kept discussing that the guy was living with his older brother, unaware of his imminent arrival. Suddenly, the whole company simultaneously stared at one point, expressing extreme surprise at the unexpected intrusion. Black Scythe walked through the open doors along with his younger brother, instantly changing the atmosphere in the room. The gang rejoiced at the coincidence, noting the appearance of the very man they were just about to summon to them. Taegyu mockingly commented on the coincidence, and his friends contemptuously called the entrant their six, unaware of the coming change. The ringleader aggressively shouted his younger brother's name, adding insult to injury, demonstrating a familiar pattern of intimidation. The frightened Ryuwon, before he could even react, automatically apologized to his tormentor, showing the depth of psychological pressure. Taegyu noticed the stranger next to the victim, puzzled as he pondered the identity of the man with the pissed-off expression. The bully aggressively asked the younger man who he had brought with him, suggesting possible interference in their affairs. Black Scythe introduced himself as Ryuwon's older brother with a dangerous smile, signaling a decisive change in the balance of power. Unaware of the danger, Taegyu threatened both brothers with death, accusing the younger of denouncing his abuse to the older. The chief bully turned to his comrades with orders to be ready for the upcoming showdown with the uninvited guests. The three henchmen of the ringleader were the first to go into battle, while Taegyu himself decided to watch from the sidelines, confident of their superiority. Black Scythe didn't even think of changing his position, knowing full well that everything was going exactly according to his carefully thought-out plan. The self-righteous bullies began to mock the stranger's height, trying to intimidate him with their physical superiority. Unwilling to tolerate the insult, the determined warrior delivered a lightning-fast fist strike directly into the face of the first offender, instantly knocking him to the ground. The rest of the henchmen froze in amazement, unable to believe that anyone dared to fight back against a member of their feared bandit group. The second friend of the leader immediately rushed to avenge his defeated comrade, hoping to restore the shaken authority of the gang. The experienced fighter easily dodged the obvious and clumsy blow, showing a huge difference in fighting skills. In response, Black Scythe delivered a precise fist strike to the second attacker's cheek, leaving him no chance of resistance. The powerful blow sent the bully flying backward, crashing into the stands behind him and crashing to the floor with a thud. The last remaining bully, unable to believe what was happening, angrily shouted that such treatment of his friends was unacceptable and rushed to the attack. The unperturbed warrior ignored the pointless threats, simply punching the third bandit right in the face with crushing force. In a matter of seconds, the experienced fighter dealt with the entire group of attackers, leaving only their leader conscious, stunned as he watched the massacre. Taegyu had yet to fully realize the drastic change in the situation, continuing to smile smugly without realizing the magnitude of the threat. The arrogant ringleader contemptuously reflected on his opponent, deeming his training insufficient for a serious duel with him. Turning to his older brother, Taegyu mockingly suggested that he had learned a few moves and now thought he was an invincible fighter. The bully arrogantly stated that the opponent had not been taught manners and tactics for using numerical superiority in fights. Blackbraid calmly observed that his opponent was making a big mistake by ignoring the recent news, indirectly alluding to the changed reality. A puzzled Taegyu didn't understand the mention of the news, not realizing the connection between it and the current confrontation with the unknown enemy. Angry at the cryptic words, the ringleader swung his huge fist, intent on crushing the defiant stranger. The experienced player who had invested all the points in agility easily dodged the clumsy blow, showing a colossal superiority in combat skills. Taegyu was forced to engage in a veritable dance with Black Scythe, desperately trying to dodge the experienced fighter's swift attacks. The main bully continued his unsuccessful attempts to land even the smallest blow, but all his efforts were in vain. Exhausted by the unusual fight, the bully felt his eyes begin to darken from extreme fatigue and strain. The stunned bully couldn't understand the reason for his failures, perplexed as to what made his opponent so out of reach. Ryuwon's unperturbed older brother wryly inquired about his news-reading skills, hinting at the recent supernatural events. Blackbraid stated confidently that an informed opponent would never have dared raise a hand against him, knowing the new realities. After these words, the ruthless warrior delivered a crushing blow with all his power, amplified by the game stats, right in the bully's face. The massive bully flew aside from the incredible force of the blow, feeling completely helpless for the first time against an unknown opponent. The offended ringleader indignantly shouted out that such treatment was unacceptable, appealing to his authority among the local gangsters. Unwilling to admit defeat, the stubborn bully swung his fist again, hoping to restore his shaken self-respect. The cocky bully still hadn't realized that he was up against a virtually invulnerable opponent with fighting skills from another dimension. The bewildered Taegyu couldn't believe what was happening, unable to understand how such humiliation could have happened to him. In the midst of his agonizing musings, another crushing blow from Black Scythe landed squarely on the stunned ringleader's face. The bully tried to hide the effect of the powerful blow, but he could barely stay on his feet, feeling the ground go from under his feet. In the palm of his hand, the shocked bully found a knocked-out tooth, irrefutable proof of his own defeat and humiliation. The immensely enraged Taegyu could not accept defeat at the hands of some schoolboy, shouting death threats at his opponent. The dumb bully continued to fail to realize the hopelessness of his situation, not realizing the colossal difference in strength. Black Scythe was bored with the senseless fight with a stubborn opponent, unable to realize the obvious superiority of his opponent. The experienced fighter began throwing countless punches at the massive bully's face, meeting no decent resistance. The awakened comrades of the ringleader watched in horror at the humiliating beating of their leader, unable to believe their own eyes. Taegyu noted with belated realization that the mysterious opponent was purposefully striking only at the face, ignoring other vulnerable spots. The enraged Taegyu mentally reiterated that a single hit on the slippery opponent was enough for him to immediately fly away and surrender. The desperate bully focused on the only task at hand, to land at least one effective blow on the elusive guy. The bully clung to his last hopes of victory, desperately trying to reach his opponent with his massive arms. Predictably, all of the ringleader's attempts were doomed to failure against an experienced fighter with game stats. Black Scythe swung with such incredible force that he threw the massive bully back several meters like a ragdoll. The victor addressed the defeated bully by name, commenting contemptuously on his surprising weakness in comparison to himself. The ruthless avenger inquired with sadistic interest into the painful sensations of the beaten ringleader, making no secret of his satisfaction. With bitterness, Blackbraid admitted that even after many returns, he had not forgotten the horrible day he saw his brother murdered. The determined warrior announced his intention to deal with the offender once and for all to prevent the tragedy from happening again in the future. A frightened Taegyu tried to stop the enraged vigilante, offering a chance to negotiate and settle the conflict peacefully. The older brother had little interest in belated attempts at reconciliation, for he was acting on a premeditated and determined plan. The vigilante's eyes shone with an almost insane light as he explained why his little brother shouldn't have been touched, showing the consequences. Taegu had not yet fully realized what had happened. An expression of shock frozen on his face at the incredible turn of events. The experienced fighter literally twisted the bully's arm, Itu touching it, showing a frightening ease in inflicting pain. The ringleader was horrified as he watched his opponent reach for his other hand, intent on continuing the merciless massacre. The broken bully screamed and began begging for mercy, claiming that he understood everything and realized the errors of his behavior. The older brother was not interested in pleas for mercy, and the frightened friends of the bully preferred not to watch the scene of the massacre, hastily retreating. The sensitive Ryu Wan couldn't watch the brutal massacre with his eyes covered so as not to see the horrible scene of punishing the offender. Black Braid warned that he would kill and bury the bully on the spot if he ever came near his little brother. The frightened bully hastily assured full understanding of the requirements, to which he received formal approval from his formidable adversary. The incredulous avenger, fearing that the lesson might be forgotten, decided to follow through by grabbing the victim's arm again to finally reinforce the lesson. As morning came, the two brothers continued their journey home, leaving behind the night's events and the brutal massacre. A curious Ryu Wan asked the older man about the source of his incredible fighting skills, amazed at the prowess he saw. The older brother pointed out the younger brother's inattention, reminding him that gaming skills can now be used in the real world. To demonstrate his words, the experienced player decided to visually demonstrate one of his acquired abilities to his incredulous brother. In a split second, the very same dagger from the game materialized in Black Scythe's hand, confirming the reality of the incredible change. The astonished younger brother noted in amazement the appearance of the knife literally from the void, not believing his own eyes. Ryu Wan also remembered the elder's supernatural speed and agility that allowed him to dodge all the thug's blows. The experienced fighter explained that he had 11 points of agility, with the average person only possessing 3, and elite athletes up to 10. The interested teen immediately inquired about the implications of further upgrades, to which the senior evasively responded with ignorance. Black Braid realized that he had lied again, deliberately hiding the truth about his many returns to the past. The experienced player recalled revealing all the information in the 11th attempt, which became a fatal mistake for both brothers. In that past, another dangerous player kidnapped his younger brother in an effort to ferret out valuable information about upcoming events. Despite the successful revenge, the determined protector was unwilling to subject his beloved brother to repeated trials and tribulations. The caring elder was aware of the need to be constantly ready to protect his brother in the upcoming clashes between the players. Changing the subject, the attentive guardian inquired about breakfast, suggesting we go to the nearest store for groceries. Already at the store, the observant junior was surprised to notice that the senior was heading to the noodle department separately from the main purchases. Black Braid approached the ATM, inserting his card and preparing to withdraw all of his available savings for future needs. The experienced strategist decided to cash out all the savings, 133,001, realizing the need for cash in the coming events. The astonished Ryu Wan looked at the money with admiration, considering it a fortune and wondering about its origin. The evasive Black Scythe waved the question away, suggesting that they simply enjoy a delicious meal together, putting off serious conversation. The embarrassed younger brother showed concern about the prices starting at 5,001, but the caring elder reassured him by allowing him to choose whatever products he wanted. Black Scythe emphasized the importance of a varied diet, suggesting that we should stop consuming only cheap noodles all the time. Encouraged by the permission, Ryu Wan timidly offered to buy pork belly chili, confessing a long-standing desire to taste the dish. His younger brother's eyes sparkled with delight at the sight of the plain pork in the display case, giving away the long absence of meat from his diet. The generous elder had promised to visit an expensive restaurant in the coming days, wanting to please his brother with gourmet meals. The frugal Ryu Wan objected that store-bought meat was enough, worrying about overspending a limited budget. Confident of his future well-being, the elder promised to feed his brother so much meat in a couple of days that he wouldn't be able to look at it. Already at home, Junior was happily eating the purchase portion, radiating genuine happiness at the rare treat. With delight, the young man commented on the extraordinary flavor of the food, savoring every bite of the long, unavailable treat. Suddenly, Black Braid rose from the table, prompting a surprised question from Junior about the direction of his movement. Soothingly, the older man asked to wait a little while, promising to return to their meal together soon. Upon returning, the mysterious player placed the lottery tickets on the table, causing the younger man's bewilderment and concern. An alarmed Ryu Wan was horrified to suggest that his brother had blown his life savings on the lottery, an extremely reckless act. The shocked teenager clarified the number of tickets purchased, receiving an answer of 20 lottery sheets. Utterly horrified, Junior resented spending 100,000 won on the lottery, emphasizing that they could have lived on that money for months. The unperturbed Black Braid tried to calm his brother down, asking him to wait a bit and promising quick positive results. The incredulous teen refused to believe what was happening, watching the older man's actions with increasing alarm. With even more bewilderment, Ryu-wan noticed the same numbers on all the tickets, not understanding the logic behind such a strange choice. Smiling enigmatically, the confident player explained that he chose the winning numbers based on his secret knowledge of the future. The brothers sat in front of the television watching the lottery drawing begin, listening to the announcer announce the start of tonight's proceedings. Ryu-wan was extremely nervous, mentally lamenting about the 100,000 won he felt had been needlessly thrown away by his older brother. The disturbed teen continued to lament the waste, suggesting he'd rather buy food, but was admonished by his brother about his bad habit of biting his nails. Junior's face instantly changed when the announcer announced the first two winning numbers that matched their tickets. Tension rose with each number announced, third lucky number 9, fourth 38, completely matching the choice. The screen once again showed the winning numbers and the bonus number 5, confirming the incredible match to their tickets. The brothers stared at the lottery ticket, realizing that all the numbers did indeed completely match the officially announced winning numbers. The younger brother began to shout with delight, not believing the incredible luck and repeating about the impossibility of the miracle taking place. The reality-disbelieving Ryu-wan even asked the older man to pinch him to make sure he wasn't dreaming or hallucinating. The teenager confusedly questioned whether what was happening was really reality and not a dream. So incredible did the winnings seem. The older man asked if his brother really wanted it to turn out to be a dream, receiving an instant negative reply. Black Scythe reassured the younger man, confirming the reality of what was happening, and reminding him of his promise that everything would be okay. Ryu-wan continued to rejoice madly at the victory, carefully holding the lucky lottery ticket as if it were the greatest treasure. The caring elder made a comment about the need for silence at night so as not to wake the neighbors with loud shouts of joy. Black Scythe inquired as to the extent of his brother's happiness at his winnings, watching his genuine joy. The experienced player noted his own satisfaction at the easy victory, although he did not show such exuberant enthusiasm. The veteran recalled the first winning experience when he himself shouted with joy at the money he won. After dozens of repetitions, this moment became a mandatory event in every attempt, especially important after regression for rapid capital accumulation. The strategist understood the importance of cash for future trade between players, which would become a key element of the economy. An enthusiastic Ryu-wan inquired about the size of the winnings, to which the elder honestly admitted that there was no accurate information about the amount. In his thoughts, the experienced player envisioned that the winnings could be so huge that they could shake the entire financial world. The brothers went to the bank to collect a cash prize for winning the lottery, preparing for an important meeting. Black Scythe felt calm, as he had already won this prize dozens of times in previous time cycles. Upon approaching the bank employee, the experienced player politely communicated his desire to collect the winnings for first place in the lottery. The attendant at first sincerely congratulated the lad on his stunning victory, concealing his surprise at his youth and ordinary appearance. In thought, the surprised staff member noted the discrepancy between the student's usual appearance and the scale of the prize he had received. The bank employee inquired about the location where the lucky ticket was purchased, getting the exact information about the noodle store. Upon hearing the specific address, the clerk was shocked, instantly remembering specific instructions regarding that branch. The stunned employee recalled information about 115 winning tickets in this drawing, which in itself was unusual. A striking fact was that 100 tickets out of the total number of winning tickets were purchased at one particular location. What was even more surprising was that all of these tickets were bought by one single person, breaking all laws of probability. Employees were instructed to immediately call the bank president if anyone claimed to have purchased a ticket from that branch. The shocked employee could not believe such incredible luck, contrary to all statistical probabilities. Remembering the instructions, the officer apologized to Black Braid and asked for a short wait to comply with protocol. A few minutes later, the bank president himself appeared, graciously greeting the incredibly lucky lottery winner. Guanjun, the president of the bank, exchanged greetings with Ryu Min and introduced himself as Black Scythe. Observing the formalities, the director sincerely congratulated the winner for winning first place in the lottery, and Ryu Min modestly thanked him for his attention. The bank president suggested moving to a quieter place to discuss the details, inviting the winner to follow him. They headed to the special team handling lottery winnings to make it official. A female employee greeted them at the entrance, politely saying hello to both guests. Observing corporate etiquette, The excited girl speculated that the young man accompanying the president might be his son or a special client. The president introduced Ryu Min as a VIP guest who wanted to receive the winnings and instructed a female employee to provide appropriate service. The shocked girl mentally correlated the VIP status with the sensational news about a man who won 100 lottery tickets at once. Despite her intense excitement, the professional employee maintained her composure, realizing the importance of calm service to an unusual customer. The friendly employee said a polite hello, inviting the important guest to sit down for a comfortable discussion of the winnings. After offering drinks, the girl received a polite refusal from Ryu Ming, who expressed his desire to immediately receive the winnings due. The employee explained the need to pre-check tickets following standard procedure for processing large winnings. The winner agreed without objection, handing all the tickets to the employee for official authentication. The checker marveled at the identical numbers on all the tickets, mentally marveling at the buyer's incredible foresight. After completing the check, the girl confirmed that all 100 tickets did indeed win the first-place grand prize. An interested Ryu Ming inquired about the exact amount of the winnings, preparing to hear a figure he knew in advance. The employee hesitated, trying to find the right wording to voice the astronomical amount of winnings. She finally reported a win of about 2.5 billion won, and the winner mentally calculated the net amount, 1.5 billion after taxes. After receiving the money, events developed rapidly. The first thing Black Spit did was to find a new place for the brothers to move to. In the evening, the visionary strategist opened a brokerage account, planning to invest in Bitcoin, which he knew would rise 500% next month. After moving into a new home, the attentive older one inquired about his younger brother's impressions of their new abode. A delighted Ryu Vaughn noted the excellence of the new place, but marveled at the choice of expensive renting instead of buying with such means. Suddenly, the older brother reported most of the money missing, causing a new wave of confusion in the younger brother. The experienced investor explained that he left only 1 billion and invested the rest in cryptocurrency for multiple multiplication. A shocked Ryu Wan mentally questioned his brother's adequacy, considering such a decision reckless and rash. The astute senior tried to explain that his actions were not based on impulse, but on a carefully considered strategy. To be convincing, Blackbraid mentioned the possibility of new lottery winnings, supposedly having seen 4 more sets of numbers in his dream. The astonished Ryu Wan reflected that he had only heard of rare people with the gift of seeing winning numbers, not suspecting the true nature of his brother's abilities. The younger brother exclaimed, recalling the incredible memory for numbers displayed by the older brother, supposedly incapable of forgetting them. Ryu Ming mentally noted that he really couldn't forget the numbers, having repeated the procedure of getting a win dozens of times in previous cycles. The caring elder suggested eating somewhere before preparing to leave, much to the bewilderment of the unsuspecting younger brother. With surprise, Ryu Min said that they were leaving today, presenting the information as something previously discussed between the brothers. The agitated Yen Ming slammed his fist on the wall of the building with all his newfound strength, producing a devastating effect. One powerful blow caused an impressive crack to form on the wall, demonstrating the player's incredible strength in the real world. The smug bully inwardly exulted, convinced that he had correctly invested game points in a measure of strength. As he prepared to strike next with his second fist, Yen Ming continued to enjoy his superhuman abilities. Having received a rune of strength that doubled his physical stats, he smugly believed himself to be the strongest man on Earth. The vain bully assumed that even professional wrestlers would be jealous of his power, which had no equal. After hitting the wall 1,000,000 times for practice, the belligerent bully decided it was time to put his newfound strength to the test in real combat. Yen Ming went to the brothers' old residence, loudly calling Ryu Ming to come out of the apartment to talk. Receiving no response, the angry bully began to insult the absent guy. Perplexed as to the reason for the silence, the annoyed Yen Ming mentally called the former victim an arrogant freak unwilling to answer the challenge. Remembering their last encounter, the cocky bully was sure he could easily humiliate his abuser with renewed vigor. Holding a grudge for a look thrown his way that day, the vindictive bully promised himself revenge and buried his opponent. Continuing to break down the door of the old apartment, Yen Ming contemptuously regarded the other player as a real loser, despite their shared status. The aggressive bully assumed that the freak was just hiding at home, wondering why he didn't come out even after knocking for a long time. The bully paused for a moment, contemplating the need to change tactics to achieve his vengeful goal. After listening and putting his ear to the door, a disappointed Yen Ming realized that there was no one in the apartment, and forced himself to leave without reaching his destination. Making a play, the bully didn't actually go anywhere, deciding to take a deep breath before blowing the door to splinters. An elderly man suddenly appeared and began to grumble unhappily, wondering what the student was doing in front of someone else's door. Annoyed, Yen Ming boldly asked why the old man cared about his actions. Asking if he was the landlord of the apartment, the elderly man confirmed that he was indeed the new owner of the home in question, much to the bully's surprise. The old man inquired about the purpose of the young man's visit, suggesting a meeting with a friend living in the apartment. The hypocritical bully confirmed the version of a friendly visit, expressing bewilderment at his friend's absence and asking to open the door. The proprietor regarded the insolent young visitor with surprise, assessing the truthfulness of his words and intentions. The shrewd old man assumed that the friend had simply abandoned the visitor without communicating anything about his plans to move. The landlord explained that the apartment is currently empty, as the previous tenant moved out today without leaving any information about the new place. The enraged Yen Ming began to boil with anger after learning of the offender's secret move, without a word of warning. Meanwhile, a delighted Ryu Wan commented on the impressive height of the luxurious tech building that has become their new home. The younger brother excitedly walked through the revolving front door, one more element of luxury that surprised the unaccustomed to comfort teenager. With amazement, the young man noted the presence of access cards to access the building, emphasizing the prestige of the new housing. The presence of a professional security guard at the entrance was an additional source of amazement for the impressionable teenager. Riding up in the elevator, a delighted Ryu-Won continued to share his impressions of his brother's delightful new place of residence. The brothers reached the 43rd floor of the high-rise building, enjoying the breathtaking views from the panoramic windows. Upon entering the new apartment, the younger brother was struck by the modern design and the obvious expensive luxury accommodation. The 330-square-meter apartment seemed incredible after the cramped doghouse they had lived in before. A curious Ryu-Won inquired about the cost of the apartment, learning a shocking figure, 22 million won for rent alone. The practical younger brother suggested choosing a more economical housing option, worrying about the reasonableness of such spending. Ryu-Min confidently rejected the offer, explaining the direct correlation between the high cost of rent and the quality of security guards important for their safety. On the first of every month, players fall into a coma, becoming extremely vulnerable to various real-world threats. In this helpless state, participants are exposed to dangers like fires, earthquakes, and, most disturbingly, premeditated murders. Preparing for immersion in another world requires maximum safety measures to protect the player's physical body while they are away. The solicitous elder inquired his brother's opinion of the new dwelling, receiving an enthusiastic reply of unquestioning approval. Ryu-Min was genuinely happy that he was finally able to please his younger brother by ensuring the comfort and safety of their new home. Suddenly, Ryu-Wan's face changed, reflecting the inner turmoil that clouded the joy of moving in. Unexpectedly, the older brother decided to apologize, expressing the thoughts that were weighing on him. The depressed young man expressed dismay at his brother's impending plunge into a dangerous world while he himself was enjoying a comfortable life. Unwilling to listen to the self-deprecating speech, Ryu-Ming lightly slapped his brother's shoulder in support and disagreement. The older man gently rebuked the younger man for being overly depressed and distrustful of his return, trying to lift the mood of his loved one. In an effort to distract his brother from his gloomy thoughts, the caring guardian suggested a visit to a Korean restaurant on the second floor of their new home. An unexpected message on his older brother's phone interrupted the conversation, drawing his attention to the screen. Ryu-Min realized that the annoying bully had found out about the move, but decided to ignore him, hoping to avoid any more encounters in reality. However, the experienced player was aware of the high probability of encountering a bully in another world during the upcoming rounds. The day after the successful move, the brothers began to settle into their new luxurious home. Ryu-Min, who woke up, was surprised to notice his younger brother already fully packed and ready to leave the house. The active teen explained his plans to pick up the rice cake he had ordered, much to the senior's bewilderment. A surprised Ryu-Ming was perplexed as to why go out so early for rice cake, not understanding the need for such a rush. Reflecting on the regression into the past, the older brother noted that not all events repeat themselves exactly, especially given the unusualness of going out early for pie. Upon inquiring as to the reason for the purchase, the senior received a response about wanting to treat the neighbors as a sign of friendliness after the move. Approving the initiative, Ryu-Min agreed on the benefit of building good relations with neighbors in the new house. Ryu-Won offered to go get the pie on his own, but the older man insisted on visiting the neighbors together, asking them to wait until he changed. The brothers went to meet the neighbors, ringing the first doorbell and politely introducing themselves after the owner's question. The young men explained that they had moved in next door and came to say hello, following the tradition of meeting new neighbors. The door was opened by a friendly woman, who greeted the new tenants of the elite house in a friendly manner. A surprised neighbor noted the brothers' striking resemblance, mistakenly assuming they were twins due to family resemblance. While presenting the gift, the brothers noted that rice cake is best eaten warm, so they recommended not to delay the treat. The touched woman thanked sincerely for the attention, promising to enjoy the gift from her new neighbors. Ryu Min politely announced that they had moved into apartment 4302 yesterday, introducing himself to another neighbor on the floor. Next in line was a man who also received a flavorful rice cake as a gift from the new tenants. To another neighbor, the brothers handed another neighbor a treat with the traditional phrase that "please take care," expressing their hope for good neighborly relations. A sweet mother with a small child also received her portion of pie, accompanied by sincere wishes for a pleasant appetite. As they approached the last apartment on the floor, the brothers discussed the eliteness of the upper floors, reserved for the wealthiest tenants. Ryumin speculated that their last neighbor might be a celebrity or a member of a wealthy family, though he didn't have the exact information. At the last door, no one answered the bell or knocked, which made the brothers doubt the presence of the owners. Reasonably suggesting to go home due to the lack of response, Ryu Ming did not insist on further attempts to get acquainted. A curious Ryu Wan put his ear to the door, trying to determine the presence of anyone inside the apartment by the sounds. Suddenly the door swung open, taking the brothers by surprise and presenting them with a startling sight. An incredibly beautiful girl, the famous actress Se Rin, appeared before the stunned brothers, looking equally surprised by the encounter. The admiring Ryu Wan instantly noted the girl's striking beauty, comparable to the angelic appearance of an unearthly creature. Suddenly, the large figure of a guard appeared in the doorway, shielding the fragile actress from the potential threat. The wary bodyguard inquired suspiciously about the identities of the strangers, assuming they were obsessive fans of the celebrity. An unperturbed Ryu Min calmly explained the situation, apologizing and introducing himself as the new neighbors from the apartment a floor below. The clearly surprised guard didn't expect that he was facing ordinary neighborhood boys, not the stalkers of his famous ward. The bodyguard apologized for the misunderstanding, and the hopeful younger brother offered to taste the rice cake he brought. The categorical security guard instantly rejected the offer, noting that the celebrity does not consume such food for dietary reasons. Resolutely ending the awkward encounter, the bodyguard walked to the door, pulling out the keycard to the apartment. Making it clear that the audience was over, the guard ordered the actress inside without slowing her step or continuing the conversation. Interested in the guys, the actress was clearly uncomfortable with her security guard's rough treatment of her new neighbors. The observant older brother noted the unwarranted rudeness of the unknown person's behavior defending the celebrity. The wise Ryu Ming calmed down his disappointed younger brother, explaining the bodyguard's behavior as a professional necessity. An excited Ryu Wan admiringly asked his brother if he had noticed the incredible beauty of the girl who appeared in front of them. The absent-minded elder did not at first understand his brother's delight, not giving much thought to the fleeting encounter with his neighbor. The amazed teenager tried to explain the obvious to his brother, wondering how he could have failed to notice the girl's dazzling beauty. A shocked Ryu Wan called out the name of famous actress Se Rin, wondering if his brother didn't recognize the national star. The gorgeous Se Rin, back in her expensive apartment, was browsing through the news feeds on her smartphone. The thoughtful actress reflected on the fragility of life while reading the news of a fellow actor's death due to panic disorder. While scrolling through the comments, the celebrity noticed a question about her possible attendance at a colleague's upcoming funeral. Putting the phone away, the shocked girl pondered the suddenness of the death of a successful man who seemed invulnerable. The terrified actress realized that without a successful rune in the deadly game, her own fate could have turned out just as tragically. The thoughtful actress was aware of her own professional growth, wondering how often her thoughts returned to the death game. Critically assessing her achievements, the celebrity pondered whether she could have reached such heights without the company's investment. Even the luxurious penthouse was not rented by herself. The attentive bodyguard noticed his ward's pensive state and delicately inquired about the subject of her musings. The shrewd guard didn't take the formal answer all well, reminding her of the need for complete candor in their special relationship. Trusting, the girl confessed her anxieties about surviving the next round of the game and amazement at the rapid transformation of the world. The confident bodyguard tried to calm the actress down, reassuring her not to worry about a future round as long as he was around. The caring protector advised the tense girl to trust him and relax, freeing herself from oppressive thoughts. The celebrity expressed unequivocal trust in the guard, recognizing his exceptional position in her life. The actress recalled the initial wariness when the company assigned her a security manager who seemed to be a surveillance tool. Gratefully, the girl recognized that if it wasn't for the protector repelling the goblins' attack in the game, she would have definitely died. The devoted bodyguard promised protection under any circumstances, urging his ward to never give up. The heartbroken actress sincerely thanked for the support, acknowledging the importance of such encouraging words. The conversation shifted to the two neighbor brothers, with the guard warning suspiciously that such people always want something and will not stop once they get even the slightest concession. Disagreeing with the guard's categorical attitude, the girl noted the friendliness emanating from her new neighbors. Reflecting on her younger brother, the actress assumed he was no more than 15, wondering how they were able to kill 100 goblins in a round. The impressed celebrity noted the remarkable ability of people who have gone through horrific events to behave as if nothing had happened. The cocky bodyguard dismissively remarked that only a complete dumbass wouldn't be able to handle 100 goblins. Rin recalled that the excellent performance in the game was due to the outstanding skills in that world. Remembering Black Braid, the actress recognized him as a true professional, far superior to the usual players. The intrigued girl pondered the real life of the enigmatic warrior, assuming some sort of job or occupation in the ordinary world. The actress realized that she could survive round 2 if she partnered with someone like Black Braid. Recognizing his exceptional skills, Ryu-Wan was busy cleaning the apartment at 11 a.m. on January 31st, happy to have his older brother home after important chores. The younger brother celebrated the older brother's return by creating a cozy atmosphere in their new luxurious abode. Inquiring about the results of the lottery, the teenager received a nonchalant reply about winning a not-so-big 15 billion won. A curious Ryu-Wan asked about the bank's reaction to his brother's 4th win, suggesting some suspicion on the part of the financiers. The older man told of the bank director's extreme surprise at seeing the incredibly lucky lottery winner again. An intrigued banker inquired about the secret of success, receiving a cryptic answer about a divine prediction seen in a dream. The astonished director expressed his admiration for the incredible good fortune, confessing his desire to possess a similar gift of foresight. The younger brother became uncomfortable with what he heard, realizing the hoax created by the elder to explain the incredible winnings. Ryu-Wan asked directly about plans to invest his new winnings in Bitcoin, receiving an affirmative answer from the confident investor. Showing financial caution, Junior asked if it was time to withdraw funds from cryptocurrency due to possible devaluation. Black Braid reassured his brother, reassuring him of the soundness of his strategy based on his knowledge of future market fluctuations. The caring senior offered not to worry about finances, promising to take care of all the worries and inviting distractions from serious topics. The brothers enjoyed gourmet meals at a restaurant with a breathtaking view, making up for years of previous want and restriction. Returning home at dusk with their many purchases, they rejoiced in the simple happiness of mutual presence and new life. 5 minutes before midnight on the 1st of the 1st, the brothers realized the inevitable start of a new round of the deadly game. The anxious younger brother clutched his older brother's hand tightly, realizing that he was about to fall into a coma for the duration of the game. The emotional teen begged his brother to return, confessing his complete dependence and inability to live without his support. Ryu-Min tried to calm the younger man down, reminding him of his victory over the school bully as proof of his extraordinary strength. The caring senior asked not to be afraid, assuring them of their ability to handle the upcoming challenges of the game. Lastly, Ryu-Min promised to be there for him when Junior opened his eyes, saying goodbye before the inevitable immersion into the game world. At the crucial moment, Ryu-Ming's consciousness left the real world, moving into the game reality where he was becoming Black Scythe. Gradually, all the other players also loaded onto the familiar valley, the starting place of the previous death round. The participants could hardly believe what was happening, discussing the swiftness of returning to the terrifying world where they were to fight for life once again. One of the girls was startled to notice a certain person, excitedly reporting his presence to the surrounding players. That person turned out to be Black Braid, the winner of the first round, who had earlier secluded himself to talk to the angel alone. The experienced warrior noticed that no one dared to approach him, realizing the fear instilled by his legendary reputation. Yen Ming also materialized in the game space, noting that all the participants seemed to have already had time to gather for the new challenge. Ryu Ming mentally wondered about the timing of the angel's appearance, waiting for the start of another deadly round. Suddenly, a divine being appeared in front of the gathering, calmly inquiring if everyone had already arrived at the location. The shocked players noticed another angel standing in front of them, perplexed at the fate of the previous first-round guide. The new divine being reported that something had happened to the first angel, causing him to no longer be able to appear in front of the participants. In an effort to prevent panic, the second angel assured those gathered that they had nothing to worry about at the moment. A new guide has announced his appointment to guide the players from now on, taking over from the vanished angel. Getting to the point, the new deity announced the need to announce the task for the second round of the death game. In front of players appeared information screens describing the main quest. Choose a representative of the region within 3 hours. Surprised participants waiting for the traditional monster-slaying task noticed information about the number of potential survivors. With relief, The players realized that everyone could survive this round, unlike the carnage of the first challenge. The observant deity noticed the general bewilderment and offered to clarify the specifics of the new round for all participants. Angel explained that this round will not require fighting. The challenge will end after the region's representative is chosen. Deity emphasized the importance of the role of a representative with the power to give orders to other players in future rounds. The new guide emphasized the fatal consequences of disobeying the orders of an elected representative. The death of the disobedient. Within 3 hours, each player will receive a voting ticket with which to choose a representative for their region. The incredulous participants questioned whether it would really end so easily, without the traditional carnage. Angel confirmed that voting is the main quest of the second round, allowing a quiet return home, calling it a small respite. The people in the valley greeted the news of a safe round with jubilation, rejoicing at the possibility of surviving without a bloody battle with monsters. Angel announced the need to select a representative for the region, limiting the voting time to 3 hours for all participants. Reluctant players doubted the simplicity of the task, noting the appeal of being a representative with power over the rest. A disappointed Yen Ming expressed his displeasure as he had been preparing for a combat clash, rather than a peaceful vote all along. The friend tried to calm the bully by emphasizing the advantage of surviving without a fight, but the bully lamented the wasted investment in strength. Black Scythe, upon hearing the complaints, assumed Yen Ming had obtained a power rune, assessing the balance of power between the players. The seasoned veteran noted the similarities of what was happening to past time cycles, realizing that 3 hours would be spent discussing the candidates. A sophisticated player knew that electing a representative was not the primary goal for those seeking real progress. Behind the obvious main quest were additional quests that were more valuable to experienced players seeking a strategic advantage. Hidden quests in the second round provided advancement opportunities to gain a class critical in future challenges. Black Scythe's priority was to reach level 10 as quickly as possible, unlocking access to unique abilities. Moving away from the main crowd, an experienced hunter spotted a lone goblin in the forest, presenting an opportunity to gain experience. The strategist decided to get the monster's attention, intending to level up as quickly as possible through eliminating this threat. The vile creature lunged at the hunter with a primitive dagger, unaware of the inevitability of its own demise. The determined warrior drew his professional weapons, sword and dagger, preparing for a swift and effective attack. In one masterful move, the experienced fighter severed the goblin's head, displaying impressive weapon skills. For successfully eliminating the monster, the hunter received bonus experience and 15 gold coins, confirming the correctness of the strategy. The decision to go deeper into the forest for further hunting proved to be exceptionally sound, promising a rich catch of experience and resources. Knowing the distribution patterns of the monsters, the strategist moved forward confidently, expecting to discover entire groups of enemies. His expectations were soon confirmed. There was a whole pack of goblins nearby, presenting a great opportunity to gain experience. At the sight of his opponent's numerical superiority, the experienced hunter only smirked, confident in his ability to quickly deal with the threat. Fearlessly facing the monsters alone, the warrior waited for the attack to begin, ready to demonstrate the superiority of his skills. As soon as the goblins rushed at him, Black Scythe instantly attacked the first one without even moving from the accuracy of the strike. The movements of an experienced fighter resembled the work of a true professional, each lunge resulting in the instant death of the enemy. In a few minutes of intense combat, the warrior defeated 5-10 goblins, gaining an increase in all stats by an impressive 50%. Realizing that only a little time had passed, the determined hunter understood the possibility of further advancement to achieve his goals. Opening the status window, the sophisticated player saw the achievement of level 9 and decided to invest all available points in dexterity, realizing the value of each of the 4 characteristics. The experienced fighter noted that while an even distribution of characteristics was preferable for reapers using physical and magical power, his strategy required a different approach. Suddenly, the warrior's delicate hearing picked up a suspicious rustle in the nearby bushes, interrupting his thoughts on character development. The veteran mentally noted the presence of a stalker, remembering similar situations from past attempts when he too had been followed while hunting. Resolutely turning to the hidden watcher, Black Scythe demanded to be shown, warning of the serious consequences of disobedience. A graceful female foot emerged cautiously from its hiding place, treading the ground with notable grace and caution. To the hunter's amazement, the famous actress Se-Ah-Rin emerged from the bushes, awkwardly greeting the surprised warrior. A puzzled Black Braid couldn't understand why a famous actress would choose to follow him into a dangerous forest full of monsters. The embarrassed girl apologized for following, and her vigilant bodyguard appeared from behind the trees, following her ward. The celebrity hastened to assure the absence of evil intentions, hoping for understanding and forgiveness from the stern warrior. The professional bodyguard politely introduced himself as An Sang-chul, showing respect for the powerful player. Black Scythe instantly recognized the bodyguard as the right-hand man of the mysterious Ma Gen-lok, an important figure in his strategic plans. The experienced strategist remembered that Ma Gen-lok, the eldest son of the owner of a major company and a player with the alias Heavenly Demon, was one of his targets to recruit as an ally. The far-sighted warrior realized that such an alliance would accelerate his growth, but the priestess who would accompany the Heavenly Demon in the final 20th round remained the main target. The surprised player had not expected to encounter Ma Gen-lok's right hand in this forest, causing him to rethink the current situation. A sudden realization came to Black Braid. In front of him stood not just the actress's bodyguard, but an important strategic character from his future plans. The analytical mind recalled the known information about Ma Gen-lok's business connection with a certain celebrity's sponsorship, connecting the disparate facts. Remaining unperturbed, the hunter inquired about the motives behind the pursuit, inwardly worrying about yet another change in the familiar future. The outspoken actress explained that she noticed him going into the woods from the beginning and decided to follow him out of curiosity and ulterior motives. Black Braid asked directly about the reason for the surveillance, to which the girl hastened to assure that there was no malice, mentioning a certain proposal. The delighted celebrity admitted to being impressed with his first-place finish in the initial round, which caught her attention. The actress directly offered the collaboration, showing a genuine interest in joining forces with the power player. Inwardly chuckling, the veteran wondered at the motives behind such an offer, realizing the one-sidedness of the potential benefit. Decisively rejecting the offer, the skillful warrior declared his self-sufficiency and preference for acting alone. Categorically, Black Scythe explained his unwillingness to fight with them on the same side, definitively rejecting the possibility of an alliance. The disappointed visitors left, and the bodyguard mentally reflected on the difficult character of the self-confident warrior who rejected the seemingly favorable cooperation. The bodyguard inwardly resented the arrogance of the rejected warrior, wondering how he dared to speak so dismissively to the other players. Suddenly, the fragile actress fell to her knees, showing signs of severe emotional distress after the abrupt rejection. In a trembling voice, the girl admitted that the pressure of the situation was too terrible, to which the fellow indifferently inquired what kind of pressure we were talking about. A frustrated Ah-rin explained the collapse of her hopes of teaming up with the number one, admitting to the utter failure of her elaborate plan. The angry bodyguard harshly characterized such players as overly proud, incapable of even considering alliance. The defender lamented the time wasted on a man who absolutely did not appreciate their offer and effort, showing clear frustration. As they left, the bodyguard thought about the remaining time they would have to spend hunting monsters on their own, like Black Scythe had already done. At the same time, a lone goblin wandered carefree through the forest, unaware of the approaching danger of his existence. Suddenly, a lightning-fast Black Scythe emerged from behind the bushes, swiftly approaching the unsuspecting victim. Disposing of the monster, the experienced hunter pondered the ridiculousness of offering cooperation when he was too busy with more important tasks. Focused on leveling up, the warrior understood the priority of this task, having already eliminated 60 goblins single-handedly. Deeper into the forest, the experienced player discovered a new type of enemy, huge wolf-like creatures with formidable weapons. Instantly assessing the situation, the strategist realized that these monsters posed a greater threat than the previous goblins, requiring a different approach. Instead of fear, however, the hunter felt the joy of stronger opponents promising accelerated level increases. The hyena-like creatures rushed forward at the lone man, intending to tear him apart with a collective attack. The 5 huge monsters posed a serious threat that seemed impossible for a normal player to handle alone. The unflappable warrior stood calmly with his dagger at the ready, waiting for the perfect moment to deliver the killing blow. Choosing the right moment, Black Scythe made a lightning-fast leap with a swing of his dagger, attacking all the monsters in one coordinated movement. Incredible skill allowed him to hit all the hyenas in one swift jump, sending their lifeless bodies to the ground. The system alerted the level up. The experienced strategist had finally reached the coveted 10th level, according to his careful plans. Encouraged by his success, Black Scythe accessed the store and activated a hidden side quest, happy to be nearing the cherished goal of obtaining a unique class. Faced with side quests, ordinary players fell into a stupor from not understanding the hidden mechanisms of the game world. The confused newcomers didn't know where to find the necessary advancement items, asking numerous questions with no obvious answers. Recognizing the critical importance of gaining a class, players were left in the dark about the conditions for acquiring items, available only when special requirements were met. Only after meeting specific conditions unique to each class did players gain access to the necessary items to advance. Becoming a berserker required hunting by bleeding one's own blood, demonstrating the insane bravery of the future class. Assassins had to strike many blows precisely in the back, reflecting the insidious nature of their future specialization. Each class required actions that matched its essence. Black Scythe remembered how he used to get the hunter class by repeatedly attacking monsters and hiding in the forest. Since the discovery of the Reaper class, the experienced player has always chosen only this specialization, perfectly matching his playstyle. Decisively applying the angel blood stored in his hand, the strategist used the rare item to transform his character. The system warned of the irreversibility of the class selection, asking for one last confirmation before the final transformation. Without a second's hesitation, the confident warrior confirmed the choice, fully aware of the consequences of his decision. The angel's magical blood triggered the transformation process, transforming the player into a powerful reaper, a collector of souls. As a reward for advancing, Black Scythe received a rune that greatly reduces the chance of being detected by the enemy when standing still in the dark. An additional reward was the legendary scythe, the traditional weapon of the chosen class, a satisfying experience for the experienced player. Increasing rank opened up access to special bonuses in a complex hierarchy of 6 rungs, including unlocking class skills and special items. The first player to advance would receive a neutral skill worth 20,000 gold, causing Black Scythe to immediately test the new ability. Testing the capabilities of the new skill, the Reaper activated the target tracking aimed at his longtime acquaintance, Huang Enmin. The system determined the location of the tracked object, indicating a distance of 90 meters and providing a glowing line for navigation. The shrewd strategist realized that his potential victim was relatively close in the same forest, which made the upcoming encounter easier. Remembering the past attempt when Yan Ming was 2 kilometers away, the determined Reaper decided to pay the bully a visit to settle personal scores. At the same moment, the exhausted company consisting of actress Ah Rin and her loyal bodyguard Sang Chul were slowly making their way through the dangerous forest, unaware of the approaching encounter. The exhausted actress collapsed to the ground from extreme exhaustion, unable to continue fleeing from her pursuers. The girl admitted that she had injured her leg and could no longer run, while the alarmed bodyguard insisted that movement was necessary to avoid capture. In an attempt to help his ward, the loyal defender encouraged her to continue on her way, but received only apologies from the exhausted celebrity. Sang Chul shared the reassuring theory that wounds sustained in the game world do not transfer to reality, assuring that it is enough to last until the end of the round. Encouraged by this prospect, the actress promised to endure the pain, realizing the temporariness of her condition and hoping for a safe return. Suddenly, a mysterious voice broke their conversation, frighteningly inquiring about the direction of their path and making both of them wince in surprise. A gang led by Yan Ming appeared in front of them, regretting the decision to chase the couple into this dangerous forest. After assessing the situation, Sang Chul realized his inability to protect the actress from the numerous bandits, finding himself in a desperate situation. Inwardly, the bodyguard was angry at the idiot actress, holding her responsible for their pursuers catching up with them in the dangerous forest. Determined to make the only decision possible, the loyal defender prepared to stand and fight, despite the obvious numerical superiority. Yan Ming was amused by the lone bodyguard's self-confidence, mocking his belief that he could stand up to an entire gang. Mockingly, the ringleader offered a closer look at the numerical superiority of the attackers, emphasizing the hopelessness of resistance. The desperate bodyguard tried to appeal to reason, questioning the reasons for the harassment and suggesting a peaceful separation without conflict. The gang leader cynically replied that the pair had done nothing to them, provoking a counter-question about the reasons for the chase and aggression. With cold directness, the bandits explained the simple reason for the pursuit. They needed something from the fugitives. Uncovering the cards, the pursuers pointed to the girl behind the bodyguard's back as the only object of their interest. Ayun Min emphasized his indifference to the bodyguard's fate by openly declaring his interest solely in actress Se Ah Rin. The bandits whispered amongst themselves, debating the authenticity of the celebrity, questioning whether the person in front of them was a copycat instead of a real actress. Pragmatic pursuers decided that the exact resemblance of the appearance to the original made the issue irrelevant to their purposes. The cold-blooded Yan Ming offered a deal. The bodyguard would be free to leave if he left the girl to them, promising not to pursue him. The cynical Sang Chul mentally complained that if he knew the gang's true purpose, he would have long ago left the actress without the slightest hesitation. Internally torn by contradictions, the bodyguard was unwilling to sacrifice his life for the actress, but feared disappointing the powerful director Ma Genlock. Realizing the hopelessness of the situation, the loyal defender made the only possible decision: to fight despite the obvious numerical superiority. Amused by the old man's self-confidence, Yen Ming mockingly assumed that the bodyguard didn't realize the reality of his situation. Desperate to appeal to their conscience, Sangchul reminded them of the criminal nature of their actions, hoping for a show of humanity. The cynical Yen Ming burst into loud laughter, genuinely amused by the attempt to appeal to morality in this ruthless game world. Mockingly, the ringleader asked if there were laws in the game and who made them, mocking the threat of a statement in the real world. Demonstrating a full understanding of the anonymity of the game, the bully noted the lack of evidence of his identity, emphasizing the impunity of his actions. The bodyguard realized the bandit was right, annoyed at his inability to counter anything logical with sadistic arguments. Having given up hope of being persuaded by reasonable arguments, the defender prepared for an unequal fight despite his injuries. Suddenly, the tense atmosphere changed with the appearance of another person coming out of the forest towards the confrontation site. Black Scythe watched silently from the sidelines, assessing the situation before possibly intervening. A surprised Yen Ming did not expect to see the first-round champion here, perplexed as to when he had managed to appear unnoticed. Ryu Min, known in the game as Black Scythe, directly inquired about what was going on, intervening in the conflict situation. The irritated ringleader tried to brush it off, but received a curt reply that the question was not addressed to him, but to the other participants. Seizing the moment, the desperate Sangchul revealed the true situation, asking for the help of a strong player who could change the balance of power. Yen Ming mentally branded the bodyguard as a rat for quickly revealing all the information in front of a potential ally. Black Braid asked the gang leader directly about the veracity of the accusations, receiving an irritated response about his lack of relevance. Unfazed by the rising tension, the Reaper stepped forward, showing his determination to intervene in the conflict. With growing anger, the warrior claimed personal acquaintance with the pursued, signaling his interest in what was happening. Seeing the new member's aggressive attitude, an alarmed Yen Ming inquired about his intentions, sensing an impending threat. A huge scythe materialized in Black Scythe's hands, the symbol of the Reaper class he had received, exuding an ominous red energy and portending imminent retribution against the gang. Yen Ming was annoyed by the sudden appearance of a powerful warrior, while the pursuing couple was genuinely happy about Black Scythe's intervention. The experienced strategist instantly analyzed the situation, realizing the benefit of helping the actress and her bodyguard in the long run. The calculating Reaper realized that saving the celebrity would ensure the gratitude of the influential Ma Jianlok, opening up strategic opportunities. The far-sighted warrior estimated that the reward from the gratitude of an important superior would be twice the energy expenditure to provide this service. Aside from the practical benefits, Black Braid had a personal dislike for the brazen bandits, wanting to teach them a lesson for their behavior. The alarmed gang began to show signs of great anxiety, the ringleader demanding a halt, seeing the determination of the new adversary. Desperately trying to appear formidable, Yen Ming warned of the deadly consequences for the Reaper if he took one more step. The unperturbed Black Scythe mockingly inquired about the problem, suggesting the gang share the desired fight with him instead of the weaker victims. The enraged Yen Ming inwardly resented the insolence of the guy who dared to address him and his gang so defiantly. The doubting ringleader remembered how this very man had torn up goblins with his bare hands and had taken first place in the entire game in the previous round. Realizing the power of his opponent made the bandit question whether there was anyone willing to stand up to this true monster of the gaming world. Suddenly, the ringleader's facial expression changed drastically, showing deep shock at some sudden thought or realization. Black Scythe turned to his opponents in an icy tone, warning of other methods of resolving the conflict if a fair fight was refused. An anxious Yen Ming inquired about guarantees of freedom once the conditions were met, looking for a way to avoid a deadly collision. The ruthless Reaper reserved the right to decide the fate of the bandits, demanding that the ringleader kneel down and beg for mercy. The shocked Yen Ming couldn't believe the demand for such humiliation, considering it impermissible for his pride. The prospect of public humiliation in front of friends and a beautiful girl seemed especially unbearable, absolutely destroying authority. Desperate to avoid a fight with a powerful opponent, the irritated ringleader still could not bear such an insult. A sudden thought struck Yen Ming, making him stop and rethink his strategy in the current situation. The cocky bully remembered his own strength, capable of breaking through a wall with his bare hands, counting on a lucky punch sending his opponent flying. This ambitious idea infuriated the self-loving bully, offering a face-saving way out of a humiliating situation. Resolutely addressing Black Scythe, the adamant Yen Ming adamantly refused to kneel, choosing the path of resistance over surrender. Aggressively rejecting the humiliating demand, Yen Ming accused Black Scythe of wanting his own death, showing ostentatious confidence. The cunning ringleader planned to stealthily shorten the distance for a crushing blow, counting on the element of surprise. The cocky bandit was convinced that his blow would be fatal to any opponent, including the legendary warrior. Comparing his strength to his ability to smash brick walls, Yanming had no doubt that the human body had no chance against his might. To the surprise of those present, Black Scythe defiantly put away his formidable weapon, preferring hand-to-hand combat. The perplexed Yanming didn't understand the motives behind such a decision. Suspecting some sort of trick or hidden strategy, the experienced Reaper explained his gesture as a desire for a fair fight, considering the use of weapons against an unarmed opponent too easy a victory. The irritated ringleader reacted sharply to his opponent's overconfidence, accusing him of completely losing his sense of reality. Wasting no time for further conversation, Black Scythe instantly disappeared from his seat, displaying an incredible movement speed. Lightning fast, the experienced warrior covered the distance and rushed towards the stunned gang leader with unrelenting determination. The arrogant Yanming took the abandonment of weapons and straightforward attack as foolishness. Confident in his superiority and his opponent's doom, the ringleader swung his powerful fist, aiming for the head of the approaching Black Scythe, anticipating a triumphant victory. With superior agility, the experienced warrior easily dodged the blow, forcing the ringleader's fist past without the slightest contact. The expression on Yanming's face changed drastically, reflecting sudden pain and the realization of a serious error in his opponent's assessment. Masterfully taking advantage of the slip, Black Scythe delivered a crushing knee strike, catching the cocky ringleader off guard. The powerful impact sent the bandit's body flying several meters away, demonstrating the enormous difference in the opponent's combat skills. The unperturbed Reaper remained standing in place with a completely calm expression on his face, emphasizing the ease of the victory gained. Trembling in pain and humiliation, Yanming too restrained himself, swore at his tormentor, unwilling to admit defeat. Black Scythe made a sarcastic remark about his opponent's profanity, showing contempt for his behavior. To emphasize his superiority, the ruthless warrior delivered one more kick to the lying enemy, commenting on his unworthy behavior. Slowly approaching his defeated opponent, the dominant victor enjoyed the absolute advantage in this one-sided bout. Grabbing the ringleader by his shirt, the imperious Reaper lifted him slightly off the ground, preparing to continue the punishment for his insolence and arrogance. Using his incredible agility, Black Scythe unleashed countless lightning-fast punches on the helpless Yanming's face. The tortured ringleader compared his opponent's blows to a hammer, feeling each one like the crushing blow of a forging tool on his face. The bewildered Yanming could not understand the source of such strength in his opponent, considering his physical stats unrivaled in the game world. The finely broken ringleader agonized over the secret of Black Scythe's superiority, not realizing the colossal difference in gaming experience and strategic thinking. The defeated Yanming watched Black Scythe with horror, whose face remained completely impassive as he delivered crushing blows. One of the ringleader's henchmen made a desperate move, attempting to fire his bow, but the other bandits tried to stop their reckless comrade. The watching actress instinctively cried out, alerting the fighter to the arrow flying in his direction, showing unexpected concern. With incredible agility, Black Scythe ducked easily, allowing the deadly projectile to fly past without the slightest risk of being hit. Realizing the failure of his only chance, the terrified archer realized the criticality of his situation, expecting inevitable retaliation for the attempted assassination. The ruthless Reaper was not going to forgive such insolence, immediately rushing towards a new victim with relentless determination. Using a zigzag motion to minimize the risk from possible new shots, the experienced fighter was rapidly closing the distance. Sarcastically, Black Scythe noted his opponent's good fortune in obtaining a bow, while pointing out his lack of skill with the weapon. Continuing the psychological pressure, the confident warrior emphasized the fatal failure of the bandits who met him specifically in their path. In a split second, his deadly weapon materialized in the Reaper's hand, ready to rain down on the terrified archer. With a merciless blow, Black Scythe severed the unfortunate man's arm, forever preventing him from ever picking up a bow again. The remaining comrades broke out into furious shouts and threats, promising not to leave a living spot on the offender for reprisal. The bald bandit swung his dagger desperately, hoping to hit the invulnerable warrior with at least one successful lunge. With mocking contempt, the Reaper inquired as to the extent of the assailant's confidence in the success of his hopeless attack. Activating a special skill, the experienced fighter created a death mark over the bald foe's head, foreshadowing imminent retribution. The mighty scythe in the master's hands described a deadly arc, heading toward the doomed victim with irresistible force. The Reaper's face expressed absolute seriousness and determination, showing complete confidence in the infallibility of his actions. Paralyzed with terror, The comrade froze in utmost shock, shackled by the chains of fear and incapable of any resistance. The remaining bandits watched in a daze as their friend was stripped of part of his leg, with an ease that demonstrated the absolute superiority of the enemy. Looking on in horror at what was happening, one of them desperately begged for mercy for his comrade, unable to believe the cruel reality of what was happening. Ignoring the pleas, the relentless Black Scythe had already rushed towards the remaining gang members, intending to complete the massacre he had started. "If you're coming at me with a gun, you believe you have a chance," Black Scythe said coldly, before making a decisive strike. In one lightning-fast movement, the Reaper mercilessly chopped off the arm of another attacker, instantly ending his futile resistance. The experienced warrior mentally noted the effectiveness of the resulting mark, allowing it to cut through even the opponent's armor thanks to the double damage. With professional calm, Black Scythe surveyed the defeated bandits he had just easily chopped up with his weapon. Realizing his own strength, the ruthless Reaper realized that this fight was too easy for his level, not requiring even minimal effort. Determined to enter his 100th cycle of time, the seasoned warrior had no intention of stopping with his strategy. The goal was to instill indelible terror in all surviving bandits so that they would never again dare to attack innocent people. The bleeding victims begged for mercy, believing themselves to be dying and trying to invoke the victor's mercy with their pleas. The ruthless Reaper coldly noted that no one had ever died from such wounds before, downplaying the severity of the damage. Realizing the incompleteness of the task, the determined warrior realized that there was still one more important thing left that required his attention. Black Scythe resolutely turned toward the last remaining opponent, intent on finishing the carnage he had begun. Gang leader Yen Ming was unsuccessfully hiding behind a tree when the Reaper mockingly pointed out the obvious futility of this attempt to hide. With a wave of his deadly scythe, the relentless Avenger declared no exceptions, promising to hold the ringleader accountable as well. The bandit, who had just lost his arm, began to scream in pain, expressing an extreme degree of physical suffering. The irritated Reaper abruptly cut the shouting short, scornfully comparing the bandit's behavior to girls, showing a lack of pity. With bitterness, Black Scythe recalled past bullying in the real world, hinting at a personal vendetta against the ringleader. The Avenger cynically noted that his current actions hurt far less than what he himself had once endured. Actress Xia Rin and bodyguard An Sang-chul watched the merciless massacre with amazement, not expecting such brutality. The shocked bodyguard pondered the ruthlessness of a man capable of chopping off the limbs of an already surrendered opponent. Despite the brutality of the actions, the professional defender had respect for such people. Recognizing the effectiveness of this approach, the experienced bodyguard realized that with the right talents, Black Scythe could stand up to even the president. Having completed the massacre, the caring victor turned to the rescued, wondering how they were feeling after their nightmare. The grateful Xia Rin and An Sang-chul confirmed their well-being by expressing their sincere gratitude for the timely rescue. The practical Black Braid assured the freedmen that they could now vote in peace as long as the wounded bandits had difficulty moving. The rescued couple once again expressed their deep gratitude to their deliverer, sincerely admiring his courage and determination. Unexpectedly, the empathetic actress inquired about the fate of the defeated bandits, worrying whether they would die from their wounds. Black Scythe coldly observed the pointlessness of such concern, comparing the bandits' behavior to beasts of prey. The observant warrior mentally noted the girl's excessive kindness, inappropriate in the harsh realities of the deadly game. The cynical Reaper pondered the motives behind the celebrity's compassion, suggesting the maintenance of a public image instead of genuine feelings. Suddenly, the thoughtful bodyguard asked the winner for permission to ask a personal question in a respectful manner. A curious Sang-chul inquired as to the reason for sparing the bandits, given the lack of punishment for murder in the game world. The tense Un Ming inwardly shrank at these words, fearing the reminder of the possibility of final reprisal from the victor. Satisfied with the insightfulness of the question, Black Braid noted the guard's demeanor as typical of a powerful man's right-hand man. Rationally explaining his decision, the Reaper pointed out that there was no benefit from the death of the bandits, demonstrating strategic thinking. The bemused bodyguard didn't understand the logic, warning of potential future trouble from surviving enemies. With disdain, Black Scythe pointed to the pitiful state of the defeated opponents, precluding any serious threat in the future. Sarcastically characterizing the bandits as bugs, the experienced strategist completely dismissed the possibility of any trouble from them. The astute Reaper explained the strategic aspect of preserving player lives to maintain the total number of participants in the following rounds. The impressed bodyguard realized the rationality of the argument. Fewer survivors meant fewer overall places in the game. Respectfully appreciating the deep understanding of the game mechanics, Sang-chul recognized the superiority of Black Scythe's strategic thinking. Agreeing with the logic, the bodyguard offered to forget about the scum, recognizing the validity of the seasoned warrior's position. With the matter completed, the pragmatic Reaper announced his departure, not wanting to waste time on further conversation. The grateful bodyguard tried to stop the savior by offering a financial reward in the real world, but was firmly refused. The astonished Sang-chul could not believe in selfless help rejecting material reward, which was contrary to his life experience. The professional bodyguard decided to report to the president of the company, realizing the importance of information about an extraordinary player. As he left, the bodyguard heard only the pitiful sobs of the defeated bandits, lamenting their humiliating defeat in the forest wilderness. Despite wanting to finish off his enemies, the disciplined Sang-chul decided to hold back, recognizing the rightness of Black Scythe's strategic decision. Meanwhile, a veritable nightmare was unfolding in the valley, with distraught players unable to decide on a representative for the region. Irritated participants traded insults, questioning each other's eligibility for the important status of representative. Peaceful players tried to stop the conflict between the two ambitious challengers from escalating, fearing an escalation of violence. The self-proclaimed candidate criticized the impulsiveness of his opponents, offering himself as a more reasonable alternative for the responsible position. A self-confident participant tried to impress with family ties, mentioning the congressman's father as an argument for his worthiness. Skeptical players mocked the lame claims, questioning the veracity of the claims about high-ranking relatives. Suddenly, the chaotic arguments were interrupted by an imperious voice demanding silence, instantly silencing all participants in anticipation. Mint Ming-chu reminded of the 2-hour time limit until the end of voting, urging that precious time not be wasted on empty arguments. Interested players inquired about ideas for solving the selection problem, to which the mint guy confidently stated that there was a great solution. The crowd in the clearing waited intriguedly for an explanation of the proposed method, hoping for an end to the grueling confrontation. The self-assured Ming-chu mentally noted the pliability of the crowd, anticipating the successful application of his persuasion rune. The strategist realized that under the current circumstances, his magical ability would be effective again, just as it had been on previous occasions. Thinking back to the initial disappointment at receiving the rune of persuasion, the guy realized how wrong his first assessment had been. Initially, the ability seemed useless against monsters with no speech and no ability to communicate. However, resourceful Ming-chu soon discovered an effective way to use the rune, revealing its potential in an unexpected context. During the first round, he noticed another player desperately fighting goblins, which gave him the idea of manipulation. Taking advantage of the situation, the cunning manipulator shouted about a woman in distress requiring immediate help from those around her. Under the influence of the rune, all those who heard the scream immediately rushed to help the non-existent girl, leaving their current tasks behind. Using similar tactics repeatedly, the resourceful Ming-chu stole unkilled goblins, easily racking up 100 kills without any serious risk. Convinced of the efficacy of his method, the ambitious manipulator expected to easily become chairman this time around. Ming-chu suggested a structured approach, first identifying 5 candidates and then selecting the most deserving among them. The practical suggestion received the general approval of the crowd, who recognized the reasonableness and constructiveness of the idea in the present situation. After receiving support, a satisfied Ming-chu suggested moving to nominate candidates by a simple show of hands by those willing to do so. The astute mint guy additionally made a rule about not being able to self-nominate, preventing a repeat of the previous chaos. The self-styled son of a congressman was clearly disappointed when he heard about the ban on self-nomination that ruined his ambitious plans. The crowd unanimously supported Ming-chu's reasonable proposal, cheering for a structured approach to solving the problem. Puzzled participants thought about possible candidates, realizing the difficulty of choosing among unfamiliar people. Anticipating such a reaction, the cunning manipulator realized that in this situation only the players who stood out would be named. One of the participants proposed to make Ming-chu himself the chairman, fully in line with the secret expectations of the ambitious strategist. The supporting player argued that the representative should be an intelligent person with leadership skills, clearly alluding to the organizer. Additional votes noted the mint guy's current ability to effectively manage a crowd, strengthening his candidacy. Beginning to humbly thank him for his trust, Ming-chu was unexpectedly interrupted by a suggestion to nominate Black Scythe, the first-round champion. The prudent strategist anticipated such a development, realizing the inevitability of mentioning the best player from the previous challenge. The meeting continued with the nomination of the second and third place winners of the first round, Life Documentary and Black Dragon. In summing up, the organizer announced 4 candidates, leaving room for one more if those in attendance had additional suggestions. After there were no new names, Ming-chu suggested dwelling on the nominated candidates, requiring each to give a keynote speech. Taking advantage of his status as an organizer, the The manipulator wished to speak first, planning to make the most of the power of the rune of persuasion. E2. Having started a high-pitched speech about ruling the server, Min Chu was abruptly interrupted by a rude demand to shut up from an unknown participant. Stunned by the unexpected backlash, the minty-haired fellow turned around, eager to see the daredevil who had dared to disrupt his carefully laid-out plan. To his surprise, his opponent turned out to be a huge man with the alias Life Documentary, the runner-up from the previous round. The aggressive opponent flatly refused to listen to the bullshit, defiantly disrupting the atmosphere of respect and order that Ming Chu had created. The bewildered organizer did not expect such a turn, puzzled to ask the reasons for such hostile behavior of his opponent. The insightful Life Documentary accused everyone present of being docile, like horses mindlessly following the instructions of a manipulator. The shocked Ming Chu inwardly panicked, suspecting the revelation of his secret skill, though he hoped that his opponent was talking about something else. An angry Life Documentary expressed contempt for the procedure for selecting the chairman, contemptuously calling the organizer a mere entrepreneur. Peppermint Guy tried to regain control by accusing his opponent of crossing the line of decency and reminding him of the old wisdom about knowing a bad man by his speeches. Internally, Ming Chu was confident in the effects of his persuasion rune, believing that his reasoned words should sway the aggressor. However, the rude man was only more enraged by the attempts to tell him off, which culminated in an open threat to the mint handler's life. With growing horror, the organizer realized the impossible. His skill of persuasion had no effect on this man, which seemed completely inexplicable. Life Documentary moved on to direct threats, demanding a vote for him on pain of death, finally destroying the peaceful atmosphere of the meeting. The shocked Ming Chu was perplexed as to how such an unstable and aggressive person could even be nominated as a representative. In a desperate attempt to regain control, Peppermint Guy urged the aggressor to stop embarrassing himself and walk away, which was a fatal mistake. Such words only increased the rude man's irritation, bringing his rage to a critical point of no return. In a flash, a dagger materialized in the aggressor's hand, with which he cold-bloodedly stabbed one of those present, shocking all the witnesses. Peppermint Guy was stunned by the unexpected turn of events, in no way envisioning such a drastic development of the situation. He watched in horror as the death of an innocent man happened so swiftly that no one had time to even react. The murderer coldly recalled his warning, showing a complete lack of remorse for his crime. After the demonstrative killing, the man continued his threats, promising a similar fate to anyone who refused to vote for his candidacy. The shocked crowd reacted with panic and outrage, openly calling the Life Documentary a murderer, not believing what was happening was real. The cynical assassin ignored all accusations, arrogantly suggesting that the disgruntled would attack him if they dared. Frightened people screamed at the madness and insanity of the aggressor, realizing the danger of his uncontrolled behavior. Sadistically enjoying the crowd's reaction, the psychopath smirked, threatening to begin self-mutilation if there was no resistance. Executing his threat, the madman began to cut through the crowd, methodically killing one person after another without the slightest hesitation. Enjoying the chaos and impunity, the maniac reveled in the absence of police or other forces capable of stopping his murderous bacchanalia. Reveling in impunity, the maniac rejoiced in the absence of video cameras, allowing him to commit any atrocity with impunity. Addressing the surviving crowd, the psychopath threatened to harass everyone in the next round if they didn't vote him out. The shocked people in the square realized their lack of choice, forced to submit to the demands of a murderous tyrant for their own survival. Smug Life Documentary anticipated absolute power, knowing that intimidated people would obey unquestioningly out of fear. The bloodthirsty killer planned to make Blackbraid his first victim in his new status, considering him his main rival. Suddenly it was time to vote, interrupting the carnage and giving the survivors a temporary respite from the terror. All players in the current region were instantly moved by the system to the starting point, including those who were absent. In a split second, the participants materialized on the original valley before they even realized the movement that was taking place. The arriving players were extremely surprised by the sudden teleportation that occurred without their consent or warning. As the newcomers looked around, they were horrified to see the numerous corpses left behind after the massacre by the psychopath. The shocked actress couldn't believe what was happening, and Blackbraid grimly noted that Joe June had once again achieved supremacy with his inhuman method. The experienced player reflected on Cho Jun-sik, the gang leader and second most skilled fighter in the region, whose talent was overshadowed by a terrible temper. Philosophically, Black Scythe noted the advantage of early detection of the time bomb, regretting the bloodshed that had occurred. Nevertheless, the strategist realized that the time for decisive action had not yet arrived, requiring patience and waiting. Noticing Blackbraid's return, An aggressive life documentary headed towards him with a defiant question about his absence. The unperturbed Reaper calmly inquired about the reason for the attention, emphasizing that he had not interacted with the gang leader in any way. The impatient bandit got straight to the point, arrogantly demanding submission from the strongest player of the first round. Feigning incomprehension, Blackbraid interrogated the reasons for such a strange demand, provoking the aggressor into further disclosure. Naively believing his superiority, the bandit offered to keep the Reaper alive in exchange for submission, not realizing the real balance of power. The unperturbed Black Scythe snorted disdainfully upon hearing an absurd suggestion from a cocky opponent. The provoked bandit inquired directly about the Reaper's desire to fight, completely underestimating his fighting ability. Calmly turning the situation around, the seasoned warrior suggested his opponent kneel to preserve his own life. Life documentary was outraged by his opponent's audacity, not believing what he heard from someone he considered weaker than himself. The self-righteous psychopath recalled his future status as a representative of the region, believing that this automatically makes him untouchable. In response to the threats, Black Scythe began to materialize his deadly weapon, demonstrating his readiness for a decisive battle. Calling the legendary scythe into his hand, the experienced warrior calmly inquired about his opponent's desires, showing a lack of fear. The stunned bandit had not expected to see such an impressive weapon, puzzling over its origin with obvious concern. Mockingly, Black Scythe noted the sudden silence of his usually talkative opponent, emphasizing the shift in the balance of power in his favor. The gang leader was truly speechless, facing a worthy opponent silencing him for the first time. Trying to save face, Cho-jun arrogantly declared his inability to bow down to the kid, reminding him of his status as the ringleader. The cocky bandit defiantly offered to attack his opponent with his fancy stick, arrogantly assuming his superiority. Black Scythe was only amused by the provocations, mentally noting his opponent's invariable temper and deciding to stop the useless jokes. The strategically minded Reaper understood the complication of the situation if the enemy gained additional strength and support with votes. The calculating warrior decided to make the aggressive man a representative for later use in the third round of the game. Drawing on memories from past cycles, the experienced player foresaw the angel's imminent appearance, marking the next stage. In full accordance with expectations, the divine being materialized in front of the players, addressing the crowd. Seizing the moment, Black Scythe addressed the head of the gang, calling him lucky to have escaped death thanks to timely intervention. With a calm warning, the Reaper advised his opponent to choose his opponents more carefully in the future if he did not wish to perish in the game. Baffled Life documentary was confused, unable to find the words to answer the young guy, showing him unexpected strength. Acknowledging temporary defeat, the bandit promised payback after gaining representative status, hiding his wounded pride. The appearing angel nonchalantly inquired about the success in choosing a representative, showing absolute indifference to the fate of the players. The celestial being cynically emphasized its lack of interest in the life or death of the participants, focusing only on the task at hand. Without further emotion, the angel announced the start of the scheduled vote. Moving on to the main part of the round. The procedure for selecting a region representative has officially begun, requiring the participation of every player present. The system provided one vote to each participant, announcing that the person with the highest number would become the new chairman. The angel called for an informed choice, recommending that we vote only for the candidate who inspires real confidence. A stern warning of the death of non-voters within 5 minutes added urgency to the process, eliminating the possibility of evasion. As the countdown began, confused players agonized over the choice, realizing the criticality of the decision for their future. As expected, most eyes went to the life documentary, showing fear of his threats. Suddenly, something caught the self-assured man's attention, causing him to stare in surprise at the crowd of voters. Upon discovering the girl with the nickname Chubby-Cheeked Bun, the aggressive ringleader immediately drew the attention of those around her, angrily accusing her of voting for someone other than him. Thug publicly expressed his displeasure at the contestants' defiance. Threateningly addressing all present, the ringleader promised death to anyone who dared to vote for another candidate. After the time had elapsed, the angel noted the universal participation in the vote, showing satisfaction with the procedural aspect. The celestial being offered to tally the results, moving on to the final part of the election process. The announced results showed Life Documentary in first place and Blackbraid in second, reflecting the pressure applied. Despite the victory, the shrewd ringleader realized that not all players had willingly given him their votes, suspecting hidden resistance. The outraged bandit was outraged to discover that some players had dared to vote for someone other than him in defiance of direct threats of reprisal. The celestial being formally announced Life Documentary as the new representative of the region, finalizing the voting procedure. The angel endowed the chosen one with the authority of a commander, granting the power to give orders to those around him in future trials. The smug man was insanely excited about the power he had gained, anticipating the possibilities of using his new status. Gloatingly, the newly elected representative planned to make Blackbraid regret showing mercy by plotting his destruction. To the documentarian's surprise, the use of command authority was limited to only 10 uses, greatly curbing his ambitions. Even more frustrating was limiting the effect of orders to classless players only, allowing class holders to ignore its commands. After announcing the basic rules, the angel suddenly announced the existence of a hidden quest related to obtaining an improved item and class. Puzzled players tried to make sense of the new information without understanding the requirements and mechanisms of the mysterious task. Reflecting on the angel's words, the people tried to understand the meaning and value of the mysterious improved item for their survival. The divine being explained that the quest window appeared at level 10, something most players didn't even realize. Confused participants were perplexed about ways to level up in the absence of visible monsters to battle and gain experience. Mockingly, the angel pointed out the abundance of monsters in the forest, noting that only 80 people from all regions were able to obtain classes in this round. Intriguingly, the Supreme Being hinted at the presence of those who had successfully completed the additional quest in their own region as well. Offering a look at the results of the additional task, the angel drew everyone's attention to an unexpected revelation. It was with amazement that those gathered saw that Black Spit was the only one in their region who had managed to get a class. The shocked players were perplexed as to how the mysterious warrior had such knowledge that allowed him to be the only one to advance among all the participants. The rare and clearly powerful Reaper class was particularly impressive, raising questions about the method of obtaining it by the common man. The excited participants whispered amongst themselves, discussing the unknown class and speculating about its extreme power and uniqueness. The annoyed Life documentary was frustrated by his inability to order his rival to commit suicide due to him unexpectedly gaining class. The Supreme Being explained that the ranking in the second round is determined by the speed at which the optional quest is completed, emphasizing its importance. With undisguised admiration, the angel noted that Black Spit had taken first place not only in their region, but in all others, setting an all-time record. The interested angel noted the impressive match between the unique class and the player's alias. Curious about the reasons for choosing that particular name, the suspicious higher being bluntly asked if the warrior had any prior knowledge of his future class, which would explain the strange coincidence. The cunning Blackbraid evasively replied that he did not envision receiving a class that perfectly matched his name, masking true knowledge. The otherworldly creature philosophically called it fate, unaware of the many cycles of time passed by the experienced player. Inwardly, the Reaper noted that not even the angels knew the way to obtain this unique and rare class. Emphasizing his own superiority, the Supreme Being continued to ponder the fate and interesting development of the game. Unaware of the manipulation by the shrewd player, Angel emphasized Black Scythe's exceptional position as the only person beyond the commander's authority in their region. Interested people immediately clarified the meaning of this surprising exception, wanting to understand the new rules of the game. The celestial creature grudgingly explained that the commander's authority does not affect players who have received the class, revealing important information. Additionally, the angel emphasized the limited use of authority tenfold, debunking the illusion of unlimited power. The angry chairman resented the disclosure of valuable information, calling Angel a creep for reducing his control over the players. Ignoring the discontent, the Supreme Being announced the need to reward Blackbraid for a unique first-class achievement. With a snap of his fingers, the angel initiated the end of the current round in the region, moving on to reward the exceptional player. Given a choice of armor, the rational strategist rejected the heavy and useless option, choosing to improve experience to prepare for the third round. With all the rewards distributed, the gaming phase came to a close, heralding the participants' return to the real world. Angel announced the players' return home, reminding them of the inevitable meeting in the next round of the deadly game. As they moved into reality, the Supreme Being mysteriously promised a very fun continuation of the ordeal. With a sinister smile on his face, the deity guaranteed an unforgettable experience, anticipating the suffering of doomed mortals. Huang Yunmin awakens in his home after a humiliating beating in the game world, returning to real life. With amazement, the former bully regarded his whole hand, not believing it to be intact after being lost in the virtual world. With maddening joy, the bully confirmed his theory about his body fully recovering after returning from the game, regardless of the wounds he had received. However, the horror he had experienced had taught him to avoid confrontation with a creepy guy demonstrating incredible strength and ruthlessness. Meanwhile, the loyal bodyguard turned to his ward actress, noting her good efforts in the past challenge. The modest girl tried to downplay her merits, noting the effective defense by her devoted bodyguard. The loyal guard was embarrassed by the praise, remembering his own recent desire to get rid of his ward, but he responded professionally, calling it his job description. The grateful actress expressed her desire to thank Black Braid for the timely rescue, inquiring about opportunities to do so. The bodyguard explained the impossibility of finding the savior in the real world because of his concealment of his real appearance and identity. Sang-chul recalled the offer of financial reward and the mysterious warrior's refusal, relating it to his desire for anonymity. The experienced defense attorney explained that the bank account number could be a way to identify the mysterious savior in the real world. The pragmatic bodyguard offered an alternative: find the benefactor in the next round and express gratitude through a game item. The imaginative Rin agreed with the idea, pondering a worthy gift for the mysterious savior as a thank you. Leaving the ward's apartment, the bodyguard received an unexpected call from his immediate superior, President Ma. Surprised by the late call, Sang-chul recognized the boss's insomnia, diluted by whiskey after returning from the gaming world. The concerned supervisor inquired about the incidents, showing genuine concern for his subordinates. The bodyguard briefly reported reaching level 8 and attacking mid-round without going into details over the phone. The professional security guard offered a personal meeting for a detailed report, inquiring about a convenient time for the supervisor. The shrewd President Ma immediately inquired about the incident's connection to the mysterious Black Scythe player. On receiving the confirmation, the influential leader ordered his right-hand man to come immediately to the hotel for a personal report with all the details. The executive bodyguard went to the boss, unaware of the surveillance by Ryu Ming, Black Scythe. An attentive Ryu Min watched the bodyguard's car drive away, analyzing the upcoming route of his possible companion. The experienced strategist correctly surmised the purpose of the trip, a report to his boss on recent events in the game world. 10 minutes earlier, Ryu Ming had activated his ability, prompting the system to present the target's face for tracking. The calculating Reaper decided to follow Sang-chul using a unique ability gained as a bonus to his class. The tracking system showed the target close to the penthouse, and the rapidly changing meters indicated movement in the elevator. Realizing the haste of the situation, a determined Ryu Ming quickly threw on his jacket and ran out of the house, anxious not to miss the valuable chance. Walking down to the building's parking lot, the astute strategist rejoiced at the timely start of the stakeout immediately upon returning from the game. At the same time, President Ma was pondering the perfect conditions for pursuit created by the special moon phase on this mysterious night. President Ma realized that sleep would have to be postponed, as the Black Braid issue required immediate attention, for not every player was ranked first in both the first and second rounds. The powerful executive's intuition suggested something amiss, some unsettling premonition, an inexplicable sense of a dangerous presence. Worrying thoughts of a possible attack on a loyal subordinate, his right-hand man, increased the anxiety and tension. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the determined leader understood the impossibility of inaction under such circumstances. Philosophically, the president noted that the attack on his right hand amounted to a direct challenge to himself, which required an appropriate response. Ma Gen-lok, the eldest son of the company owner and an influential director, sat in his elegant office with concentration. From behind the door came the voice of a loyal subordinate, asking permission to enter for a long-awaited conversation. The director greeted the department head who entered, expressing his joy at seeing him, to which the bodyguard reciprocated with mutual deference. The grateful subordinate attributed his successes to the influence of his supervisor, although the latter modestly noted that he was in a completely different region. The devoted right-hand man emphasized the motivating power of the president's very existence, to which he responded with a remark of pleasant flattery. Sincerely insisting on the truth of his words, the department head congratulated the supervisor for successfully surviving the game challenge. The cocky principal waved off congratulations, comparing the second round to the ease of taking candy from a helpless infant. The right hand congratulated the boss for advancing in the game, but the humble executive attributed the success to sheer luck. Philosophically, a subordinate remarked that luck was also a kind of skill, emphasizing the improbability of achieving high places. Expressing absolute devotion, the bodyguard declared there was no greater pride than serving such a distinguished leader. The astute Gosp one suspected an ulterior motive in the excessive compliments, suggesting a specific request. The straightforward director demanded disclosure of the true intentions, embarrassing the subordinate. The embarrassed right hand finally dared to ask for help in obtaining an advanced item, exposing the true purpose of the visit. The director confidently stated the uncomplicated nature of obtaining an item that falls out while hunting monsters in the game world. Mentally, the leader noted that his success was due to the unique ability the Dark Knight gained in the game. The influential player recalled the moment when the angel suggested that everyone check their inventory for a prepared gift. Following the angel's instructions, the future heavenly demon discovered a rune that opened access to the Dark Knight class upon reaching level 10. The seated director realized the incredible luck of receiving such a powerful item in the first round as a random bonus. Despite the familial attitude toward his subordinate, the cautious leader could not reveal the whole truth, mindful of the fickleness of human nature. Resolutely returning to the main topic, the director demanded information about the assailant, inquiring about the details of the incident. With a cold intonation, the influential leader asked if the attacker was the mysterious player with the alias Black Scythe. The subordinate immediately refuted the assumption, explaining that the reality was just the opposite. Black Scythe had saved them from imminent doom. The incredulous celestial dragon questioningly interjected about the rescue, demanding details of this unexpected turn of events. The bodyguard detailed the situation, emphasizing that without Black Scythe's intervention, they would be dead without a single chance of rescue. A loyal employee noted that even if she survived, the actress would have suffered severe psychological trauma incompatible with continued work. The thoughtful director realized the magnitude of the potential disaster, not only the loss of a valuable employee, but the complete collapse of the business. The curious leader inquired as to the fate of the assailant, assuming his destruction by a determined savior. A subordinate explained the surprising wisdom of Black Braid, who only beat his attacker. Realizing the futility of reducing the total number of players, the astute director agreed with the logic, but expressed concern about the possible future actions of the surviving enemies. Upon reflection, the heavenly dragon realized his debt to the savior who had saved a valuable subordinate and important company property. Surprised by the refusal to pay, the director suggested concealment of identity as the likely cause of the mysterious warrior's unusual behavior. The influential leader instructed the subordinate to pass the award on to the next round, expressing his sincere gratitude for the rescue. Additionally, the director ordered to keep an eye on the mysterious savior, emphasizing his rule to always pay his debts, no matter the circumstances. The obedient subordinate agreed to the instructions, preparing to carry out the order when Gosp 1 remembered an important matter. The Sky Dragon inquired about the strikers, seeking all information about what had happened in the forest. At the same moment, Ryu Ming was outside, continuing his surveillance of the powerful headmaster's right hand. The observant young man noted the loyalty of the subordinate, who went to report to his superiors despite the late hour. Having obtained the necessary information about the destination, the judicious pursuer decided to return, avoiding unnecessary suspicion. The analytically minded Reaper noted the amazing coincidence. A celebrity sponsored by Genlock lived in the same house as him. The grateful older brother acknowledged the younger brother's merit. Without the distribution of rice cake to the neighbors, this important discovery would never have happened. Strategist realized the value of neighborhood ties to build trust with General Locke, though he had not yet decided on his inclusion on the final team. Rational Ryu Min considered using neighborhood ties to gain Genlock's trust, leaving open the question of the 20th round. Objectively evaluating, the experienced player recognized the exceptional power of the Dark Knight's ability, comparable to a real cheat. However, the pragmatic strategist also considered the drawbacks, the lack of bonuses for passing, and the prerequisite of becoming a Dark Knight. The analytical mind highlighted the main disadvantage, the need to accumulate unique dark mana, unavailable through normal means to fully utilize the power. Philosophically, Ryu Ming noted the paradoxical correspondence of this ability to Genlock's unhealthy fascination, a perfect match for his personality. The cautious strategist recognized the dangers of including an apparent psychopath on the team, despite his exceptional fighting qualities. Making an informed decision, the experienced Reaper decided to keep Genlock as a candidate, using him only under favorable circumstances. As he planned his next moves, the visionary player kept other talented candidates in mind, intending to get to work just after dawn. Meanwhile, in the dingy store sat a clearly disgruntled employee, immersed in gloomy reflections on his unenviable fate. A concerned salesman worried about future financial problems, anticipating a twofold drop in revenue if the current trend continued. Suddenly the atmosphere changed with the appearance of a bewitching daughter, brightening the dreary room with her presence. After politely greeting her father, the caring Julie inquired about the reason for his loud sighs, showing genuine concern. A distraught father explained the discontinuation of lottery ticket sales, and a surprised daughter learned of the government's reason for the mysterious players. The concerned father explained the government's decision to suspend ticket sales due to the unknown abilities of players potentially affecting the lottery. The frustrated man continued to complain about the worsening state of affairs, with no idea of further ways out of the difficult situation. The caring daughter tried to reassure her father by promising help after her soon-to-be graduation, The practical Julie offered to take a part-time job to increase the family income, but the proud father insisted on handling things on his own. Worried about his daughter's future, the man recalled her good grades and previous dream of becoming a doctor, implying the importance of education. The selfless girl announced the abandonment of her dream, asserting the priority of family over studies in the current circumstances. Upon hearing this, the shocked father abruptly announced his daughter's death in the next round as the family's financial situation worsened. Realizing the horror of what he had said, the man immediately apologized, explaining his words by the confusion of his thoughts from the problems he had encountered. The understanding daughter reassured her father, absolving him of guilt and celebrating the coming of truly strange times for all mankind. In an attempt to further support her parent, Julie talked about her survival in the second round and successfully getting the class. Demonstrating her new abilities, the girl created a green aura that began to approach the head of her astonished father. A mysterious energy spread around his head, causing surprise and slight consternation to the shopkeeper. Shocked by the unusual phenomenon, the man demanded an explanation of what was happening, not believing his own sensations. The proud daughter talked about the priest class blessing skills she had obtained, increasing characteristics and invigorating ordinary people. The impressed father enthusiastically noted the amazing surge of strength, really feeling the effects of the magic. Encouraged by the success, Julie assured that everything will definitely be fine, showing off the new possibilities of the gaming abilities. The appeased man promised his daughter to definitely try to work through the problems, inspired by her support. Suddenly, the sound of the door opening heralded the arrival of a visitor, whom the shopkeeper immediately welcomed. The convenience store was entered by none other than Ryu Ming, who had deliberately chosen this particular place to visit. The curious Julie quietly asked her father about the visitor's identity, receiving a surprising answer about his celebrity status. The excited owner explained that in front of them was the same legendary winner, who had written the same numbers on 100 lottery tickets. After politely saying hello, Ryu Ming delicately inquired if his owner remembered him, receiving an affirmative reply. The surprised store employee confirmed the recognition, but inquired as to the reason for the famous happy-go-lucky man's visit. Unexpectedly to the shopkeeper, the visitor began by apologizing, causing the already puzzled man to be bewildered. Ryu Min explained that he had seen the news about ticket sales being discontinued because of his multiple lottery wins. Sincerely remorseful, the visitor expressed regret for the unintentional harm done to the family business by his actions. The magnanimous store owner tried to calm the guest, denying his guilt and assuring him that the family would not starve to death without lottery tickets. Not satisfied with the answer, the principled Ryu Ming expressed discomfort at having caused financial hardship to innocent people. The determined visitor offered to compensate for future losses, demonstrating a willingness to repair the damage. To the shopkeeper's great amazement, the magnanimous Ryu Min handed him 10 million won, stunned by his incredible generosity. The astonished shopkeeper refused to accept the money, considering the amount too large and disproportionate to their relationship. A persistent Ryu Ming declared his unwillingness to take the money back and simply left the store, leaving no choice for the confused owner. Stunned by such generosity, the owner agonized over the impossibility of accepting a huge sum from a near stranger. A determined Julie intervened in the situation, snatching the money and promising to chase the guy down to return the misplaced gift. Running out of the store, the determined girl tried to stop the departing benefactor by loudly calling out to him, asking him to wait. Hearing the call, the polite Ryu Ming turned around to look at the source of the sound, showing his willingness to dialogue. Suddenly, Julie recognized familiar features in the guy's face, asking his name in surprise to confirm her guess. Startled by the coincidence, the girl recalled their shared class, showing disbelief that her classmate wouldn't recognize her. A surprised Julie couldn't believe that Ryu Ming wasn't aware of them studying together at the same institution. The unperturbed young man explained the situation with a poor memory for faces, though he inwardly realized the falsity of this excuse. In fact, Ryu Ming was well aware of the classmate, her status as a shopkeeper's daughter, and even her unique priest class. Thinking back to the first realization of their shared class, the experienced strategist acknowledged the initial surprise at such a coincidence. Philosophically pondering the existence of fate, the astute player saw this chance encounter as a clear sign of destiny. Guided by a strategic plan to get her on his side, the cunning Ryu Ming readily accepted the invitation to talk, kindly agreeing to the conversation. The calculating young man took one more step towards realizing his hidden agenda. In a secluded public garden on a bench, two classmates found themselves alone to discuss an unexpected financial situation. The persistent Julie held out 10 million won, determined to return the inappropriately generous gift. Acting surprised, the cunning Ryu Ming inquired about the origin of the money, receiving an explanation about not being able to accept other people's funds. Inwardly, the young man realized the burdensomeness of such a sum for a modest family, anticipating the rejection of unexpected wealth. The experienced manipulator knew of people incapable of living with a sense of duty regardless of the complexity of circumstances, accurately predicting their reactions. Categorically, Ryu Ming declared his unwillingness to take the money back, giving full freedom to dispose of the unexpected capital. The embarrassed Zhu Li emphasized the excessiveness of the amount, but the adamant benefactor insisted on accepting it regardless of the size. Persistently, the girl continued to resist, noting the disproportionality of the gift to their modest situation and needs. The unperturbed young man offered to simply hand the money over to the owner, emphasizing the insignificance of the amount to his own well-being. Seeing Ryu Ming's determination to leave, the desperate Zhu Li literally stopped him, trying to find a compromise solution to the situation. Offering a reasonable compromise, the practical girl agreed to accept only 1,000,000 won, considering it more adequate help. The prudent young man remarked that such a decision should be made by the owner himself, hinting that the girl's father should be consulted. Pretending as if he had just learned of the kinship, Ryu Ming expressed his admiration for the store's frequent visitor who was his classmate's father. Julie admitted her own surprise upon discovering that the famous lottery winner turned out to be her classmate, showing genuine amazement. The perplexed girl bluntly asked if he really didn't recognize his classmate, getting confirmation of the legend of poor memory for faces. The rational young man noted the lack of previous private conversations between the two, receiving confirmation from the thoughtful Zhu Li. Realizing the first time she heard her own name from his lips, the embarrassed girl felt embarrassed at her inconspicuousness. Apologizing, Ryu Min inwardly acknowledged the discomfort of having to pretend in front of a sincere classmate. Strategically justifying his actions, the young man reminded himself of the need to arouse interest for future fruitful cooperation. A determined Zhu Li reintroduced herself, repeating her name and the fact that she was in the same class, trying to cement the information in her classmate's memory. Coming unexpectedly close, the purposeful girl showed her face, insisting on memorizing it for future recognition. Confidently promising to remember, Ryu Ming observed Zhu Li's sudden realization of the unfamiliar proximity of their location, causing her embarrassment. Suddenly, the girl was struck by the inappropriateness of her behavior before the approaching graduation, forcing her to reconsider the logic of her actions. In an effort to mitigate the awkwardness of the moment, the diplomatic Ryu Min assured to memorize her face, hinting at the possibility of continuing to socialize after graduation. Unexpectedly for the girl, the enterprising young man offered to exchange phone numbers, making a step towards establishing permanent contact. The surprised Zhu Li interrogated the seriousness of the intention, not believing the sincerity of the popular classmate's interest. Judiciously, Ryu Ming noted the lack of strangeness in the exchange of numbers between classmates, insisting on his suggestion. With unconcealed awkwardness, the embarrassed girl held out her phone to enter her contact information, giving in to the guy's insistence. Philosophically mentioning the fate that brought them together under such circumstances, the prudent Ryu Ming suggested that they communicate more often in the future. Concluding the meeting, the tactful young man referred to remaining business, providing a convincing reason for leaving. At the last moment, a persistent Zhu Li tried to return the money without backing down from her original intention. To her disappointment, the principled girl realized the futility of her efforts to recover the mysterious envelope of money. The astonished Zhu Li pondered in amazement at the room's unexpected request, wondering about her classmate's belief in fate. Despite recognizing the friendly nature of the request, the girl honestly admitted to herself her sympathy for the enigmatic classmate. Thinking back to their first real meeting, the empathetic Zhu Li recalled the scene of beating up a classmate at school. The determined girl then immediately called the police, demonstrating her civility and sense of justice. Recognizing a possible dash of pity, Zhu Li remembered the sense of responsibility that made her see to it that Ryu Min returned home safely. Watching him at his part-time job, the attentive girl was amazed at his ability to act like nothing had happened after the humiliating incident. It was then that the perceptive Zhu Li realized the true strength of character hidden behind her classmate's modest facade. This discovery was the starting point of a real interest in the young man, overcoming the usual school curiosity. The shy girl admitted to herself that she lacked the courage to talk directly, despite her strong desire to get close. Paradoxically, the growing feelings only made her more timid, preventing her from being able to approach and simply start a conversation. Encouraged by the unexpected chance, the determined Zhu Li promised herself to be bold, taking the meeting as a sign from heaven. After receiving 10 million, the girl realized the impossibility of ignoring his existence, changing her strategy of behavior. Practical Zhu Li saw taking a classmate out to lunch as a way of expressing gratitude and continuing to socialize. Sitting in his room, Ryu Ming received a message offering lunch. reflecting a sense of obligation after a generous monetary gift. The astute strategist appreciated the sense of obligation that arose, viewing the generosity as a good investment in a future relationship. The calculating Reaper planned to strengthen the friendship, to transform it into a reliable ally in a deadly game. The long-term goal was to save Julie and bring her to the final 20th round, ensuring the survival of a future ally. While preparing to leave, Ryu Ming was noticed by his observant younger brother, who showed curiosity about his plans. A concerned Ryu Wan directly asked about his brother's direction, receiving an unexpected answer about meeting a familiar girl. The surprised junior interrogated the female nature of his acquaintance with unconcealed curiosity, displaying fraternal curiosity. A calm Ryu Min confirmed the lunch plans, instructing his brother not to wait for him and to eat on his own as scheduled. The older man's unexpected plans caused his younger brother, who was not used to Ryu Ming's interactions with women of the opposite sex, to be genuinely surprised. A shocked Ryu Wan froze with his mouth open, unable to believe the reality of what was happening. His withdrawn brother was going on a real date. Meanwhile, a couple of classmates were already seated in the cozy establishment, passionately discussing their shared love of juicy steaks. The grateful Julie expressed her sincere pleasure at the selected dishes, enjoying the treat from her generous classmate. Inwardly excited, the girl couldn't believe the reality of what was happening, considering their lunch together the best day of her life. Perusing the atmosphere of the chosen establishment, the admiring Julie noted the exceptional coziness of the surroundings. Feeling the slight awkwardness between them, the determined girl realized the need to initiate the conversation, showing the courage she had promised herself. Showing interest, the inquisitive Julie inquired about the phenomenal luck of a classmate who had won the lottery 14 times in a row. Reluctantly, Ryu Ming attributed his phenomenal success to things dreaming with the right numbers, offering the simplest explanation. Modestly, the young man noted the sufficiency of the winnings for a trouble-free life, mentioning only security concerns as a new problem. An interested classmate turned the conversation to the first round of the game, asking about the difficulty of slaying goblins. Supporting the conversation, Ryu Min confirmed the labor-intensive nature of the process, and when asked about the region, vaguely answered about the last figure 5. A frustrated Julie noted her belonging to the region with the last number 7, regretting the impossibility of being tested together. The inwardly experienced strategist saw no cause for sadness, knowing the inevitable unification of regions as the number of survivors dwindled. The proud girl shared her good fortune of finding an item to change her class, allowing her to become a priestess. Explaining the features of the class, an enthusiastic Julie mentioned the ability to impose positive effects and buffs. An enterprising classmate offered to demonstrate an amplification blessing that increased all of the subject's characteristics. Without restricting herself to words, the practical Julie put the effect on her classmate as she had previously done for her father. After feeling the effects, the perceptive Ryu Ming recognized the strength of the effect and the merit of a unique class for a talented girl. Satisfied with the sudden reinforcement, the pragmatic strategist noted the added benefit of the chance encounter beyond expectations. Recalling his experience, the inquisitive young man shared information about the reward for the side quest, a bag of gold depending on the luck parameter. To an intrigued classmate, he explained the mechanism. The higher the player's luck score, the greater the amount of winnings. The obliging Julie offered additional reinforcements in the future, emphasizing the ease of providing such a service when needed. Noting the reticence, an attentive Ryu Min reminded the girl's desire to tell something, which she confirmed by confessing her intention to start first. The grateful daughter conveyed words of appreciation from her father, expressing the family's gratitude for the unexpected financial assistance. An appreciative Julie promised to return every one, but an interested Ryu Ming wondered if that was really all she had to say. Intuitively sensing the incompleteness of the expression of gratitude, the resourceful classmate offered to repay in another way, instead of money. Suddenly, a mysterious object appeared in the girl's hands, immediately attracting the curiosity of the attentive young man. Explaining the origin of the artifact obtained during the hunt, the persistent Julie categorically forbade even thinking about refusing her gift. Saying goodbye after a pleasant lunch, the satisfied classmates noted the wonderful time they had spent in each other's company. Returning home, a satisfied Ryu Ming stated the successful progress of the plan, exactly in line with his expectations. The intrigued young man opened his inventory to investigate the mysterious item received from a generous classmate. Despite the vague description of the effect, the grateful strategist was pleasantly surprised by an unexpected gift that exceeded expectations. Upon pragmatic reflection, the patient player decided to delay the item's full potential until reaching level 20. Looking back at the game mechanics, the experienced Reaper noted the unlocking of the combination function only when the player reached level 20. This rare feature made it possible to combine a weapon with a magic crystal, opening up additional capabilities. Classifying the knowledge gained, the systematic mind recalled the 10 types of crystals corresponding to each color of the rainbow. Methodically listing the properties, the strategist reminded him that red gives damage and orange increases strength, forming a complete picture. Continuing the classification, the young man noted the increased luck from the yellow crystal, especially valuable for his style of play. Completing the enumeration, Ryu Ming remembered that green increased dexterity, blue affected intelligence, empowering the player. The experienced player did not forget about the blue crystal, which reduces susceptibility to damage, and the rarest purple crystal, which surpasses all others. Highlighting the exclusivity of the purple crystal, which falls far less frequently than others. The strategist noted its ability to increase all characteristics at once. Realizing the exclusivity of luck, the grateful fellow appreciated obtaining a rare crystal in such a simple way without much effort. Objectively assessing his situation, the astute young man recognized the high rates of luck even in real life that contribute to success. Planning to use the crystal upon reaching level 20, the practical strategist decided to use the temporary enhancement to open the pouch. Consistently, the prepared player took out a pre-brought bag of 100 opahors to activate the butcher's rune. In explaining the mechanics, the methodical strategist reminded of the 1% increase in stats for each kill of a living creature, including insects. Noting the lack of insects in the game world, the resourceful player rejoiced at the loophole discovered that allows you to not kill monsters for activation. Showing his respect for life, the polite young man apologized to the parasites before their inevitable destruction for his cause. After effectively activating the rune, the luck rose from 15 to an impressive 45 points, which boded well. Without wasting any time, the determined Ryu Ming opened the inventory to use the gold bag obtained earlier in the game world. When thinking about the possible amount, a realistic player understood the impact of the luck indicator on the outcome, not excluding the variability of the fallout. Drawing on past experience, the analytical mind recalled dropping out amounts of 3,000 to 6,000 gold in previous attempts. Eagerly awaiting the outcome, the excited strategist anticipated a significant increase in the amount due to increased luck. When he opened the bag, the shocked young man's face changed dramatically, stunned by the incredible result before him. The maximum possible amount of 9,999 gold fully justified all the preparations, proving the exceptional efficiency of the carefully thought-out plan. Having accumulated an impressive 16,000 gold, the satisfied strategist considered the sum sufficient to purchase an epic item from the store in 2 weeks. Back home after a productive day, the caring older brother greeted Ryu Wan, creating the atmosphere of a normal evening. Curious Jr. immediately inquired about the results of the supposed date, not hiding his brotherly curiosity. The surprised Ryu Ming didn't immediately understand the question, and the persistent Junior clarified about the meeting with the girl mentioned before leaving. Deftly changing the subject, the tactful Ryu Wan reported the ordered black bean noodles, avoiding further questioning. The generous older man offered to choose something better, but the unassuming younger man assured complete satisfaction with the chosen dish. An understanding Ryu Min empathized with his brother's frugal tastes, remembering the recent time when they had literally eaten offal. The practical strategist was thinking about bitcoins, which reached a staggering $105 million, planning to get rid of them before the impending collapse. The prudent young man was aware of the importance of getting his driver's license before other tasks, getting his priorities right. Heading to take the theoretical part of the exam, the determined Ryu Ming was determined to get the necessary document, mentally chuckling at having taken the test multiple times in different cycles. The experienced examinee planned to get through the task quickly. After passing the test in lightning speed, the astonished employee could not hide his surprise at the young man's extraordinary speed and confidence. Puzzled workers were perplexed as they watched the hasty departure of a candidate who had completed the test at a record pace. A confident Ryu Ming considered the outcome obvious, noting that even 4 days to get his license was a lot, given his immense driving experience. Philosophically pondering, the pensive young man tried to conceptualize his true age in a time loop, amazed at the length of his existence. After getting his license, the guy immediately ordered a red supercar, the choice of which was not difficult due to its use in all previous cycles. The employee of the car dealership informed about placing an order with a delivery time of 1 month, pleasing the future owner with a specific time frame. The flattered salesman thanked the customer profusely for his purchase, complimenting his excellent taste in automobile selection. Exactly 2 weeks later, as planned, the astute investor sold bitcoins at the peak of value, avoiding the cryptocurrency's imminent collapse. Junior curiously inquired the reason for his brother's crazy joy, to which an excited Ryu Ming replied about the sale of all the bitcoins he had just made. An intrigued Ryu Wan asked about the proceeds, to which the satisfied older brother gave an impressive figure of 300 million, surpassing previous expectations. The shocked teenager was in complete shock when he heard this colossal sum, not believing his own ears and wide-eyed with surprise. The astonished boy recalled that the lottery had brought in only 60 million, expressing bewilderment at how his brother had managed to increase the capital so significantly in a short period of time. Junior admitted that he tried to dissuade Ryu Ming from buying Bitcoin a month ago, expressing his joy that the senior didn't take his advice then. The experienced strategist shared that in previous cycles he received a maximum of 280 billion, emphasizing the exclusivity of the current result of his investments. A curious Ryu Wan inquired if his brother had decided to sell the assets before the price dropped, receiving confirmation of his shrewd guess from the elder. Junior sincerely admired his brother's thoughtfulness, recognizing his amazing ability to anticipate market changes with remarkable accuracy. After the thanks, the visionary investor announced his intention to invest the entire amount in stocks, revealing the next phase of his financial plan. A concerned Ryu Wan recalled his brother's inexperience in investing, expressing alarm at the risk of losing the family's hard-earned money. Black Scythe reassured the junior, citing the prophetic dreams that they would avoid investment problems, showing confidence in their success. The trusting boy agreed to rely on his brother's intuition, recognizing his infallibility in financial matters despite his earlier doubts. Ryu Ming mentally didn't blame his brother for showing distrust, realizing his unique advantage of knowing the future, unavailable to ordinary mortals. The far-sighted player specified that the company to invest in was not chosen at random, but has been the object of his constant attention throughout the cycles. The talented strategist named Heavenly Demon Consulting Corporation ranked 85th on the list, under Gen Locke, predicting its future rise. The practical young man reasoned about the advisability of investing in the company, knowing its imminent success, perceiving it as a guaranteed way to multiply capital. After the investment, the observant Ryu Ming heard the quiet plea of his younger brother, excited about his older relative's decisive financial move. Devotee Ryu Wan sat next to him, asking the higher powers to make his brother's prophetic dream come true, showing a touching concern for the family's well-being. The purposeful Reaper pondered the need to acquire the remaining items, realizing that midnight of that day would be the culmination of his accumulation. An experienced player noted the simplicity of the game mechanics. Gold opened up access to items and skills, making player progress dependent on financial means. The anticipating Ryu Ming knew about the arrival of a long-awaited necklace that increased intelligence and attack speed, effective and relatively inexpensive. Possessing a coupon for 50% off, Ryu Ming planned to take advantage of the lucrative offer, which would leave him with a significant amount of in-game currency. The prudent strategist had originally intended to spend the remaining gold on armor, seeing it as a necessary reinforcement to pass the trials. The rational player realized that by accumulating another 6,000 gold, he would be able to acquire a general skill that was far superior to ordinary armor. The purposeful young man realized that he only needed to earn 6,000 gold coins to realize the optimal outfitting plan for his character. Time was inexorably moving forward. It was March 1st, 2023, the day of the beginning of a new round of the deadly game, testing humanity for strength. The stunned participants noticed a change in location. They were transported to another world where instead of the familiar forest, a completely different landscape opened up. The bewildered players surveyed the ruined village, which looked more like a mountain of ruins than a once human-populated settlement. Attentive participants noted the ancient defensive walls that once enclosed the village, testifying to its former strategic importance. Curious players have discovered an ominous stone in the middle of the settlement, perplexed as to its purpose and role in the upcoming challenge. The experienced Reaper recognized the terrain as quite familiar, while the other participants showed a natural excitement for the unknown. Standing out among the crowd was a surprisingly confident Jo Jun-sik, displaying a calmness uncharacteristic of newcomers in a dangerous situation. Careful players remembered that the region's representative is known as the Life Documentary. Concerned participants were whispering about rumors that the mobster had forced everyone to vote for him, threatening dissenters with reprisals, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Cautious players called for silence, fearing the submission skill, to which the cocky spokesperson stated a limit of 10 uses. The irritated leader began shouting furiously at those present, demanding absolute silence. Bold participants criticized the representative's rude behavior, noting his inability to control his own speech even at a crucial moment. The enraged man demanded the critics be identified, provoking conflict in an already tense situation before the dangerous ordeal began. An infuriated Jo Jung-sik expressed his displeasure at the predictability of the situation, speaking aggressively about the winged creature not respecting the chain of command. Unexpectedly, One of the regular participants walked up and bowed respectfully before the regional representative, causing everyone to stare in amazement. Huang Yunmin's unexpected action caused the surrounding people to be bewildered, not understanding the motives behind such a demonstrative show of respect. The defiant young man attributed his behavior to Zhou Jungsik's status as a gang boss deserving of respectful treatment, surprising those around him with his knowledge. Life documentary asked the young lad about possible parentage, to which Yunmin replied that he was only a young boy dreaming of a career as a gangster. Even for a man who had seen the sights, such a dream seemed extremely strange. He considered the guy to be a complete scumbag, not understanding his life goals. An enthusiastic Yunmin declared the representative as his role model, confessing a long-time desire to join his gang specifically, showing fanaticism. The stunned Zhou Junshik was initially confused, unable to find the words to respond to such an unexpected display of devotion from an unfamiliar young man. The determined young admirer solemnly vowed to honor, obey, and serve his idol until the end of his days, showing absolute devotion. The surprised mobster admitted that he'd seen plenty of whacked-out personalities, but this was the first time he'd encountered such a madman, expressing approval of his attitude. Embarrassed by the attention, the representative ordered the guy to stop embarrassing himself and finally rise from his knees, showing uncharacteristic embarrassment. A puzzled Zhou Jungsik asked if the young man suffers from hearing and vision problems, reminding him of his low reputation among the contestants. A fanatical Eunmin declared complete indifference to the opinions of others, emphasizing his sincere respect for the leader, in spite of the general negative attitude. The persistent young man begged to be accepted, stating that serving with a mobster was his greatest dream, disregarding the opinions of others. Impressed by the persistence, the man praised the response and agreed to accept the devoted admirer, showing unexpected condescension to the newcomer. An enthusiastic Yenming began to thank his new boss unrestrainedly, expressing his gratitude for the great honor and trust he had been given. Shocked observers considered what was happening to be absolute madness, not understanding the motives behind such a bizarre worship of a dubious authority. The bewildered players were surprised at the desire to become a bandit and servility to a common fool, regarding Yen Ming's behavior as a mental deviation. The observant Ryu Ming noted that events were unfolding exactly according to a familiar scenario, which pleased the experienced strategist, confirming the correctness of his plan. Suddenly an angel appeared for everyone, intending to explain the rules of the new round. The celestial creature noted the decrease in the number of people this time, indicating the losses among the death game participants from the last challenge. The surprised players didn't understand the reason for the reduction in participants, because according to their information in the last round, everyone had survived. Puzzled people decided to double-check the stats in their information screens in an effort to understand the true state of play reality. The mysterious creature suggested that the young men couldn't just die, hinting at continued fighting even in the real world outside the game. Alarmed participants began shouting for an urgent check on the number of people who had passed the test, gripped by panic at the unexpected revelation. The test revealed only 1,225 survivors, a number that shocked participants who had expected a much higher number of those who passed the test. The incredulous players checked with the angel about the possibility of an error in the calculations, refusing to accept such a drastic reduction in survivors. The heavenly messenger categorically rejected the possibility of any errors, confirming the accuracy of the ruthless statistics presented. The winged creature reminded of the cardinal rule: survival of only half of the participants in each round, allowing no exceptions. Angel explained the logic. In the previous challenge, the number of seats was unlimited, so it was logical to keep only a quarter of the players. The divine messenger urged to believe in the justice of what was happening, despite the seeming cruelty of the rules of the game of survival. The celestial entity encouraged people by calling the task of getting into the top 25% not difficult at all, downplaying the challenges ahead. Angel explained the mechanics. Every half hour, monsters would emerge from the city gates, aiming for the village's center stone. The wing informant specified that there will be 4 waves of attack in total, requiring maximum concentration and coordinated actions. The divine creation emphasized the need for collective defense of the main stone, encouraging teamwork. Angel promised an additional reward for successfully defending the artifact for 4 hours, incentivizing diligent defense. The heavenly messenger warned of strict punishment for failing the task, regardless of the outcome of the defense, creating a dual motivation. The winged messenger explained the ranking system that depended on the number of monsters killed and determined the player's fate. The divine essence noted that the number of opponents in this round was much higher than usual, making coordination difficult. Angel clarified that the monsters would have 1/3 of their normal strength and the gold reward would decrease, pleasing the chairman with simplicity. Suddenly, the heavenly messenger remembered an important addition: drawing the attention of the participants with an unexpected warning. The winged creature reminded that the representative with the nickname Life is a Documentary has special rights in the new challenge. Angel explained that Jo Jun-sik could use the commander's authority by broaching the intriguing issue of the consequences of his death. The worried representative tensed at the mention of possible death, perplexed as to the reason for such a remark from the angel. The divine messenger explained that the leader's seat would remain empty when killed by monsters or an accident, creating intrigue. Angel asked a provocative question about the consequences of a representative's death at the hands of another player, causing tense anticipation. In such a case, the assassin would become a representative of the region and gain 10 uses of commander authority, the angel explained to the stunned players. The celestial messenger announced the end of the briefing. The monsters would appear in exactly 10 minutes, at 3 a.m., calling for teamwork for survival. The winged creature snidely added that it was not at all confident in the player's ability to handle the task, provoking the participants with its doubt. A shocked Jo Jun-sik realized the catastrophic nature of his situation, seeing how the rules of the game had turned against him in an instant. The enraged representative began to swear loudly, accusing the angel of deliberately ruining his plans, not hiding his despair. The alarmed mobster slowly turned his head to assess the situation behind him, anticipating danger from the other participants. A tense look caught the faces of the people in the crowd who were clearly against him, and ready to attack to seize power in the region. An infuriated Jo Jun-sik aggressively threatened the would-be attackers, calling them freaks and trying to intimidate them in the face of danger. Savvy players scoffed at the limitations of his authority with only 10 uses, suggesting that he be replaced with a more worthy one. The ambitious participants began shouting out their superiority, each believing themselves to be the best candidate for the role of spokesperson. The alarmed players noticed another figure, slowly and cautiously, turning around to examine the unexpected participant in the situation. The resolute Ryu Ming looked exceptionally determined, being the only player with an already activated class among those gathered. The confident Reaper slowly made his way towards the chairman of their region, causing the startled Jo Jun-sik to ask a perplexed Cho Jun-sik about his intentions. The calm young man calmed the representative down, explaining his desire to simply talk without showing aggressive intentions as he approached. The contrivedly brave Cho Jun-sik denied fear, demanding an immediate explanation of the purpose of the visit and desires, masking anxiety behind rudeness. The cocky mobster insisted there was no fear when the mysterious guy mentioned there was a business proposition, intriguing him. The insightful Ryu Ming noted the ambiguity and complexity of the representative's position, demonstrating an understanding of the critical point. Unexpectedly, Black Scythe offered his defense throughout the round, surprising those present with his unexpected offer of assistance. The stunned chairman asked again, to which the strategic Reaper explained his willingness to guard and escort him, guaranteeing his safety. The shocked players, upon hearing this, were confused, not understanding Black Scythe's motives and his strange desire to protect the mobster. The bewildered participants realized the futility of trying to eliminate a representative with a powerful protector like Ryu Min. The cautious regional chairman understood there was a price to pay, so he bluntly asked about the desired reward in return for such a generous offer of protection. The nonchalant Ryu Ming sighed, assuring that his demands were completely insignificant, putting that one's vigilance to sleep with feigned modesty. The cunning Reaper revealed the only condition: complete obedience to all his orders, demonstrating the true purpose of his magnanimous offer. The shocked mobster was internally outraged, realizing that the young man was actually offering him a subordinate role, humiliating for the gang leader. The suspicious representative inquired as to the reasons for such demands, receiving an evasive reply that the motives could not be disclosed now. The bewildered Jo Jun-sik pondered the ridiculousness of the offer of total submission, finding it impossible to agree to such humiliating terms. The hesitant mobster recognized the unlikelihood of aggression from the guy, considering temporarily accepting the conditions for survival. An insistent Ryu Ming began to exert psychological pressure, pointing out the impatient anticipation of everyone present, demanding an immediate decision. The hesitant representative began to mumble, finding it difficult to clearly formulate his answer under the stares of the participants. The stubborn leader finally rejected the offer, which did not surprise the strategist who had foreseen such an outcome. Astonished observers considered the refusal an incomprehensibly stupid decision, realizing the inevitable desire of many players to eliminate the representative. Perplexed participants regarded the man's behavior as the result of excessive pride or extreme stupidity, failing to understand the logic of his refusal. A satisfied Ryu Ming noted the consistency of events with the past scenario, realizing the need to complete the plan he had started without deviation. The outwardly indifferent Reaper agreed to the decision, promising not to pester any further, giving the impression of losing interest in the representative's fate. The cold-blooded young man emphasized complete indifference to the mobster's life or death, deliberately saying these words loud enough for others to hear. The excited players, upon hearing this, began to incite each other, believing Black Scythe's words to be permission to massacre the hated representative. The worried Jo Jun-sik tensely looked around, realizing the difficulty of the situation, and considering agreeing to the Reaper's proposal. An unexpected notification of the first wave approaching diverted the players' attention, urging them to prepare to defend the stone at all costs. The system alerted that a second wave of monsters would appear in half an hour, depending on the number of survivors, increasing the tension. The distraught representative realized the impossibility of fighting alongside people who wanted him dead for fear of being stabbed in the back. The arrogant mobster believed that the quest was doable alone, overestimating his strength in the face of impending danger. A puzzled Cho Jun-sik suddenly noticed Black Scythe walking away, interested in his actions at the critical moment. The curious chairman decided to follow the mysterious fellow, driven by suspicion and interest in his unusual behavior. The intrigued mobster was perplexed at the intentions of a loner heading into town instead of preparing for defense with the others. Suddenly, the gate opened fully, marking the beginning of the first wave of attack and drawing the attention of all involved to the impending threat. The system informed the current status. A total of 4,900 players were facing the impending danger, creating a numerical superiority of the monsters. An information message warned of 10,000 weakened goblins bursting through the gate towards the protected stone. The peculiarity of the round made the goblins 3 times weaker than usual, but the chairman still chose to hide and watch the developments. The skeptical mobster pondered the mysterious fellow's plan, doubting the ability of a loner to withstand a flood of goblins. The observer noted that the gate allowed at least a dozen creatures to pass through at a time, making it difficult for a single defense. The sneering Cho Jun-sik was perplexed by the young man's self-confidence, thinking he could handle 10 opponents at once. The disdainful mobster mentally called Black Scythe a creep, convinced of his bragging and exaggeration of his own fighting abilities. Creepy monsters in huge numbers began to flood the ancient village's territory, posing a real threat to the center stone. The focused Ryu Ming took a fighting stance, preparing to strike the first blow to the approaching monsters with unperturbed determination. Masterfully wielding a huge scythe, the skillful Reaper chopped down several monsters in one motion, demonstrating exceptional fighting prowess. The experienced strategist's determined gaze betrayed an unwavering confidence in winning this round again despite the odds. The flow of goblins did not dry up. The destroyed monsters were followed by new ones, giving the impression of an endless wave of aggressive creatures. The enraged goblins rushed straight toward the guy, displaying animalistic fury in large numbers, giving the impression of imminent danger. The unperturbed Reaper once again chopped down the attackers with his huge scythe, displaying outstanding weaponry and fighting prowess. The determined young man took a step forward and prepared to continue the fight, his most serious gaze betraying complete concentration. The astonished representative of the region watched this spectacle, perplexed at the real strength of the Black Scythe beyond his expectations. The pensive mobster pondered whether all players would become so strong upon reaching level 16, comparing himself to an outstanding warrior. Realizing the criticality of the moment, Jo Jun-sik realized that the time for observation was over. He too needed to actively participate in the battle. The concerned representative thought of the other players helping with repelling the goblins and defending the center stone of the village. A sympathetic mobster noted the difficulties of the fighting men, some of whom had already fallen in an unequal battle requiring maximum effort. Motivated by a sense of duty, Jo Jun-sik realized the need to join in the destruction of the goblins, overcoming his caution. The determined spokesman walked out to the humans and approached one of the monsters, provoking it to attack with his defiant demeanor. The experienced fighter easily dealt with the attacking goblin, demonstrating his skills and confirming his reputation as a dangerous opponent. Suddenly, the mobster abruptly turned around with a dazed and frightened expression, sensing the approach of unexpected danger. The nimble representative easily dealt with the goblin that crept up from behind, using his combat training to eliminate the threat. The cocky fighter noted the effectiveness of his detection ability in helping to anticipate the trajectory of his opponents. Suddenly, a strange energy swept near his eye, E2 catching the tip of his ear and warning him of a new, more serious threat. A startled Jo Jun-sik realized that an arrow had been shot at him, anxiously looking around for the mysterious assailant. The analytical representative realized that the shooter was not a goblin, as he had not met goblin archers before, suspecting treachery. Suddenly, the mobster noticed a player approaching from the side, who suddenly impaled him with his spear, making a treacherous attack. The resilient Cho Jun-sik, pulling his weapon out of his body, called his attacker an idiot, showing incredible stamina even when wounded. The brave representative, despite a serious injury, was ready to fight, showing exceptional fortitude in a critical situation. With a lightning-fast movement, the experienced mobster stabbed the attacker with his knife, easily dealing with his underestimated opponent. With a lightning-fast movement, the experienced mobster stabbed the attacker with his knife, easily dealing with his underestimated opponent. The enraged representative of the region rushed at the attacker, shouting threats. His determination to kill the traitor was obvious to everyone. Never before had his gaze been so determined and angry, reflecting the fury of a man betrayed at a critical moment in battle. A concerned Cho Jun-sik looked ahead and spotted the archer firing an arrow at him, instantly identifying the second traitor. The savvy mobster swung the spear he had taken from his victim, intending to kill the long-range foe with one accurate throw. The terrified archer desperately drew his bow, trying to defend himself against the looming threat in the form of the enraged regional representative. The archer's attempts were in vain. The aptly thrown spear pierced his skull, instantly taking the life of the second hapless traitor. A frustrated Cho Jun-sik realized that the players posed more problems than the monsters, cursing his status as a representative of the region. The doomed mobster realized how unfortunate his role was, dreaming of being able to pass this dangerous status on to anyone willing to do so. A proud man, true to his principles, he realized that he would never bend or submit to anyone, even at the cost of his own life. The bewildered representative was looking for a safe way to hunt monsters without the threat of treacherous players. The attentive Cho Jun-sik noticed a player named Black Dragon, who was one of the top 3 strongest competitors in their region. The determined mobster realized that this particular powerful player could be his necessary ally in the current situation. The purposeful representative approached the strong player, intending to make contact for mutually beneficial cooperation. The overbearing Cho Jun-sik pointed his dagger at Black Dragon and ordered him to provide personal protection for the regional chairman. Meanwhile, the tireless Ryu Ming continued to fight against the endless stream of monsters, having successfully destroyed 500 goblins already. The Curious Reaper opened the in-game status window, noting the receipt of 2,000 gold coins for his combat exploits against the invaders. The calculating strategist realized that at this rate, he could easily accumulate 20,000 gold for the second wave of monster attacks. The ambitious young man decided to accumulate even more gold in the current round to acquire 2 common skills, including Truth of the Heart's Thoughts. During the status check, the tireless goblins continued to attack, stealthily sneaking up on the player busy with his thoughts. The attentive Ryu Ming, hearing the approach, instantly turned around to face the sneaking opponents. Once again, the skilled Reaper swung his deadly scythe, preparing to destroy the sneaking foes with a single blow. The remaining goblins froze in confusion as they watched their fellows fall at the hand of a skilled warrior before they could even attack. A mocking Ryu Ming turned to the frozen monsters, noting their indecision and promising to attack himself without waiting for them to act. The tense players clustered near the main stone of the village suddenly heard a strange sound that attracted everyone's attention. The astonished participants watched as the goblins began to disappear right before their eyes, giving the impression of the creatures magically vanishing. Amazed players noted that the monsters literally crumble, as if they were actually losing the material form of their existence. The system alerted when the first wave passed. Nearly 4,000 players survived, which meant significant losses among participants. A game message informed the survivors of a 500 gold coin reward, providing additional motivation to keep fighting. The loss of 1,000 participants, despite the weakness of the goblins, caused genuine regret among the survivors who realized the price of victory. An attentive Ryu Ming looked around, trying to locate the region's representative among the surviving players from the first wave. The strategically minded Reaper, noticing Cho Jun-sik's survival, realized the difficulty of making the round in this turn of events. The region's wounded representative suffered much more from player betrayal than monster attacks, worsening his situation. The enraged mobster was outraged, realizing that the traitor had not killed the goblins, but had only followed him, waiting for the moment to attack. Suddenly, another aggressive player appeared behind, intending to attack the region representative with a knife. Vigilant bodyguards reacted instantly, stopping the attacker and proving effective in protecting the regional leader. A satisfied Cho Jun-sik rejoiced at having loyal doggies, realizing the value of a commander's authority for survival in subsequent waves. A concerned Yen Ming inquired about his boss's condition, to which the mobster remarked on the loyalty of his subordinates even without the use of orders. The condition of the representative of the region was of grave concern, the extensive wound complicating his position in further confrontation. The heavy bleeding questioned the leader's ability to last the remainder of the deadly ordeal in such a state. The stubborn Cho Jun-sik realized the criticality of his situation, but was determined to survive against all odds and injuries. The clinging-to-life mobster was ready to use any opportunity for survival given to him by fate in this dangerous world. Suddenly, everyone present heard an unusual sound and synchronously turned in its direction, alarmed by the new threat. The second wave of the test began. The system dispatched 8,000 weakened goblins, far exceeding the number of the first wave. The information message again wished all participants good luck and survival, although the difficulty of the task had increased significantly. The confident Ryu Ming knew he didn't need luck, being absolutely confident in his ability to easily handle the new wave on his own. With a virtuoso wielding of his weapon, the talented Reaper sprawlingly mowed down enemies left and right, demonstrating incredible skill. For an experienced warrior, destroying opponents seemed so simple that it didn't even bring much pleasure to the process. Huge numbers of goblins and similar creatures were destroyed by a lone fighter who didn't need the support of other players. The extremely effective strategist has reached level 20, unlocking long-awaited access to the important item combining feature. The satisfied Reaper rejoiced at the achievement he had long sought, gaining the ability to create unique items unavailable in a normal store. Impressive improvements included raising seal damage to 120 and acquiring the Knight of Death skill, perfectly complementing his class. New groups of goblins burst through the gate, confidently heading towards the lad, unaware of the deadly danger awaiting them. A sneering Ryu Ming greeted the monsters, noting the timeliness of their appearance to test the skill he had just learned. By applying the Knight of Death, the mighty Reaper caused great consternation among the goblins, disorienting them before the decisive attack. With a lightning-fast movement, the skilled warrior cut off the heads of his opponents without giving them the slightest chance to resist or defend themselves. The skillful scythe master was swiping enemies with his weapon, embodying the image of a true Reaper reaping a deadly harvest on the battlefield. The ruthless fighter left no chance for the monsters to survive, methodically destroying every enemy in his path. The terrified goblins seemed to already regret meeting the ruthless warrior who had turned their advance into a hopeless slaughter. In a matter of seconds, the skillful master destroyed a monstrous number of creepy creatures, demonstrating incredible efficiency in battle. After successfully repelling the second wave, the system reported 3,300 players surviving and 600 dying, forcing the Reaper to think about skill acquisition. The strategically minded Ryu Ming decided to be the first to purchase the presence detection skill from the store, enhancing his tactical capabilities. His newly acquired skill allowed him to detect targets within a 30-meter radius, though only goblins and corpses of fallen fighters were observed around him. As the third wave began, the indefatigable master continued to masterfully chop down the attacking monsters, displaying incredible stamina. The third wave of the challenge was successfully completed, with the players working together to repel the attack as they approached the final challenge. For the fourth and decisive wave, there are 3,000 surviving players left, doing their best to repel the last monster attack. Concerned players felt the tension building, realizing the increased difficulty with each wave and fearing the failure of the confrontation. The wounded representative of the region was calculating the remaining time. If he lasted another hour, he could guarantee his survival in this round. A surprised Jo Jun-sik reflected on the loyalty of the defenders who continued to protect him, even after exhausting all the commander's orders. The system announced the fifth wave with the number of monsters reaching an impressive 10,000 creatures, surpassing previous attacks. Hyena-like monster animals posed a serious threat, but the ambitious spokesman saw an opportunity to set a new record. The recognition-hungry mobster dreamed of growing in power, planning to destroy everyone who had ever looked down on him, rejecting his authority. The vigilant leader suddenly heard strange shouts and turned around, trying to identify the source of the disturbing sounds in the chaos of battle. The chairman's staunch defenders have been attacked by other players, showing the instability of the situation and growing opposition. Rebellious players united against the hated representative, once again intent on destroying him despite the common threat of monsters. A desperate Jo Jun-sik ordered his bodyguards to stand to the end, protecting him at the cost of their own lives at a critical moment. Underpowered guards were easily killed by rebellious players, demonstrating the mismatch between their skills and the severity of the threat. An anxious representative realized the critical decline in the number of dedicated advocates who could keep him safe from aggressive participants. Realizing the futility of resistance, the sober-minded mobster began a hasty retreat, understanding the priority of survival over pride. The enraged pursuers loudly demanded to catch up and capture the fleeing leader, not wanting to miss the opportunity to get rid of the hated representative. The trapped man realized that he only needed to survive one wave to survive, focusing on the main task at hand. Backing away, the panting representative saw Black Braid in front of him, taking this encounter as a possible lifeline. A desperate Jo Jun-sik turned to the guy, agreeing to his offer in exchange for protection, completely reversing his previous stance. The begging mobster repeated his agreement to the proposal, showing a sincere willingness to submit to Black Braid for salvation. The cold-blooded Reaper replied in a surprisingly cold tone, firmly refusing the representative despite his desperate plea. An indifferent Ryu Min reminded him of his indifference to the mobster's fate, suggesting that he should solve his own problems on his own. The shocked representative recalled the previous offer, to which the calculating fellow explained the uselessness of a servant without the authority of a commander. Shocked, Cho Jun-sik realized the bitter truth. The guy thought he was useless without authority, and now the mobster was cursing himself for his untimely refusal. The excited pursuers excitedly shouted that Black Scythe had turned down the representative, seeing this as the perfect chance for reprisal. Fanatical players with crazed eyes declared the doomed mobster's inevitable doom, emphasizing the lack of defenders. Realizing the criticality of the situation, the man felt the pressure mounting. Realizing that the situation was getting more serious by the second, a determined Cho Jun-sik adopted a staunch stance, promising to take at least one attacker with him, showing the character of a true fighter. Unexpectedly, Yen Ming approached the representative, declaring his willingness to help, giving the illusion of support at a critical moment. The overjoyed mobster expressed relief, confirming the ability to rely on his only remaining loyal subordinate. The treacherous young bandit suddenly attacked his own master, striking with his fists and shocking him with his sudden betrayal. The defeated representative of the region fell to the ground under the onslaught of the attack, not expecting such treachery from a seemingly loyal follower. The mortally wounded man felt the end approaching, his vitality fading under the hail of merciless blows from his former ally. The cynical Yen Ming turned to the dying man, promising a quick death out of respect, showing a twisted understanding of honor and dignity. The contemptuous Cho Jun-sik gathered his last strength and called the attacker a true freak and traitor, expressing righteous indignation. Indifferent to the accusations, the young man ignored the dying man's words, continuing to strike with the coolness of a seasoned assassin. Thanks to his pumped-up strength, the young bandit's fist strikes had tremendous power, turning his victim's face into an unrecognizable mass. The shocked mobster clearly did not expect such a betrayal, reflecting on his face extreme amazement in the face of imminent death. The dying representative realized the inevitability of his death in just such a shameful way, at the hands of his own subordinate. In the last moments of his life, Cho Jun-sik bitterly regretted his inability to foresee the betrayal of such a brainless mutt as he thought. The determined young assassin rose to his feet and delivered the final blow to the spokesman, completing the carnage that had begun. The representative's power has passed to the assassin, Yen Min, madly rejoicing in his new status and powers gained through bloody treachery. The ambitious new leader pondered the possibility of getting any girl now, including a famous actress, thanks to his new status. Anticipating power, the young man planned to use the commander's authority to achieve his own ambitious goals and desires. The hypocritical murderer hoped that the Cho Jun-sik he killed would not hold a grudge against him in heaven, justifying his actions with the common good. Looking around, the lad felt a strange sense of shame, contrasting with his recent triumph and the brutality of the murder. Addressing those around him, the aspiring leader intended to give a speech, demonstrating his superiority after the bloody coup. The surrounding players mentally shuddered at what they saw, considering Yen Ming to be a true freak capable of killing a person with his bare hands, causing goosebumps. The cocky new representative approached the players, wondering about their reactions, as they themselves were whipped up to kill their predecessor. Outraged participants expressed their displeasure with the new leader, considering it inappropriate for such a scoundrel to lead their region after betraying them. Recognized by the system, the region's representative pondered whether disgruntled players would dare to attempt his removal following his predecessor. The arrogant Yen Ming was certain that his assassination was impossible, underestimating the danger of the situation and the mood of the crowd against him. Suddenly to everyone, the newly minted representative of the region turned to Black Scythe, seeking support from the strongest player present. A triumphant Yen Ming emphasized gaining the status of representative and authority of a commander, displaying an informative message for convincing. The calculating assassin expressed his willingness to accept the offer previously made to his predecessor, promising complete submission in exchange for protection. The confident spokesman believed that having the authority of a commander lacking in his predecessor would guarantee Black Braid's support. The ruthless Ryu Ming demanded that the new leader kneel down and beg for protection, showing complete superiority over the petitioner. The shocked representative recalled the commander's authority, considering it a sufficient argument for an equal alliance. The unperturbed Reaper pointed out that it was Yen Ming himself who needed protection first, not him, shattering any illusions about the new leader's worth. The unyielding Ryu Ming repeated the demand to kneel down if the representative truly wished to receive his patronage and protection. Realizing the criticality of the situation, Yen Ming understood the difficulty of his situation, caught between the threat of the crowd and humiliation in front of the strongest. The broken representative knelt down, offering himself as a favor and begging for protection, showing a complete lack of pride. The humiliated leader continued to beg Black Braid for help, having completely lost his recent self-confidence in the face of real danger. Tired of the repetitive scenario, Ryu Ming pondered the potential usefulness of the new representative. Unlike the previous bandit, the pragmatic Reaper accepted the offer of service, recognizing the possible value of the new subordinate to his long-term plans and goals. A dismissive Ryu Ming ordered the new servant to stop the humiliation, expressing disgust at the sight of the kneeling representative of the region. The majestic black scythe walked past his new servant, displaying superiority and control over the situation through a careless demeanor. The shrewd Reaper, passing by the players, overheard them talking about a possible final conflict under his protection of a new representative. Prudent participants recognized the invincibility of the black scythe, capable of easily destroying any opponent who dared to confront it. Ryu Ming suddenly intervened and offered to help with the decision, drawing the attention of everyone present with his sudden address. The prudent Reaper presented two options for the situation, the first of which was to simply ignore the representative and focus on the monsters. The cold-blooded Ryu Min offered a second option, death at his hands, leaving the participants with the illusion of choosing between retreat and death. The prudent Reaper recommended the first option, adding that he didn't consider someone who would raise a weapon on him a human being, reinforcing the threat. The shocked players seemed to swallow their tongues, afraid to even breathe, paralyzed by fear of the warrior displaying incredible strength. The pale participants turned around in silence, hastily agreeing to leave without further conflict, preferring life to meaningless heroics. The astonished Yen Ming watched as everyone actually began to retreat after Black Scythe's words, displaying the Reaper's absolute power. The calculating new representative realized the value of his patron, an intimidating adversary, but a necessary ally in a dangerous world. The tense situation was drawing to a close. The players were gradually returning to their duties of defending the village from the monsters. United by a common goal, the participants quietly prepared to repel the fifth and final wave of monsters, restoring order to the chaos. A pensive Ryu Min felt a strange melancholy at the thought of the trivial conclusion to the conflict, seeing the usual ending as a disappointment. A bewildered Yen Ming turned to his new master, asking for further instructions, showing complete willingness to obey. The treacherous Reaper ordered a subordinate to use every attempt at the commander's authority to destroy the sacred relic, shocking the listener. The shocked representative was barely aware of the order to break the crystal, considering it an incredibly dangerous action with unpredictable consequences. A worried Yen Ming recalled the angel's warning of severe penalties for damaging the relic, intensifying his inner conflict. The resisting representative was worried about not being able to use authority to subdue the actress he had long dreamed of. The patient Reaper refused to listen to the new servant's objections, making clear the absoluteness of his order and the futility of resistance. The humbled representative realized the lack of choice, accepting the necessity of following orders against his own plans and desires. The cunning Ryu Min pointed out specific players to use authority, Little Chili Pepper and Shim Sung Gyu, warning against other targets. The attentive servant realized that Gosp One had deliberately named his friends, creating an additional moral dilemma for the new representative. A depressed Yen Ming approached his friends, apologizing for the impending action and citing Black Scythe's order as an overwhelming necessity. The forced representative activated the commander's authority, directing it at his friends and ordering them to destroy the sacred relic. All players received a shocking notification of the incident, perplexed as to the identity of the person responsible for such a blatant violation of the rules. All players received a shocking notification of what was happening, causing extreme surprise and confusion amongst the trial participants. The shocked defenders turned around and discovered the partially destroyed relic, unable to believe their eyes in the face of such a sacrilegious act. Outraged players began screaming for an immediate halt to the destruction, realizing the catastrophic consequences for everyone present. Panicked participants warned of imminent fines if the artifact was destroyed, calling for the mad performers to be stopped. Desperate players ran up to the destroyers, trying to physically pull them away from the sacred relic, preventing total destruction. All attempts to stop the possessed have proven futile, forcing the defenders to resort to the last resort, the murder of their controlled friends. Despite his best efforts, the relic shattered into small fragments, marking a complete failure of the main mission and disastrous consequences. The system announced a penalty, summoning a representative of divine retribution for 30 minutes, turning the punishment into a hidden optional quest. A satisfied Ryu Ming inwardly rejoiced at the developments exactly according to his plan. gaining access to the secret quest thanks to his strategy. Calculating players noted the 3,000 gold reward for survival, finding the compensation quite acceptable despite the danger of the challenge. The strategic Reaper was rewarded higher than the defense against the fifth wave, confirming the validity of using the dog for destruction. The cunning Ryu Ming did not destroy the relic on his own. Knowing that the fine was distributed to the direct perpetrators of the destruction, punished traitors received an irreversible 50% reduction in all stats, confirming the genius of the plan that neutralized the enemies. The outraged friends attacked Yan Ming, calling him a freak, to which he confusedly apologized, not expecting the penalty to be extended to them. A key consequence was the punishment of the region's representative for failing to protect the relic, adding to his unenviable position. The new leader's characteristics have also been reduced by 50%, as well as those of the others involved, taking away his advantages over the rank-and-file players. A furious Yan Ming was unrestrainedly angry while a satisfied Ryu Ming celebrated the flawless execution of his devious plan. The prudent strategist began preparations to meet the representative of divine retribution, leaving nothing to chance. The experienced Reaper decided to buy common items for the extra gold and increase the characteristics to successfully face the coming threat. The methodical player first placed the necklace in a special slot, planning to upgrade it later with a magic crystal. After carefully preparing, the focused Ryu Ming combined the item with the magic crystal, strengthening its basic characteristics. The merging was successful. All the characteristics of the skeleton necklace increased by 1, enhancing the combat potential of the wearer. The erudite warrior knew that each item could only be paired with 1 magic crystal, optimizing his training. The prudent Ryu Ming continued to improve all the available items, maximizing his combat effectiveness before the test. The rational strategist understood the modest effect of low-rank crystals, but considered any improvement better than no improvement at all. Strange phenomena began to occur in the main square, causing the players to tense up in anticipation of the appearance of divine retribution. The anxious participants realized that their key task, to hold out for half an hour against an unknown enemy, avoiding direct contact. Optimistic players hoped for survival through evasion and maneuvering, underestimating the might of the coming enemy. The experienced Ryu Ming realized that one could not escape from the divine retribution representative without exceptional characteristics, preparing for battle. The calculating Reaper recalled that even with strong stats, the confrontation would be extremely difficult, assessing the actual odds. The determined lad intended to fight the enemy, expecting to receive the maximum reward for defeating the powerful creature. The confident strategist was aware of his title First Angel Killer, doubling his stats in battle against sacred creatures. Analytical Ryu Ming categorized the representative of divine retribution as a sacred being, activating his special title. When the angel-like creature descended, the inexperienced players naively rejoiced, underestimating the coming threat that seemed harmless. Short-sighted participants expressed relief, confessing unreasonable fears of a seemingly harmless adversary. The mesmerized players admired the insanely beautiful rod of the sacred creature. Unaware of its destructive power, the sacred being slowly stepped forward and majestically raised its staff upwards, preparing to display its true power. A powerful strike of the rod against the ground shook the surroundings, marking the beginning of a severe test for the unprepared participants. A strong purple dome began to disperse from the impact site, spreading divine energy and transforming the battlefield. The shocked players struggled to keep their balance as they resisted the powerful force of the expanding dome covering the area. The confused participants did not understand the nature of the resulting phenomenon, assuming some sort of limiting field for the upcoming battle. The system announced that until the skill is cancelled by the caster, no one would be able to leave the enclosed area, denying players an escape route. All of the imprisoned players' stats were automatically lowered by 50%, creating an additional obstacle to their survival. An attentive Ryu Min assessed the scale of the threat. About 300 players were trapped in the dome, doomed to imminent doom. The divine creature was preparing to deliver one more crushing blow, storing up energy for the next attack against the defenseless players. The sacred rod began to emit countless streams of energy, filling the space inside the dome with the deadly power of divine wrath. The experienced Ryu Min recognized a familiar scenario, seeing events that had happened exactly as they had in all of his previous playthroughs. The emitted energy transformed into small energy daggers, attacking all the unfortunate players inside the barrier. The helpless participants couldn't resist the attack due to the countless energy projectiles making evasion impossible. The ruthless divine being showed no signs of exhaustion or intent to stop the deadly attack on the mortals. Imprisoned in the restriction field, the players realized the practical impossibility of dodging the light arrows inside the pernicious trap. Only by thinking outside the box and utilizing unique skills was there a minimal chance of surviving this deadly ordeal. The observant Ryu Ming noted that the creature, engrossed in the massacre, was completely focused on the attack, ignoring its own defenses. The strategically minded Reaper realized that the moment the barrier fell would create the perfect opportunity for a surprise counterattack against the angel. The attentive guy noticed a small gap appearing in the barrier, creating the only chance for a breakthrough and a successful attack. The confident Ryu Min was aware of his stealth to a creature unable to hear his approach in the chaos of the ongoing carnage. The determined warrior made a powerful leap forward, reducing the 5-meter distance to his target and preparing to deliver a crushing blow. The focused Reaper prepared to attack the divine creature, calculating the trajectory and force of his impending strike. The tactically minded fighter first activated the power of the Seal of Death on the enemy, preparing the conditions for the most effective attack possible. The experienced strategist understood the need to deal critical damage with the first attack, so he swung his scythe with maximum force. Absorbed by the massacre, the divine being had not expected the attack at all, leaving it vulnerable to a surprise attack. The astute Ryu Ming noticed the moment the creature realized the danger, but realized that it was too late for the enemy to react. The satisfied Reaper saw that his plan had once again worked flawlessly, providing a strategic advantage over the enemy. The scythe's accurate strike struck precisely at the godlike creature's eye, dealing critical damage to the most vulnerable point of the divine body. A piercing cry of agonizing pain spread across the battlefield, testifying to the suffering of the wounded divine being. Thanks to the Seal of Death, the skillful Reaper could see that the enemy had about 60% health left, assessing the effectiveness of his first attack. Anticipating Ryu Ming's reaction, he realized that the creature would apply the restriction field again, so he planned to temporarily hide from its attention. The enraged Divine Retribution representative immediately activated a new restriction field with his staff, reacting to the attack. The experienced strategist knew that the divine being, having failed to detect the target, would cancel the restriction field, creating a new opportunity to attack. The purposeful Ryu Ming, who had already deprived his opponent of one eye, prepared to continue his deadly plan without giving his opponent any respite. The tactically minded Reaper set the creature's second eye as his next target, aiming to completely incapacitate it from visual perception. The methodical warrior realized that with the loss of both eyes, the creature would be virtually helpless, unable to react effectively. The wounded angel was in maddening pain, his screams of agony echoing across the battlefield, testifying to the effectiveness of the chosen tactics. The divine being activated a new field, once again reducing the characteristics of all players by 50%, trying to even the odds in the battle. Unperturbed, Ryu Ming realized the futility of lowering his characteristics against a creature devoid of sight and unable to track his movements. The disoriented enemy desperately launched arrows, trying to destroy the unseen enemy, but losing accuracy without vision. The merciless Reaper dodged his opponent's chaotic attacks while using the Night of Death spell to increase his advantage. The angel who lost his orientation didn't hit a single arrow at the maneuvering guy, demonstrating the complete ineffectiveness of blind attacks. A philosophical Ryu Ming noted the superiority of darkness over light, invoking the laws of physics before delivering the final blow to the immobile creature. The determined Reaper realized the need to end the drawn-out battle, preparing to end the suffering of the divine opponent. The deadly warrior swung his scythe to strike the divine creature, calculating the trajectory for maximum impact. The flawlessly executed blow knocked the blinded angel off his feet, proving the experienced Reaper's absolute superiority over his divine opponent. The blinded creature was utterly helpless, having lost its ability to effectively resist the methodical attacks of the skilled warrior. The stubborn angel tried to get up and continue the battle, but without sight his attempts seemed futile against an experienced opponent. The nimble Ryu Ming easily dodged the blind creature's inaccurate attacks, showing the advantage of maneuverability over brute strength. The skilled fighter not only avoided the blows, but continued to launch his own attacks, methodically destroying his opponent with each new blow. With a powerful swing, the strategically minded Reaper severed the wings of the celestial creature, denying it the ability to air maneuver and retreat. The attentive Ryu Ming noted the critical reduction of the enemy's health to 10%, deciding to temporarily stop attacks to activate the special phase. The calculating strategist deliberately retreated without finishing off the enemy. Knowing the impending activation of the passive skill at critical health, the system announced that the conditions for activating the passive skill of Divine Retribution Representative had been met, triggering the final phase. Anticipating the events, Ryu Ming waited for the final phase of the battle to begin, preparing to confront the last desperate resistance. The experienced Reaper knew that when health dropped to 10%, a special phase would activate, allowing for more rewards if completed correctly. The desperate creature gathered its remaining strength to resist in a last attempt, using its final skill in a hopeless situation. Unperturbed, Ryuming waited for the divine creature's last skill, knowing its brief duration of only 150 seconds. The patient Reaper counted down the remaining 30 seconds of the skill's duration, confidently awaiting the moment for the final strike against the creature. The calm strategist smiled as the final countdown reached 0, marking the end of the invisibility effect and the return of the enemy's vulnerability. The returned visibility made the creature an easy target again, allowing the Reaper to deliver the finishing blow unhindered. A determined Ryuming rushed forward to deliver one last crushing blow, completing his victorious strategy. The cold-blooded warrior swung his scythe with his usual serious and determined look, preparing to end the battle with one deadly blow. With a decisive blow, the ruthless Reaper severed the godlike creature's head, ending the epic confrontation with a convincing victory. The system rewarded the winner with a level up, 8,000 gold, and an additional 4,000 for destroying the representative of divine retribution. For his feat, the valiant Ryuming was given the prestigious title of Opponent of God's Retribution, confirming his exceptional skill. The first ever kill of such a creature earned the warrior a rare reward: concentrated ether, highly prized among experienced players. An added bonus was a rune of radiance that automatically activated and enhanced the combat potential of the brave winner. The satisfied strategist noted the expected rewards, especially highlighting the concentrated ether needed to create divine rank items. Reapers reaching level 30 received an additional enhancement that increased intelligence and skill effectiveness by an impressive 30 units. The surviving players in the square erupted into rapturous shouts of joy, celebrating their rescue and unexpected deliverance from a deadly threat. Shocked viewers discussed Blackbraid's incredible feat of single-handedly accomplishing the task, calling him a true monster among men. The astonished angel expressed sincere admiration for the incredible feat of single-handedly killing a representative of divine retribution. Recognizing the skill, the divine being admitted to recognizing humans as worthy for the first time, showing unprecedented respect for a mortal opponent. The intrigued angel offered to conduct a short interview, inquiring about the motives for killing the representative of divine retribution. The annoyed Ryuming inwardly resented the stupidity of the question, considering the motives obvious to any reasonable being in this situation. The humble Reaper answered simply, but the incredulous angel questioned the selflessness of the act, suggesting ulterior motives behind the risky behavior. Impressed observers noted the unexpected modesty of the hero, expecting arrogance, but finding instead an ordinary man with a strong will. A surprised Olive recognized Ryuming's heroic first step to save his companions, showing holy amazement before human altruism. The bewildered angel confessed the difficulty of understanding human norms, showing the gap between the divine and human perception of the world. The magnanimous creature praised all the survivors for their efforts, showing unexpected respect for human resilience and will to live. A reminiscent angel warned that the decision to exclude was based on overall results, creating a tension of expectation among participants. Shocked players learned of Black Scythe's incredible achievement of killing 3,000 monsters, which seemed absolutely insane even for experienced fighters. The stealthy strategist understood the effect of his enhancement, realizing that other players would only learn of it by ranking first in the entire region. Consequently, Ryuming once again took the top spot in the entire region, being rewarded with a rare mid-ranked ring selection ticket. The pragmatic Reaper chose the Ring of Resistance, reasoning the importance of defense against status effects regardless of the height of other characteristics. The experienced strategist pondered the choice of the next reward, declining the triple experience, realizing that the purpose of the fourth round was not to kill monsters. The practical Ryuming decided to take the gold, but meanwhile, the angel announced the exclusion of all players below rank 1225, causing panic among the participants. The shocked players shouted desperately, begging to check the results again, recalling the co-slaughter of the divine being. The indifferent divine creature called the losers insects on the exclusion list, showing absolute indifference to their fate. The ruthless angel announced the expulsion of losers not only from the game, but from life forever, emphasizing the finality of his decision. The unfortunate players began to literally burn alive in front of the others, causing horror and madness among those watching the brutal massacre. The doomed victims cried out desperately in hopes of rescue or help, but in the ruthless world of the game, no one could stop the divine retribution. After the game was over, the surviving participants woke up in their beds as usual, preparing for the next challenge of the deadly survival game. The awakened Sa-Rin was relieved to realize her return to the real world, feeling grateful for successfully passing the test. The jubilant beauty celebrated not only surviving the third round, but also gaining the coveted summoner class, which opens up new possibilities. The excited girl immediately tried out her new abilities, successfully summoning a fairy right in her room. The adorable miniature creature gracefully lowered itself onto the young summoner's shoulder, creating an idyllic picture of a magical union. A grateful Sa-Rin realized that it was the enchanting fairy's protective barrier that allowed her to safely complete the dangerous third round. The surprised actress was astonished to note her third place in the region's ranking, not expecting such a high result from her actions. The pensive girl, holding the crystal in her hands, pondered the Black Scythe's possible interest in this reward for the ordeal. The first thing that Yen Ming woke up was to grab the desk lamp, displaying an extreme degree of internal tension and resentment. The enraged young man smashed the lamp against the wall with force, venting his accumulated rage at the humiliating submission to another's will. The infuriated traitor was seething with anger at Black Scythe, who had forced him to carry out humiliating orders against his own will and interests. A remorseful Yen Ming bitterly regretted ordering his friends to destroy the relic. Unable to imagine the disastrous consequences of his forced betrayal, suddenly something caught the young man's attention, causing him to look warily to the side, instantly shifting his concentration to the new object. The tense guy went over to take his phone, expecting more trouble or important information related to his unenviable situation. The grim traitor was clearly aware of the criticality of his situation, realizing the inevitability of consequences after all that had happened in the virtual world. Kim Sung-jang called Eun-min and immediately pounced with accusations, shouting indignant questions into the phone about his crazy actions. The angry guy continued to rage, raising his voice during the phone call, outraged at his former friend's unbelievable antics. The indignant comrade abruptly cut short his attempts at justification, blaming the lad for the failure that had happened, unwilling to listen to any explanation. A desperate Yen Ming tried to justify his lack of choice by claiming that he would inevitably be killed if he refused to do the Reaper's bidding. The adamant former friend stated categorically that in such a situation, he should have just died rather than betraying his comrades to save himself. A furious Kim shouted into the tube that he would have preferred Yoon-min's quiet death to the betrayal that had cost the entire group so dearly. The desperate traitor reminded of the fall and his characteristics as a representative of the region, trying to prove his own suffering. The ruthless buddy rejected the excuses, reminding him that the tragedy wouldn't have happened if Yoon-min hadn't sought the power of the representative. A determined former comrade forbade ever calling him again, severing all ties regardless of circumstances or world of location. The stunned Yen Ming realized the gravity of the situation, but inwardly felt that he was the real victim, misunderstood and unjustly condemned. The desperate lad tried to reach out to other friends, desperately hoping to find understanding from at least some of his former comrades. The disappointed traitor found that everyone had blocked him, which triggered a new wave of rage and resentment towards his former associates. An offended Yen Ming decided that such people didn't deserve to be called friends, defiantly abandoning his former affection. The embittered guy mentally threatened his former friends with murder when they met, turning former friendship into outright enmity and hatred. Loyal department head An Sang-chul was reporting to his boss Ma Gen-lok again, modestly assessing his success as mere luck. The caring director expressed concern for his subordinate's condition after a tough third round, showing a rare concern for him. A curious Ma Gen-lok inquired about the bodyguard's level in class, receiving an answer about level 11 and the night class. An informed An Sang-chul informed the boss about Sa-Rin's different class, gaining summoner abilities instead of the normal class. The impressed bodyguard explained the rarity of this class, allowing you to summon a fairy and create protective shields for allies. The satisfied director was clearly pleased with the information he received, seeing in it additional opportunities for his hidden plans. The far-sighted Ma Gen-lok ordered a good relationship with the actress, anticipating her usefulness in future stages of the deadly game. The cunning director suggested that the bodyguard start a romantic relationship with the actress, explaining it was the best way to learn a person's weaknesses. The stunned An Sang-chul interjected the instruction, needing confirmation of such an unexpected order from his unpredictable superior. The astute Ma Gen-lok confirmed, noting the unusual excitement of his usually unflappable subordinate when discussing the actress. The realistic bodyguard expressed doubts about the success of the plan, emphasizing the lack of reciprocal feelings from the beautiful girl. The impatient boss moved on to the main topic of conversation, inquiring about the reason for the urgent meeting requested by the loyal subordinate. The guilty An Sang-chul began with a sincere apology, acknowledging the failure to fulfill the important task entrusted to him by the leader. The frustrated bodyguard explained the inability to help Kosa and relay the message due to the sudden change in circumstances. The understanding supervisor inquired about the reasons for the failure, giving the subordinate an opportunity to explain the situation without direct accusations. The impressed principal, after listening to the report, expressed surprise regarding Black Scythe's ability to defeat such a powerful opponent. The admiring bodyguard confirmed the Reaper's incredible skill, noting his complete independence and lack of need for assistance. The thoughtful Ma Gen-lok recognized Ryu Ming's exceptional characteristics beyond the limits of imagination, feeling embarrassed at his own capabilities. The intrigued director expressed his desire to meet this phenomenally strong player in person, seeing him as a noteworthy opponent. The magnanimous boss forgave the subordinate, recognizing that there were objective reasons for not following orders, showing a rare understanding. The practical leader inquired about the results of tracking down the thugs, returning to the more pressing matters of his agenda. An informed bodyguard reported the search for a man with the alias Yen Min, narrowing the suspects down to 5 candidates based on age and location. A cautious member of the detective agency warned that obtaining the subject's exact home address would require a full month of painstaking work. An irritated director expressed his displeasure at the long lead time, considering a month's wait unacceptably long to resolve an important issue. The judicious bodyguard tried to reassure his boss by suggesting an alternative approach and inquiring about the amount of gold the boss had. The experienced Ma Gen-lok, upon learning of a subordinate's 10,000 gold, offered to purchase a general tracking skill upon reaching 20,000, demonstrating his knowledge of the game. An attentive An Sang-chul recalled important information about the boss's large purchase of company stock last month that deserves special attention. The astonished entrepreneur clarified which company he was referring to, receiving an answer about Heavenly Demon Consulting, sparking his particular interest. The alarmed boss inquired about the size of the purchase, hearing a staggering 31%, significantly changing the balance of power in the company. The shocked director could hardly comprehend the information about one man acquiring 31% of his company's shares, showing genuine amazement. The bewildered entrepreneur mentally calculated the value of the deal, about 280 billion won, puzzled about the source of such colossal funds. Analyzing the situation, Ma Gen-lok considered the options. An unknown rich man or one of his influential brothers with a hidden summons. A worried businessman realized that a 31% owner had the right to participate in the management of the company, creating a potential threat to control. The calculating Ryu Min looked at the phone, pondering the need to wait for a call from the director while maintaining the image of a serious investor. The excited younger brother suddenly burst into the room, impatiently inquiring about the elder's level in the game, showing childlike enthusiasm. Disgruntled by the intrusion, Ryu Ming inquired about the cause of the disturbance after hearing about a certain arrogant boy's bragging at his brother's school. A frustrated Ryu Wan complained about the taunts, mentioning level 11 and the class of a nasty classmate being used to humiliate his family. The soothing older brother assured the superiority of his level, but inwardly recognized the impossibility of revealing the whole truth to the younger. The laconic Reaper called out level 12, intentionally understating the true figure, after which a curious Ryu Wan inquired about class availability. The interested boy, with eyes sparkling with curiosity, asked about his brother's class, hoping to get information to confront the bully. The evasive older brother refused to divulge details, calling it a secret and turning away to avoid further questioning. A determined Ryu Ming chased the younger man out of the room under the pretext of fatigue, providing himself the space he needed for important matters. The waiting strategist finally heard the long-awaited ringing of the phone, preparing for a conversation that would bring him closer to his strategic goal. The assembled Reaper said a polite hello, demonstrating business ethics and a willingness to engage in constructive dialogue with an important business contact. The caller who introduced himself identified himself as Ma Gen-lok, the director of Heavenly Dragon Consulting, confirming the cunning player's expectations. The strategically minded Ryu Min decided to pretend to be naive, knowing that the image of a simpleton would make the director let his guard down. A concerned director offered a face-to-face meeting to a major shareholder, eager to assess a new influential player in his field. The agreeing lad accepted the offer without hesitation, realizing there was no alternative to advance his elaborate plan. Discussing the day of the meeting, the Reapers suggested Friday by the director mentally declined because of the important event of gaining the power of inner thinking. The diplomatic Ryu Min offered Saturday as an alternative, skillfully sidestepping the obstacle without revealing the true reasons for the refusal. Satisfied with the arrangement, the strategist was well aware of the predictability of the call, knowing the history of setting up a consultancy to gain paternal approval. The prudent Reaper realized the need to acquire a new ability before meeting with the headmaster, planning every step of his game. The coveted rune can be obtained in a multitude of ways, providing the experienced player with different paths to achieve the goal. Some of these valuable artifacts can be found in certain locations of various rounds, hidden from casual eyes. Other runes are given out as special rewards for completing difficult quests or achieving rare game stats. The most powerful instances often fall out after destroying powerful bosses, rewarding only the strongest players. In extremely rare cases, even killing common monsters can yield a valuable rune, turning routine farming into a potential treasure. A little-known fact: some runes are also available in real life, creating a unique connection between the virtual and physical worlds. The conditions for these real runes to appear are extremely complex, making obtaining them only accessible to the most dedicated players. A prepared Ryu Min arrived on the scene, knowing the imminent appearance of Jang Seok-hyun, whom he had a special score to settle from past cycles. The indomitable Reaper will never forget the name of this man, the criminal who kidnapped his younger brother and known by the nickname Stash. The vengeful lad clearly remembered the voice of his captor demanding secret information unavailable to others in the world of the dangerous game. Remembering the past, Ryu Ming recognized his helplessness, then feigned incomprehension, denying having any special knowledge. The brutal bandit only laughed cheaply at his words, showing the certainty of his suspicions and the superiority of his position. The kidnapper's shocking words about knowing his regression status were the turning point that revealed the true nature of the conflict. Stunned by the Reaper's revelation of his secret, he later learned the source of the information, a mind-reading rune that gives the wielder an incredible advantage. Since the 11th regression, the implacable Ryu Ming had been obsessed with revenge against this man, making it the centerpiece of his existence. The stubborn strategist had no other priority goals other than retaliation against the man who dared threaten his brother and revealed his secret. The ambitious Reaper was also eager to get his hands on the mind-reading rune before his enemy, realizing its strategic value in the upcoming battle. The ruthless Jang Sung-hyun showed up at the warehouse grounds with a new victim on his shoulder, displaying the familiar MO of a serial criminal. A cold-blooded criminal has dragged a helpless girl into a deserted warehouse to become the next object of his cruel entertainment. The cynical kidnapper warned the girl to remove the duct tape and not to scream, showing a complete disregard for human life. The frightened stranger begged for mercy, only to be met with a mocking denial from the bandit, suggesting she try other means of pleading. The sadistic torturer listed the standard phrases of the victims, assuring them of the futility of any attempts to appease him or negotiate. The disoriented girl began apologizing, trying to find the reason for her abduction in past looks or random actions. A mocking Jang Seok-hyun philosophically remarked on the pointlessness of doing things that you'll have to apologize for later, demonstrating twisted logic. The narrating bandit described his condition 2 days ago, walking down the street looking for a potential victim to satisfy base desires. The swaggering criminal believed that one kitty could fix all his problems, demonstrating a complete lack of morality and humanity. A man objectifying women noticed a beautiful girl on the street, paying attention solely to her figure, ignoring her personality. The sneaking stalker decided to stalk the girl he liked, following her around the corner and waiting for the opportune moment to attack. The purposeful hunter approached his chosen victim step by step, guided by primitive desires and a complete lack of conscience. Upon approaching the girl, the insidious criminal activated his gaming powers, using virtual abilities in the real world. The blinded victim began screaming at the sudden loss of vision, becoming helpless in the face of a dangerous opponent abusing his power. The panicked girl was desperately crying for help, while the perverted man relished the opportunity to do whatever he wanted with impunity. A reflective bandit recognized his life for its former emptiness, when he was completely indifferent to whether he survived or died. Delighted with his new power, the criminal enjoyed the glow that dazzled his opponents, thanks to which his life had taken on new colors. The degraded man saw his ability as the perfect tool for entertainment, wanting nothing more from his existence. The restless stalker visited a coffee shop, where his attention was drawn to another attractive girl who became his new target. The fantasizing pervert anticipated applying the power of the glow to a new victim, mentally planning the details of his heinous crime. The feignedly polite thug approached the girl and placed a simple order, an Americano on the rocks, masking his true intentions. Striking up a conversation, the offender noted that the girl was new, introducing himself as a regular visitor to establish false credibility. A polite employee confirmed her novelty by explaining the dismissal of many employees without realizing the true motives. The analytically minded bandit found mass layoffs logical. People at risk of dying at any moment would not waste time on part-time jobs. The curious criminal inquired about the girl's status, learning that the 32-year-old woman was the owner of the coffee shop and not a mere employee. Pleased by the victim's lack of gambling ability, the bandit took the age information as confirmation of her defenselessness. The insolent stalker asked for a phone number, directly stating his liking for the girl, showing characteristic self-assurance. The alarmed owner instantly changed her face, which did not escape the attentive gaze of the would-be criminal. The irritated man rudely inquired as to the reason for this reaction, assuming his own unattractiveness or other rejection factors. The infuriated bandit began aggressively accusing the girl of being disgusted by his facial blemishes, refusing coffee and demanding her money back. The intimidated coffee shop owner, extremely frightened by the aggressive behavior, hurriedly handed the money back in an effort to avoid conflict. Demonstrating aggression, the criminal angrily snatched the money from the hands of the frightened girl, showing a complete lack of humanity. The man who left the coffee shop accused the owner of arrogance because of her attractive looks, constructing a twisted logic of justification. The revenge-hungry thug decided to make the girl pay for the imaginary stare down, turning an imaginary offense into a real crime. The coffee shop owner, who had found herself in the warehouse, desperately apologized to the kidnapper, hoping to soften his intentions with her remorse. The ruthless tormentor dismissed the apology as insincere, continuing to psychologically pressure the helpless captive in the deserted warehouse. The physically aggressive perpetrator roughly pushed the woman, demonstrating complete superiority and a willingness to act violently. A cynical Jang Seok-hyun accused the victim of insincerity in her apology, claiming that she was only seeking to avoid punishment rather than truly repentant. The sadistic kidnapper spoke of the insufficiency of a verbal apology, hinting at the need to make amends with more substantial actions. The threatening bandit warned the captive not to twitch or call for help, showing absolute confidence in his impunity. The suddenly appeared Ryu Ming turned the threat against the criminal himself, warning him not to move and showing a complete change in the balance of power. A shocked Seok-hyun had not expected anyone's presence, being at a loss and assuming a police detective had intervened. The shocked man turned around abruptly and shouted aggressively, demanding to identify himself to the unexpected intruder who had disrupted his plans. The unperturbed Ryu Min indifferently noted the pointlessness of the performance, predicting the bandit's future curses, regardless of familiarity. A puzzled Seok-hyun stared at the stranger's huge scythe, taking the situation as a strange prank or theatrical performance. The incredulous perpetrator called the stranger crazy, suggesting childish games instead of a real threat, showing a complete lack of understanding. The patient reaper pointed out the bandit's lack of understanding of the situation, hinting at the seriousness of his weapon and the veracity of the threat it posed. A demonstrative Ryu Ming swung his scythe, clearly showing the seriousness of his intentions and willingness to use deadly weapons. Shocked by the reality of the weapon, the bandit suddenly realized a possible connection to the game, inquiring about the stranger's status as a player. The warning reaper turned to the captive, declaring what was happening to be her last chance to escape and giving her a chance to save herself. The enraged perpetrator began yelling that no one would let the victim escape, demonstrating his unwillingness to let his prey go. The resolute Ryu Ming, ignoring the thug's further words, swiftly attacked without wasting time on meaningless negotiations. The practiced warrior delivered a precise strike to the vital area between his opponent's legs, instantly neutralizing his fighting potential. Groaning in pain, the man instantly lost his aggressiveness, feeling the agonizing sensation of a targeted blow to a vulnerable spot. The cocky Ryu Ming recalled his warning about the ease of reprisal, backing up his words with practical actions. The caring rescuer turned to the girl again, urging her to leave the dangerous place immediately and leave the criminal to his own devices. The frightened captive instantly seized the opportunity by rushing to the door, leaving the men alone to finish their conflict. The sinister Reaper noted the seclusion of their meeting, suggesting they were truly having fun, hinting at the real beginning of his revenge. The desperate thug began shouting threats and curses, promising reprisals, displaying the typical reaction of a cornered criminal. A sneering Ryu Ming expressed his disappointment at the possible re-shoeing of his opponent, finding such a twist not exciting enough. The enterprising Reaper rushed forward for another attack, not allowing his opponent to regain his wits and seize the initiative in the unequal battle. The desperately defending bandit tried to strike back, but to no avail. The swift opponent easily dodged all attacks. A mocking Ryu Ming compared his opponent to the goblins from the game, ridiculing his use of a short knife in a fight against a superior opponent. The ruthless Reaper swung his scythe, severing part of the arm holding the dagger, beginning the methodical dismemberment of his longtime enemy. The screaming man felt unbearable pain comparable to real fire, experiencing for the first time the suffering he was inflicting on others. The sadistically observant Ryu Ming coldly inquired about his opponent's pain, showing a complete lack of sympathy for the torment. The menacing Reaper ominously promised that this was only the beginning of their interaction, foreshadowing a much more harrowing ordeal for the enemy. The unconscious bandit began to see poorly after the next blow, his perception of reality rapidly deteriorating with each passing second. The ruthless Ryu Ming, refusing mercy, called his opponent a whiner and struck again, continuing his methodical massacre. The bandit, realizing his imminent death, understood the hopelessness of his situation, foreseeing his imminent death at the hands of the merciless avenger. The desperate bandit realized the need to deprive Blackbraid of his sight first, if he wanted to maintain the slightest chance of survival. Panic activating his power, Seok-hyun launched a glow, shouting threats of imminent death at the enemy, trying to blind the enemy. The astonished criminal discovered something completely unexpected, contradicting his understanding of his own abilities and their effectiveness. The confused bandit realized the futility of his attack, not understanding the reason for his opponent's immunity to an ability that had always worked before. The unperturbed Ryu Ming inwardly noted the futility of his opponent's efforts, knowing that light could not penetrate through his Knight of Death skill. The prudent strategist recalled that he would have otherwise simply cut off the enemy's hands if he couldn't withstand the light attack. The determined Reaper swung his huge black scythe again, preparing to deliver another crippling blow to his helpless opponent. The methodical vigilante slashed the bandit's legs with a single touch, robbing him of his last opportunity for movement and spatial maneuvering. The man who had lost all his limbs realized the approaching last minutes of his life, reduced to a helpless stump of a human body. The desperate bandit called his adversary a devil's spawn, questioning the reasons for such cruel treatment, not understanding the vigilante's motives. The cold-blooded Ryu Ming, striking with his scythe, wondered if the opponent really wanted to know the reason for his suffering before he died. The contemptuous Reaper questioned the need for a reason to eliminate the pathetic bug, explaining the prophylactic nature of killing the problematic element. The uncomprehending man called his tormentor a psycho, not realizing the true reasons for such a methodical and cruel massacre of himself. The guy who continued the torture delivered numerous blows with the scythe, while the dying bandit was perplexed as to the reasons for his agonizing fate. The desperate criminal contemplated suicide as the only way to end the unbearable torment sooner, looking for a way out. The bandit, resigned to the inevitable, realized that only his own death could alleviate his current suffering a little. The hinting Reaper placed the scythe against the man's throat, creating the illusion of a possible final blow interrupting the victim's suffering. The puzzled man stared with incomprehension, trying to unravel the further intentions of the mysterious tormentor with unpredictable actions. The wily Ryu Ming wondered if the bandit really thought he would be allowed to die so quickly, escaping full retribution. The ruthless avenger promised not to allow an easy death until the victim began to beg for deliverance, showing the true depth of vengeance. The methodical Reaper proceeded to slowly dismember the man into small pieces, prolonging the agony and displaying complete equanimity. The exhausted bandit longed for an end to the unbearable pain, realizing the need to beg for death as the only possible deliverance. The broken criminal finally begged for death, completely abandoning his pride and asking for a merciful killing at the hand of the enemy. Ignoring the pleas, Blackbraid pretended not to hear anything, demanding a repetition of the humiliating request, enjoying the psychological torture. As the bandit took his last breath, he repeated his plea for death and rest, completely broken by the physical and psychological torment. The mysterious Reaper noted the victim's ignorance of the reasons for what had happened, emphasizing that this was a first encounter for the bandit as opposed to the vigilante. The mysterious Ryu Min hints at a previous acquaintance, claiming that they have met before, though the bandit doesn't remember it due to time loops. The bewildered bandit could not understand the motives of the torturer, assuming a connection with the kidnapped girl or other personal scores between them. The outspoken Ryu Min refuted the assumption by admitting to a complete lack of familiarity with the girl, showing a different motivation. The explaining Reaper talked about kidnapping his younger brother in the future and trying to pry information out, emphasizing that it was the past for him. Warning Ryu Ming pointed out that without his intervention, the bandit would have gained the ability to read minds, changing the balance of power in the game. The informed strategist knew about the hidden ability and the secret to obtaining it, preventing the bandit from committing a crime and acquiring a dangerous skill. The visionary Reaper described an unrealized future, the torture of a woman, and the use of her earnest prayers to gain mind-reading powers. A determined judge explained that he had seen this crime many times, and even the potential nature of the atrocity made the thug worthy of death. Begging for a speedy death, the criminal accepted his fate, asking only for a speedy trial and deliverance from agony. The mercy-denying Ryu Min decided to do nothing to hasten his death, prolonging the suffering of his longtime enemy. The practical Reaper placed the scythe in the dying man's teeth to lessen his screams, preparing for the next stage of his cruel plan. The methodical vigilante explained his candor by his desire to await the bandit's natural death from his wounds without showing him mercy. The suffering criminal continued to beg for a quick kill, describing his hellish pain and demonstrating complete submission to the will of the avenger. The perplexed bandit pondered the contradiction between the Reaper's desire to hear the truth and the physical obstacle to conversation, the slash. The mind-penetrating Ryu Ming answered the unspoken question, demonstrating the testing of his new mind-reading ability on a dying man. The triumphant strategist admitted that he had already gotten the coveted ability before the bandit, beating him in this important race. The explaining Reaper revealed the mechanism. Sincere pleas for death activated the power that Ryu Ming had successfully appropriated for himself. The guy describing the process explained the automatic transfer of force triggered by the ideal conditions created. Satisfied with the result, the Reaper noted the automatic activation of the ability, demonstrating its successful acquisition. Testing the new power, Ryu Ming confirmed the excellent performance of the ability that allowed him to read the innermost thoughts of a dying person. The principled vigilante explained his decision not to give an easy death as an act of justice to all of the bandit's victims. Inwardly cursing his tormentor, the bandit had no idea that his thoughts were completely accessible to Ryu Ming, thanks to his new ability. The pragmatic strategist noted the lack of witnesses, but realized the need to clean up the crime scene for his own safety. The methodical Reaper applied the game skill trail cleaning, demonstrating the use of virtual abilities in the real world. Satisfied with the result, Ryu Ming noted the effectiveness of the skill to completely remove all evidence from the scene of the brutal massacre. Leaving the warehouse, the Reaper felt the satisfaction of having accomplished all of his goals, accomplishing his revenge and obtaining the coveted ability. Preparing for an important meeting, Ryu Ming put on a business suit, showing the seriousness of the upcoming event and his professionalism. The curious younger brother, noticing the unfamiliar outfit, began to inquire about a possible date, surprised by the older brother's atypical appearance. The evasive Reaper partially confirmed the assumption by explaining the situation with an important meeting with a business partner, without revealing the true details. A concerned Ryu Won clarified his brother's intentions for starting his own business, showing genuine interest in his plans. Touched by the older brother's concern, he noted the younger brother's touching concern for his emotional well-being rather than potential financial loss. A soothing Ryu Min promised to share details after the meeting, reminding them of the importance of trust between brothers in their difficult situation. The caring senior asked the younger one to be obedient and careful, emphasizing the dangers of being outside due to the activity of the players. The informed boy mentioned the news about the crimes of players using their superpowers to break the law and create chaos. An informed teenager added information about escaped criminals from other countries, demonstrating an understanding of the global implications of game events. Explaining, Ryu Min confirmed that prisoners of the right age had also become players, gaining access to supernatural abilities. The shrewd strategist pondered the decreasing number of people and increasing number of enemies each month, seeing it as an inevitable evolution of the game. The Reaper who foresaw the future was aware of the coming hunt for ordinary people and the onset of lawlessness, requiring a strengthening of his power and reputation. Concluding his thoughts, Ryu Ming foresaw the coming of lawlessness, realizing the need to build up his own power and influence until then. The worried brother urged the younger one to be extremely careful everywhere, expressing genuine concern for his safety. A persistent Ryu Won returned to the issue of his brother's class, showing undying interest in this mysterious part of his gaming identity. The distracted Reaper promised to reveal all the details soon, directing his brother to breakfast and ending the uncomfortable line of questioning. Approaching the meeting place, Ryu Ming reflected on the predictability of the principal choosing familiar territory to strengthen his position. The informed strategist knew the true owner of the hotel owned by the Osen Group, identifying him as Ma Gen-lok himself. The confident Reaper considered this information strictly confidential, available at most to the headmaster's parents, emphasizing his exclusive knowledge. Preparing for the meeting, Ryu Ming planned to create an image of maximum naivete by strategically choosing his role for the upcoming negotiations. A polite visitor approached the receptionist's desk, mentioning the appointment and following business communication protocol. An informed female employee suggested a meeting with the CEO of Heavenly Dragon, confirming the importance and formality of the upcoming event. The obliging receptionist informed of the CEO's imminent arrival, offering to wait for him in the lounge for the visitor's convenience. The strategically acting Ryu Min smiled sweetly and thanked the female employee, continuing to maintain the image of a naive young man. The role-focused strategist understood the need to appear a common simpleton, planning to cover his mouth slightly to enhance the effect. Playing naive, the boy began to ostentatiously admire the chandelier, giving the impression of an unsophisticated young man entering a luxurious place for the first time. The approaching staff member addressed the young visitor by name, drawing his attention to begin a business communication. The astute Ryu Ming recognized An Sang-chul, the headmaster's right-hand man. Recalling their previous indirect meeting under different circumstances, the attentive manager identified the guy as a visitor from the LCD complex, linking him to a past meeting where they had fleetingly crossed paths. The polite bodyguard apologized for the previous rudeness, demonstrating professional demeanor and the necessary respect for a major investor. The distrustful employee inwardly doubted the young visitor, who did not look even 20 years old, but had already invested a whopping 280 billion. The shrewd Ryu Ming accurately understood the manager's suspicions, considering such a reaction normal for a man of his age with such investment capabilities. The diplomatic fellow magnanimously forgave the misunderstanding by mentioning his own ignorance of the CEO's residence above the hotel. Correcting the misunderstanding, the manager hastened to clarify that he was not the CEO, averting a potential misunderstanding. Explaining, and Sang Chul introduced himself as the department head, explaining the present director's slight tardiness and his role in the company. The obliging manager invited the guest to wait inside until Mr. Ma arrived, following the protocol of welcoming important visitors. The alert supervisor placed the visitor in the room, assuring him of the principal's imminent arrival and leaving him alone with his thoughts. The businesslike employee left the room, slamming the door behind him, leaving the young investor waiting for the main meeting. The observant Ryu Ming noticed that the distant supervisor immediately started sending a message to someone, probably reporting on the guest. The action-anticipating Reaper had expected his subordinate to appear as a scout, considering it unsurprising for a Scorpion director. The attentive guy caught an unexpected sound signaling the arrival of a more important person and a change in the dynamics of the meeting. Arriving CEO Ma Hen-lok formally introduced himself, maintaining business etiquette and emphasizing the seriousness of the meeting. The enterprising businessman extended his hand for a handshake, demonstrating the traditional business greeting and disposition to make contact. The polite Ryu Ming also introduced himself, answering the greeting and completing the formal part of the business protocol introductions. The meeting attendees seated themselves comfortably for the conversation, and the director invited the department head to stay for the conversation. A nuanced strategist noticed the impoliteness of the director inviting a subordinate without consulting the guest, demonstrating dominance. The hospitable Ma Gen-lok suggested eating first before the business conversation. Following Korean negotiation traditions, the caring director mentioned the prepared Korean dishes, hoping for the approval of the young investor's choice of cuisine. The supporting character Ryu Min expressed his sincere admiration for the taste of the food as he continued to play the role of an unsophisticated young man. The director analyzing the situation internally agreed with the subordinate's assessment of the investor's youth, suspecting more powerful figures behind his back. The analyzing director pondered the possible patrons of the young investor, suggesting the influence of a brother or father behind such a large investment. A curious Ma Gen-lok expressed surprise at the young age of the chief investor, delicately inquiring about the exact number of years he had lived. The unperturbed Ryu Min calmly replied about his 20 years of age, continuing to maintain the image of a carefree young man. The shocked businessman did not hide his extreme surprise upon learning the exact age of such a significant investor in his company. The outspoken director shared his own age at 29, expressing his joy at meeting such a young member of the business world. A concerned Ma Gen-lok asked a direct question about the source of such a huge sum at a young age, trying to unravel the mystery of wealth. Noting the straightforwardness, Ryu Ming mentally assessed the tactlessness of the question, choosing a response strategy to maintain his chosen image. The modestly answering fellow denied a wealthy background, positioning himself as a recent ordinary student without a distinguished fortune. A hint of familiarity from the Reaper suggested that the boys may have heard recent news, creating intrigue before the information was revealed. Straight-talking Ryu Min described himself as a glorified lottery winner who won 100 times in a row and became a millionaire overnight. The modest fellow recognized the improbability of his good fortune, giving the impression of a man most surprised at his own luck. The astonished listeners experienced extreme amazement, realizing that before them was the famous victor about whom the whole city was talking. Attentive to details, the director recalled articles mentioning only 60 billion, wondering about the fate and accretion of these funds. An explaining investor talked about investing all of his money in Bitcoin, again emphasizing the element of luck in his financial decisions. The delighted director noted the young man's amazing foresight, marveling at the decision to invest such a sum in cryptocurrency. The concurring department head seconded the observation of the young man's extraordinary luck, reinforcing the general impression of phenomenal good fortune. An Sang-chul, who cited the articles, recalled publications that mentioned prophetic dreams as a source of predictions, hinting at supernatural abilities. Denying the official version, Ryu Min suddenly denied the dream story, preparing for a more sensational revelation of the true source of the information. The strategically minded Reaper realized the need for a compelling story to get the principal on his side by planning a bold confession. A trusty guy made a supposedly exclusive confession about having a future rune, supposedly revealing his secret to an outsider for the first time. To the stunned audience, Ryu Ming explained the rune's action as the ability to see into the future several years ahead, anticipating developments. The generalizing narrator described himself as a seer who could see the future, cementing this incredible concept in the minds of the astonished listeners. The wary guys, both the department head and Gospon Ma himself, tensed up, realizing the potential consequences of such a revelation. The incredulous director inwardly doubted what he had heard, assuming the possibility of a mishearing because of the improbability of the confession. The baffled department head mentally analyzed the visionary's concept, trying to make sense of such an unusual explanation for the phenomenal success. Requesting confirmation, the director inquired about the veracity of the statement, clarifying whether the correct lottery numbers were actually seen through ability. Affirmative, Ryu Ming agreed with the director's understanding, explaining his lottery earnings and Bitcoin investment by anticipating future events. The doubting principal asked for proof of the unusual ability, offering to predict his actions in the near future as a test. The mind-reading Reaper realized the ease of predicting the next move due to telepathy, deciding to set limits on the demonstration of abilities. The evasive seer apologized for not being able to use the powers as requested, attributing it to their arbitrary activation beyond their control. The rationalizing principal internally recognized the logicality of such a limitation on the ability to foresee, believing it to be a necessary balance. Illuminated by the unexpected thought, Magenlock's face suddenly changed, showing the emergence of an important realization or idea. A savvy businessman has linked an investment in his company to the foresight of its successful future, looking for confirmation of his hunch. A confirming Ryu Min assured that in less than 6 months, the company will be on the top list, impressively concretizing the prediction. The enthusiastic director was extremely pleased with the information received, taking it as confirmation of the correctness of the chosen path. Magenlock's dream of recognition internally hoped for his father's approval if the prediction was realized, revealing the underlying motivation. Counselor Ryu Ming suggested rethinking the scope for success, hinting at the need for strategic change. A resisting An Sang-chul expressed opposition to the idea of changing direction, sarcastically comparing it to replacing the company altogether. The insistent guy explained the need to change the company's name along with the field of activity, further irritating the skeptical subordinate. A serious Ryu Min pointed out the absurdity of suggesting a joke, recalling the status of both of them as players with special abilities. The judicious seer recalled the serious penalties for revealing abilities, emphasizing the senselessness of lying in this context. The risk-emphasizing guy noted his openness in sharing the secret as proof of sincerity, creating a trusting atmosphere. The logical investor pointed to the significant amount invested as evidence of his confidence in the company's future, reinforcing the weight of the argument. The worried subordinate approached his supervisor, expressing his hope that he would rationally distrust such unusual statements. The shrewd Ryu Ming noted his subordinate's obvious distrust, showing attentiveness to reactions. Honest An Sang-chul confirmed his skepticism by openly admitting his distrust of the young investor's unusual abilities. Suddenly changing tactics, Ryu Ming asked about the reason for his move to the apartment below the principal's floor, taking the conversation to a new level. Hinting at non-coincidence, the guy rhetorically asked about the likelihood of mere coincidence, creating intrigue with his unexpected question. The concerned director clarified the location of the apartment, surprised by this unexpected twist and possible connection to the abilities being discussed. An informing subordinate confirmed that about 2 months ago, the guy did move into the penthouse below the famous actress's apartment. The angry director expressed dissatisfaction with the late provision of this important information, demonstrating a critical attitude toward the subordinate's work. An analyst director pondered the January move by an investor close to a person associated with the company, long before the Bitcoin investment. The rational businessman realized the impossibility of such knowledge without the true gift of foreseeing the future, which enhanced the plausibility of the story. A cautious Magen Locke considered the skeptical version as well. The guy could have simply known about the actress's sponsorship, acting on public information. The doubting director inwardly recognized that such information might have been enough to strategize without supernatural abilities. Demonstrating awareness, Ryu Min listed the hidden facts about the director, ownership of the hotel, the status of the eldest son, and the motives for establishing the consultancy. The outraged subordinate expressed extreme indignation, emphasizing that only the director's closest relatives could know such information. A restrained An Sang-chul apologized for his overly emotional reaction, aware of the breach of business etiquette in the presence of his superior. The impressed director recognized the absolute accuracy of the information, showing growing confidence in the young investor's unusual abilities. The businessman, who remained skeptical, noted the insufficiency of this knowledge for full conviction, suspecting the possibility of leaks from relatives. A suspicious Magen Locke expressed fears about the guy being hired by competitors to manipulate the company through the influence of a major shareholder. The straight-talking director called the situation ridiculous, avoiding detailed explanations for the obvious skepticism of such unusual claims. The pragmatic businessman explained his reluctance to abandon the company's current direction, despite his fundamental belief in the existence of foresight. A diplomatic Magen Locke expressed gratitude for the investment, but suggested that the discussion be deferred to the formal shareholders' meeting. Wrapping up the meeting, the director apologized for not being able to help, delicately signaling the end of an unproductive conversation. A determined Ryu Ming stopped the departing principal, asking for another moment of attention for one last attempt at persuasion. The strategically minded Reaper took the extreme step of offering information about the upcoming 4th round as proof of his abilities. Interested listeners immediately hesitated, surprised at the possibility of gaining such valuable information about future trials. The persuasive seer mentioned a terrible tragedy in his vision, building confidence in his abilities through the emotional coloring of the prediction. The remorseful subordinate apologized to the principal after the guest left, regretting his emotional behavior during an important meeting. The understanding supervisor reassured the aide, recognizing the good intentions in his actions to protect the supervisor's interests. A cautious An Sang-chul asked for permission to offer an additional opinion, eager to share his lingering suspicions. The incredulous bodyguard expressed doubts about the guy's abilities, emphasizing the suspiciousness of the whole foresight situation. The judicious assistant pointed out the illogic of helping others by a person of such ability who could live a much better life on his own. The confident director recalled the words of the lad expressing a desire to develop with the company as an explanation for his unusual interest. The rational department head emphasized the illogic of such motivation, noting the enormity of the sum of 280 billion, a difficult amount to squander in a lifetime. A suspicious An Sang-chul suggested that the situation was overly risky, assuming the guy had other unnamed abilities. The strategically minded director considered luring the true visionary to his side, assessing the potential benefits of the alliance. The far-sighted businessman emphasized the tremendous value of information about each round, realizing the strategic advantage of such an ally. A cautious subordinate reminded of the lad's lingering uncertainty about his abilities, urging rational skepticism before making decisions. The patient director offered to wait for a test of time, confident in his ability to discover the truth about the unusual investor on his own. Satisfied with the results, Ryu Ming felt satisfied after the successful negotiations, having achieved all of his tactical goals. Anticipating the Reaper's reactions, he was sure that after the 4th round, the guys would be convinced of his prophetic abilities, recognizing his status as a true seer. The cunning strategist deliberately did not reveal critical information about additional quests and paths to the top of the rankings, maintaining a strategic advantage. The informed guy knew the real nature of the round, not a recall hunt, but an actual fight between players, which would be conclusive proof of his gift. Satisfied with his strategy, Ryu Ming saw it as the perfect way to prove his status as a visionary, building the trust of potential allies. The future-planning Reaper expected a change in attitude after the prophecy was confirmed, expecting respect and protection from the headmaster. The strategically minded lad understood the value of an alliance, realizing the advantage of having himself as an ally rather than an adversary in the trials ahead. The thoughtful strategist pondered continuing his role as visionary to the end, assessing the long-term prospects and consequences of his chosen strategy. A determined Ryu Ming realized the need to contact someone important, completing the current phase of his plan and preparing for the next action. An anxious Julie hurried down the street, clearly aware of her lateness and nervous about losing precious time. The impatient girl mentally begged the traffic light to switch to green faster, unable to speed up the inexorable countdown of the signal. An astute passerby noticed a luxury car driving by, perplexed about its make and the identity of the idiot who stopped right in front of the store. The sociable Ryu Min opened the car window and said hello to the girl, causing her to be extremely surprised by the unexpected encounter. An excited Julie rushed over to the guy when the traffic light finally switched to green, showing her sincere joy of meeting him. The courteous driver confirmed ownership of the car, apologized for inappropriate parking, and offered to talk on the road, inviting the girl into the cabin. The intrigued classmate looked somewhat puzzled, but nevertheless agreed, giving in to the intriguing offer. A luxurious red foreign car of sporty design was moving elegantly along the road, attracting admiring glances of passers-by with its swift outlines. The delighted passenger admitted that it was the first time she had ever ridden in such a car, to which the humble owner remarked that he himself was driving it for the first day after a recent delivery. A curious Julie inquired about the cost of the car, receiving a shocking answer of a not-so-large sum of 900 million. The shocked girl expressed bewilderment at the perception of such a colossal sum, noting the possibility of buying many other cars. Carefree Ru Ming explained his point of view by comparing the value of a car to the total amount of lottery winnings, demonstrating the changed perception of money. A thoughtful Zhu Li remembered that the guy was clearly not from a poor family, realizing that they existed in completely different financial worlds. The confused girl pondered whether this trip could be considered a real date, feeling uncomfortable with the possibility. A determined Ryu Ming suddenly stated the need to confess something important to the girl, drastically changing the mood of the conversation. The hasty young man, noticing his classmate's reaction, reassured her that it wasn't about personal feelings, preventing an awkward misunderstanding. The nervous Julie had a strong urge to jump out the window out of embarrassment, assuming a romantic connotation in her classmate's words. The outspoken Reaper admitted to cheating about lottery numbers, revealing the real source of the information, the ability to see the future. The enthusiastic girl appreciated the guy's frankness, expressing joy at hearing the truth instead of the expected confession of feelings. The grateful Julie appreciated the man's honesty, realizing the difficulty of such a revelation about supernatural abilities. Justice Ryu Min noted the equivalence of sharing information, recalling her previously disclosed support class in the game world. An open-minded classmate agreed with the idea of fairness, offering to share more about her ability in return for trust. The sociable girl talked about gaining a defense ability in the first round, showing the mutual trust in their relationship. Explaining, Julie explained the mechanism of the protective barrier that was strengthened by the presence of people within 10 meters. Relieved by the revelation, the girl noted the pleasant feeling of revealing the truth, showing emotional relief. A curious classmate inquired as to the reason for such sudden candor, receiving an answer about the gravity of keeping a secret. The mysterious guy hinted at even more important information that required prior trust, making the girl tense up. A tense pause hung in the interior of the car, heightening the drama of the moment and emphasizing the importance of the upcoming revelation. The savvy Julie exclaimed about the fourth round, realizing the improbability of such knowledge and its potential value. The caring Ryu Min warned caution with the surrounding players, expressing his sincere concern for his classmates' safety. The grateful girl appreciated the privilege of being the first recipient of such valuable information, taking it as special treatment. Dreamy Julie hoped for a place in her classmate's heart, revealing her romantic feelings and hopes. The shrewd Ryu Min, back in his room, realized the possibility of romantic sympathy from a classmate. The bemused Reaper pondered the reasons for her continued good attitude, analyzing past interactions from a new perspective. The pragmatic guy assessed the situation as unexpected but potentially beneficial, taking the development in his favor. The strategically minded Ryu Min reasoned that the girl's romantic interest would make it easier to turn her into an ally, which was completely in line with his plans. The pacified Reaper reflected on the girl's trust in his ability to see the future, planning for rest after solving the problem, realizing the small amount of work needed this month. Time flew by unnoticed. It was March 31st, and before heading off to the other world, the prudent Ryu Ming purchased an epic item from the store's current offerings section. The strategically minded player appreciated the weapon's good performance and translucency effect, planning to use it effectively in conjunction with the Knight of Death skill. The attentive lad suddenly heard a rustle outside the door of his room, instantly alerted by the unexpected sound. A worried Ryu Wan came to his older brother, reminding him of the impending critical time, showing his awareness of the upcoming test. The evasive older brother interjected, accepting the younger's concern, but noted the need to assess the situation on the spot without making hasty promises. The informed boy mentioned his brother's status as a seer, who knows the details of the fourth round, showing his awareness of his special abilities. Bound to his brother, Ryu Wan showed extreme excitement for his elder, demonstrating the deep emotional bond between the brothers. The demanding junior was adamant about his brother's need to survive at all costs, emphasizing the absolute priority of his safety. A focused Ryu Ming prepared to move into the game world, adjusting himself to fall asleep and move into the virtual reality of the deadly ordeal. Knowing the dangers ahead, the Reaper understood the deadly nature of the fourth round, preparing for another serious test of his abilities. A concerned Unmin discovered the retention of the penalty received for betraying Jo Jun-sik, worrying about going through the fourth round without the authority of the commander. The paranoid traitor feared retaliation from willing regional representatives or former friends, realizing his vulnerability to his many enemies. Aware of the complexity of the situation, the guy understood the gravity of the upcoming ordeal, gloomily assessing his chances of a favorable outcome. A wary Yen Ming scrutinized his surroundings, assessing the potential threats in the new, unknown location. The puzzled traitor wondered about the nature of the new place, trying to identify the location to determine a behavioral strategy. The disoriented player noted the monotonous whiteness of the surroundings, comparing it to soap and expressing bewilderment at the choice of such a godforsaken place. The enraged Yen Ming noticed Black Scythe, feeling insane anger at the mere sight of him, suspecting that he had foreseen this outcome. The accusing traitor recalled the destruction of the relic and the use of former friends, attributing the Reaper to cold-blooded manipulation of the situation. The suspicious Yen Ming celebrated the killing of the Divine Retribution representative without hesitation, considering it extremely suspicious and unnatural. Helplessly raging, the boy fantasized about massacring Black Braid with force, expressing a deep hatred for his former ally. The traitor, resigned to reality, realized the necessity of cooperating with the devil for the sake of survival, despite the rage boiling inside. A determined Yen Ming approached Ryu Ming, addressing him with a reminder of past arrangements, trying to enlist his protection. The desperate traitor recalled the terms of the last round, when he had been promised protection in exchange for subordinate status. The indifferent Black Braid refused the services of such a subordinate, showing a complete lack of interest in cooperating with the traitor. The rational Reaper pointed out the pointlessness of representing a region without the authority of a commander, emphasizing the futility of cooperating with a devalued ally. The informed Reaper noted that most of the players had already completed their advance, denying the traitor the ability to give them orders. The acerbic Black Braid wryly stated the former representative's complete uselessness, enjoying his humiliating position. The ruthless Ryu Min characterized Yen Min as a walking target of no value to either side of the conflict. The alarmed traitor began to look around, trying to assess the situation and potential threats in the new location. The calming Reaper assured that the threat was only lip service, and few would dare to actually attack under the current circumstances. A confident Ryu Ming explained that most players had already weighed the risks and abandoned the idea of attacking, preferring safety. The logically reasoning strategist noted that the number of potential subordinates decreases with pumping, making the hunt for a traitor impractical. The right-minded Yen Ming understood the fairness of Black Scythe's arguments, recognizing the impossibility of getting rid of his unenviable situation. Notable among the rest, actress Se-Ah Rin and her faithful bodyguard An Sang-chul were also present, attracting attention. The surprised traitor noticed the pair, perplexed as to the reason for their presence in this location, not expecting such an encounter. The friendly actress came over to say hello to Black Braid, showing good relations and respect for the powerful player. The turned bodyguard approached the Reaper, expressing hope in his memory of their previous encounter and the help he had provided. A grateful An Sang-chul recalled the rescue from the freak behind the Reaper, wanting to express his gratitude for the help once again. The offended Yen Ming extremely disliked the derogatory words said about him in the third person in his presence. The dominant Ryu Ming instantly calmed down the outraged traitor with a single flick of his fingers, showing absolute control over the situation. The humble Reaper assured the pair that he had already received sufficient gratitude, considering the previous expression of appreciation more than sufficient. The reporting bodyguard mentioned the company president's gratitude for the rescue, but was met with apparent indifference from Black Braid in return. The shocked actress emphasized the personal nature of her gratitude for the rescue, expressing her sincere desire to thank her rescuer. The persistent girl held out the gift, asking Black Braid to accept it as a token of sincere appreciation for saving her life. The attentive guy saw the lower-ranked magic crystal, seeing it as a rather unexpected but potentially useful gift. The tactful Se-Ah Rin explained the insufficiency of verbal gratitude, emphasizing the desire to express gratitude with a material gift. The pragmatic Ryu Ming decided not to refuse the gift, accepting the crystal gratefully, appreciating its potential usefulness. The practical Reaper realized the value of a good gift that might come in handy in the future, despite its apparent simplicity. The worried girl pondered solely on the Reaper's reaction to her gift, worrying about the impression made by her humble gift. The insecure actress feared causing annoyance by handing over a potentially useless item, showing genuine excitement. Enviously, Yen Ming recalled having something similar in his inventory, comparing the gift the Reaper had received with his own items. The remembering traitor identified the black gold durability stone in his possession, mentally comparing its value to the gifted crystal. The mind-reading Ryu Ming heard the guy's musings after learning about the black gold strength stone falling out of very low-level monsters. The Reaper, knowing the value, noted the greater rarity of the magic crystal compared to the durability stone, valuing the gift higher than the traitor's item. The envious Yen Ming realized the impossibility of obtaining such an item even with great desire, realizing the real value of the stone in his opponent's possession. The bewildered traitor could not believe such luck of the Reaper, considering the possession of the rare item as unfair luck of his enemy. The obliging actress offered Black Braid some extra help in the form of a barrier, celebrating her new summoner class with unique abilities. Explanatory Rin spoke of the ability to summon a fairy to create a protective barrier, showing a desire to be helpful to the savior. The politely declining Reaper thanked the offer, but noted the lack of need for such protection, preferring to rely on his own strength. The distraught actress could not hide her disappointment at the rejection, hoping for an opportunity to repay her savior with practical help. The tactful girl decided to say goodbye, wishing her luck in the upcoming round, maintaining her dignity despite the rejection of her services. The pensive fellow was not let go of the thought of the valuable stone as he continued to analyze the possibilities of using it in his strategy. The suddenly turning Ryu Ming called out to his subordinate, surprising him with unexpected attention after his previous neglect. The questioning Reaper inquired about the traitor's direction, recalling his status as a walking target and the dangers involved. A puzzled Unmin recalled the promise of safety, receiving clarification that the few but still willing attackers remained a real threat. A warning Ryu Min explained the continued danger due to the lack of level 10 in some players, leaving the traitor at risk. The surprised servant noted the quick change in Black Braid's stance, who suddenly showed concern after his previous indifference. The confused traitor asked for recommended action, recognizing the Reaper's authority and willingness to follow his instructions. The magnanimous Ryu Min offered his help to reduce the former representative's vulnerability, unexpectedly showing concern for his survival. The incredulous Yen Ming could hardly believe what he heard when the Reaper clarified the fee-based nature of the service, requesting a crystal as payment. The hastily reacting traitor immediately mentioned the presence of such a stone, hastily starting a search in his inventory to fulfill the request. The value-granting Yen Ming held out the black gold strength stone to Black Scythe, hoping to accept the humble offering. The inspecting Reaper inquired about the presence of other valuables, receiving the poor man's sincere assurance that there were absolutely no other items. Calming Ryu Ming assured that he wouldn't be interested in other items even if they were available, satisfied with the stone he received. The promising Reaper assured of obligatory help, emphasizing his fidelity to his word, giving the illusion of the reliability of his promise. An angel appearing in the sky suddenly addressed the gathered players, welcoming the children and creating an atmosphere of anticipation for the challenge. The heavenly messenger noted a significant decrease in the number of participants, but assured of the fun to come, demonstrating a specific understanding of entertainment. The astute Ryu Min noticed the expectation of conflict among the players during the month, realizing the inevitability of tension in such circumstances. The godlike being offered an explanation of the fourth round's task, moving on to the formal part of the briefing before the new deadly challenge. Shocked players heard the assignment of round 4, kill each other within 3 hours, causing instant outrage among the participants. The unperturbed Celestial was perplexed as to the cause of the problem, simplistically describing the task as simply killing the nearby players. The emotionless angel explained the purpose of the round, reducing the number of players through mutual destruction, noting the lack of monsters in this challenge. The anxious participants began to glance around, discussing the need to level up, and one even inquired about the minimum number of kills. The evasive creature refused to reveal details, cryptically declaring it a secret, increasing the atmosphere of uncertainty and fear. The shrewd Ryu Ming realized that the angel was simply following orders from higher powers, playing up the mystery without any real need. The analytical Reaper saw the angel only as a source of information, realizing the existence of the real master of the game, giving orders directly. Concretizing angel clarified the survival condition. Only the top 251 players would be able to pass on, regardless of the number of kills committed. The warning creature added that being first in a kill does not guarantee first place, creating an additional strategic conundrum. Concluding the briefing, the angel announced the beginning of the slaughter, leaving the confused participants alone with the brutal necessity of mutual destruction. The disoriented players were perplexed about the need for action, struggling to accept the nightmarish reality of the impending murder of others. The anxious participants anticipated the coming madness, realizing the inevitability of carnage in the coming hours of the ordeal. The overjoyed Yun Ming took the task with enthusiasm, seeing the opportunity to easily kill the defenseless players, considering it his lucky chance. The astute Ryu Min confirmed his suspicions, observing the traitor's thoughts of intent to kill former friends without the slightest hesitation. The calculating traitor hoped for the hesitation of the other players, seeing in their indecision his chance to guarantee passage to the next round. Bloodthirsty Yen Ming mentally sought out his former friends, promising to destroy each and every one of the idiots, completely abandoning his former ties. The frightened traitor flinched at the sudden appearance of Black Scythe, stealthily creeping up from behind with unknown intentions. The alarmed servant inquired as to the reason for the Reaper's sudden approach, fearing potential danger from the silent ally. Reminded of the help, Ryu Ming referred to the promise made, assuring of his intention to keep his word regarding support for the goal. The deadly weapon materializing in the Reaper's hands began to form, foreshadowing the inevitability of an imminent attack and use of force. Panicking, Yan Ming experienced a maddening fear as he realized the possibility of his own death at the hands of his supposed protector and ally. The swinging Ryu Ming raised his huge scythe, showing serious intent to deliver a fatal blow to his unexpected ward. An additional task that was activated required the assassination of a regional representative at a certain time, and was immediately completed by the Reaper. Satisfied with the result, Ryu Ming received the coveted extra reward for the assignment, though he recognized there were other motives for the murder. Shocked witnesses began screaming about the killing that had taken place, demonstrating the horror of the ruthless round of mutual destruction that had begun. The confident Ryu Ming looked at those around him, perplexed at the possibility of an assassination attempt on him, realizing the absolute superiority of his strength. Outraged onlookers began to scream, accusing Black Braid of heartless murder and questioning his human nature. Condemning voices called the Reaper a common murderer, expressing outrage and fear of the cold-blooded slayer of men. Unperturbed, Ryu Ming agreed with the definition of a killer, acknowledging his bloody history with many casualties along the way to advance. The acquitted Reaper claimed numerous kills to achieve rank 20, but emphasized the lack of gratuitous casualties. The rationalizing assassin explained the lack of choice in the current round, where killing players does not depend on his personal desires. The perceptive Ryu Min read the thoughts of those around him about wanting to kill him, trying to find a weakness and fearing his power. The mocking Reaper found the self-assurance of every player who thought their position was a winning one in the current confrontation amusing. Irritated people expressed more anger, accusing Black Braid of laughing psychopathically at the tragic situation of universal annihilation. The officially recognized Ryu Min became the region's new representative, taking over after the assassination of the previous leader. The provoking Reaper turned to the silent crowd, noting the sudden silence and assuming fear as its cause. The mocking guy asked about fears of the commander's authority, hinting at the low level of development of most of those present. An attentive observer suddenly noticed a change in the color of Black Braid's name, drawing everyone's attention to this fact. Surprised players saw the red color of the Reaper's name, raising questions as to why it was so different from the rest of the contestants. Puzzled people confirmed the color red, perplexed about the meaning of this visual highlight among the other names. An informed player explained that in this round, the name turns red after killing another contestant, creating a visible mark. A complementary explanation pointed to a direct correlation between the intensity of the color red and the number of murders committed, creating a visible gradation. An explanatory participant noted the color-changing functionality to distinguish killers from innocent players, providing quick recognition. A rationalizing commentator pointed out the psychological aspect. Killing a marked murderer causes less guilt than attacking an innocent person. A philosophically inclined player noted the paradox. Whoever kills a killer becomes a killer himself, repeating the cycle of violence and tagging. The thoughtful commentator predicted the very real cycle of murder, realizing the inevitability of a chain reaction of violence under the given conditions. The wavering participants still questioned the need for mutual destruction, not wanting to become part of a vicious circle. An irritated Ryu Ming interrupted the reflection, pointing out the irrationality of idle musing and admiring scenery in a critical situation. Aggressive people called on the killer to keep quiet, claiming a general unwillingness to listen to the opinion of the man with the red name. The defensive Reaper recalled the hostility of many to the previous representative, pointing out the hypocrisy of suddenly condemning the murder. Provocatively asking Ryu Min put the participants in the position of having to choose whether to kill or be killed, forcing them to decide on a position. Desperate players called for hypocrisy to be set aside and recognized the harsh reality of impending doom, demonstrating the doom of the situation. The sane player called for putting aside nonsensical behavior and accepting the rules of the game, suggesting adapting to reality instead of empty arguments. The understanding Ryu Ming realized that even without his words, a brutal massacre would still have begun, seeing the inevitability of bloodshed under the current circumstances. The predictive Reaper assumed the impossibility of an accurate count of survivors at this point, expecting a chaotic and massive reduction in the number of players. The practical strategist saw pushing for the task as the only way to save the maximum number of lives by avoiding futile resistance. The thoughtful participants began to discuss amongst themselves, recognizing the need for action instead of passive waiting, agreeing with Black Braid's logic. Rational players suggested discussing a future plan of action, abandoning pointless waiting in favor of constructive planning. The proposing scarred man floated the idea of fair one-on-one duels, but met a logical objection about the impossibility of fairness in mortal combat. The irritated initiator was clearly angry over the criticism of his proposal, demonstrating an unstable emotional state in a stressful situation. The disoriented participants continued to argue among themselves, failing to find a unified solution and plunging into fruitless discussions instead of action. A worried Sarin asked her bodyguard about the need to kill as Black Scythe had suggested, looking for confirmation of this cruel necessity. The determined subordinate affirmed the inevitability of killing as the only way to avoid his own demise, expressing complete agreement with the Reaper's words. An experienced bodyguard warned the actress to internally accept the murder, characterizing it as a highly unpleasant but necessary experience. The shrewd girl noticed the man's strange familiarity, surmising his past experience with murder by the manner in which he spoke of it. The evasive An Sang-chul did not confirm, but also did not deny the assumption, leaving the possibility of interpretation of his cryptic answer. A puzzled Sarin pondered the choice of potential victim, trying to determine the least morally problematic option for her first kill. The analytical bodyguard noted the heated discussion among the participants on this very question of who to kill at this point, perhaps starting with the assassins. Resourceful players came up with the idea of killing people with red names, creating a moral justification for attacking already marked killers. A naive participant suggested killing Black Braid first, not realizing the unrealistic nature of this suggestion due to the huge difference in strength. A judicious player called the idea insane, pointing out the impossibility of killing a level 30 Reaper even with the combined efforts of everyone present. The cautious participant called for silence, fearing that Black Scythe might hear their plans against him, unaware of his true abilities. The mind-reading Ryu Min could easily hear all the discussions thanks to his new ability, not needing to physically eavesdrop on the players' plans. The disgruntled Reaper was annoyed at hearing thoughts of himself, but accepted the lack of other options, resigning himself to his role as everyone's enemy. Pacifistically minded participants reminded of the preciousness of life, rejecting the killing of even enemies and expressing moral resistance to the round's task. The humanistic player objected to the logic of cruelty, arguing for the value of human life even in the face of a deadly game. The bewildered players expressed helplessness, stating that it was impossible to accept death today, seeing no way out of the situation. A resourceful girl suggested identifying criminals by criminal record in the real world, creating a criterion for selecting potential victims. The outraged man called the idea ridiculous, expressing clear disapproval of the attempt to create arbitrary criteria for selecting the doomed. The escalating conflict escalated into a real altercation between the disputants, demonstrating the impossibility of reaching a consensus among the participants. The irritated observer suggested that the disputants stop the verbal battles and move on to actual combat, provoking a physical conflict. The enraged arguing pair instantly united against their common enemy, lashing out at the third man who had offered to fight them. The initial confrontation between the players escalated into an open battle, as they immediately drew their weapons in preparation for actual combat. An observant Ryu Min assessed the mess going on, noting that the cries of mutual assassination had yet to turn into actual deadly actions. The patient Reaper didn't worry about the current situation, realizing that the participants would soon begin active actions themselves without additional motivation. The judicious player tried to calm the crowd by urging silence and finding a logical solution instead of chaotic emotional reactions. The attentive peacekeeper suddenly noticed something, loudly calling the others to look at the unusual phenomenon that instantly attracted attention. The disoriented Yun Min suddenly awakened, causing shock among the observers who witnessed the incredible return to life. The astonished onlookers expressed disbelief in their own eyes as they watched the dead man suddenly rise from his recent death at the hands of the Reaper. The revealed hidden rule of the round explained the phenomenon. Players are resurrected 10 minutes after death, creating a new challenge dynamic. A puzzled Yen Ming didn't understand the reason for everyone's attention, feeling like an object of study, as if the people around him had seen a real zombie. The confused former representative was perplexed at what was happening, remembering only a recent conversation with Black Braid before an unexplained memory lapse. Excited observers shouted about the miraculous resurrection, calling the guy a real god, unable to rationalize the phenomenon they saw. Assuming players hypothesized about the possibility of survival after death in a given round, trying to understand the new rules of the game. Optimistic participants pondered the impunity of killing in the presence of resurrection, seeing it as a resolution to the moral dilemma of the round. The prudent girl called for calm, expressing uncertainty about the correctness of quick conclusions about the mechanics of resurrection in the round. A rational participant suggested that we should not jump to conclusions, urging caution in interpreting the unexpected phenomenon of resurrection. Ignoring the words of reason, the players attacked the talking girl, stabbing her fatally from the back instead of listening to reason. The deadly dagger in the hands of the attacking guy pierced the girl, instantly taking her life and demonstrating the beginning of the actual killings. The shocked murderer could hardly believe in his own act, realizing the irreparability of the deed and its moral consequences. Excited onlookers shouted for the need to wait for the resurrection, remaining in deep shock at the first real murder. Careful witnesses observed the girl's motionless body, noting the lack of signs of revival after the fatal dagger blow. Impatient players urged to wait and test the possibility of resurrection of the slain, waiting for confirmation or disproof of the new theory. A careful observer noticed that the first resurrected guy came back to life after 10 minutes, suggesting that we simply wait that period to test the theory. Patiently waiting for the specified time, the participants watched in amazement as the girl actually began to show signs of revitalization. Miraculously, the slain woman made a full recovery, retaining no trace of the mortal wound, astonishing witnesses to the phenomenon. The resurrected woman looked completely normal, as after a long sleep, showing no signs of having experienced trauma or death. The puzzled girl noticed the general close attention to her person, not understanding the reason for such an unusual interest of the surrounding people. Suddenly her memory returned, causing the resurrected woman to ask her attacker the reason for the stab in the back. Recalling the circumstances of the death, the ruthless killer decided to repeat his act, once again getting close to the newly resurrected girl with the clear intention of killing her again. Another vigilant player struck back at the attacker, demonstrating the first chaotic violence among the participants. The guy explaining his actions confirmed the resurrection phenomenon after 10 minutes, legitimizing mutual kills as part of the mechanics of the round. Despite the evidence of resurrection, confused participants still expressed discomfort with this development, resisting acceptance of the new rules. A bewildered Ryu-min noted the paradox. Even with resurrection confirmed, players are still uncomfortable killing, demonstrating a surprising humanity. Gradually succumbing to public opinion, people began to show signs of collective insanity, casting aside moral restraints. Having crossed the psychological barrier, the participants finally got rid of moral doubts, fully accepting the new reality of the round. A brutal brawl between players who realized the rules marked the transition to the active phase of the round, replacing verbal altercations with real action. Rationalizing their actions, participants shouted about the absence of bad intentions, justifying the murders by the need to follow the rules of the game. The attacking players asked not to resist and just die, displaying a strange combination of politeness with the sheer brutality of their actions. Armed participants actively killed each other, turning the location into a real battlefield, with many simultaneous deadly duels. Contemplative Black Scythe watched the madness unfold, noting the rapid escalation of violence among the players. Preoccupied with mutual annihilation, the people were completely immersed in the carnage, forgetting their recent moral doubts and hesitations. A determined Ryu Ming realized the necessity of his own participation in what was happening, preparing to move out to hunt amidst the general chaos. Attentive players noticed the movement of the Black Scythe, realizing the beginning of the active hunting phase on the part of the strongest participant. The efficient Reaper swung his huge weapon, destroying 2 opponents at once with 1 blow, demonstrating exceptional skill. Shocked witnesses watched the ease of the kills committed by Black Scythe, realizing the colossal difference in power between the two. The players assessing the situation looked among themselves, trying to determine the best moment to collectively attack the powerful opponent. The determined 3 contestants chose their moment to attack, rushing at the Reaper in hopes of numerical advantage to make up for the difference in strength. The fatal mistake of the attackers was underestimating their opponent. Black Scythe easily slayed all 3 of them without the slightest difficulty. An attentive Ryu Ming spotted another participant, instantly recognizing him and remembering previous encounters in previous cycles of the game. Identified as the Black Dragon, the 4th member was in an ideal situation for himself in the current round, piquing the Reaper's interest. The enemy possessing absorption power took the situation as a celebration, killing around 10 people, requiring Ryu Ming to repeatedly eliminate this threat. The excited Black Dragon rejoiced at the unique situation, realizing the possibility of gaining points for killing players, thinking it was the perfect arrangement. The surprised enemy suddenly discovered that his rune and power pumped by killing monsters worked on players as well, opening up new possibilities. The player, who was in a high spirits, mercilessly killed people left and right, completely surrendering himself to the brutal process of accumulating power. The observant Black Dragon noticed a significant increase in strength after killing a high-level player, appreciating the promise of such a strategy. The assassin's greedy eyes lit up at the thought of the potential reward for eliminating Black Scythe, imagining a colossal increase in strength. The rational player realized that such an attempt was extremely dangerous, appreciating the high risk in facing the strongest opponent. The practical Black Dragon decided to continue killing the weaker contestants, methodically increasing his strength without taking unnecessary risks. The purposeful assassin followed his decision, returning to his usual occupation, the methodical elimination of weak opponents. The efficient player swung his big axe, killing all the people he met without even looking, turning into a true killing machine. The vindictive Black Dragon reminisced about the freaks who had prevented a normal hunt last round by force of authority, enjoying the current freedom. The satisfied player thought the current round was perfect for him, maximizing his unique abilities and playing style. Black Dragon's advantageous position was to gain power from kills, while other players did not benefit in a similar way. The calculating assassin planned to get more points than the other contestants, thus becoming the strongest player in the region. Satisfied with the round's feature, the player noted that his loot regenerates on its own, creating an infinite resource for development. The brooding Black Dragon realized that it was unlikely that he would ever get an opportunity better than the current round to realize his unique power. The goal-oriented player pondered the number of kills completed, planning to maximize the number of victims for the best reward. Suddenly, someone stood in the way of the keen killer, breaking the usual rhythm of methodical extermination of weaker participants. The surprised Black Dragon found Black Scythe in front of him, posing a real threat to even such a strong player. Strategic Ryu Ming immediately activated his Knight of Death power, creating favorable conditions for himself for the upcoming battle. The puzzled witnesses witnessed the strange effect, not understanding the reason for the sudden darkness that enveloped the site of the confrontation of the strongest. The alarmed Black Dragon noticed an unusual change. The enemy's scythe suddenly became translucent, signaling a special attack. The cautious player realized the need for more caution than before, sensing the deadly danger emanating from Black Scythe. The skillful Reaper twirled his weapon spectacularly, killing the strong opponent with ease, demonstrating superiority over even an experienced assassin. The horrifying picture of the round was an endless cycle of killing, where the contestants methodically destroyed each other in a senseless slaughter. The awakened Un Ming watched the scene, noticing the resurrected girl beside him as well, confirming his observations. The reality-conscious former representative realized the fact of universal resurrection in 10 minutes, completely changing his perception of the situation. Understanding the mechanics of the round, the traitor realized the real thrill of killing each other without consequences, accepting the new rules of the game. The vengeful Yen Ming prioritized his goal, to punish his former friends who betrayed him, using the unique opportunity of the round. The determined traitor decided to survey the level's territory in search of former associates, burning with a desire to avenge past wrongs. Excited with anticipation of revenge, Yen Ming finally located one of his former friends, his eyes lighting up at the sight of his potential victim. The archer from the former friends drew his bow, and the hating Yen Ming mentally noted the idiotic appearance of his opponent, preparing for revenge. The feignedly friendly traitor ran to his former comrade, skillfully hiding his true intentions behind a mask of benevolence. Masking the lie, Yen Ming suddenly swung his fist, revealing his true intention to deal with the associate who betrayed him. A powerful fist strike threw his former friend back a few meters, demonstrating the vigilante's greatly increased strength. The wounded gunman cringed in unbearable pain, unprepared for such force of blow and aggression from his former comrade. The triumphant Yen Ming wryly recalled the threats to kill him thrown in the past, now taunting the helpless opponent. The dominant traitor, swinging his fist, offered to try to carry out the earlier threats, enjoying the sudden change of roles. A ruthless Yun Min delivers a fatal blow to his former friend, completing the first act of revenge for a past betrayal. The bespectacled vigilante pondered the whereabouts of the rest of his former friends, planning to continue his bloody revenge for wrongs. The philosophical traitor equated the current round to hell, seeing what was happening as the epitome of absolute nightmare and madness. A reflective Yen Ming recalled the player's initial resistance, noting the drastic change in their attitudes towards killing over time. A vigilante observing the massacre characterized the area as a brutal place of universal hatred, where everyone became an enemy to everyone else. The frightened Sa Rin expressed worry from what was happening, receiving a question from her bodyguard about her condition in the midst of the bloody chaos. A concerned Sang Chul was aware of his ability to handle the task, worrying about the problems the fragile girl might face. The vigilant bodyguard suddenly noticed something disturbing and surprising, instantly shifting his attention to the potential threat. The observant defender saw someone's hand reaching for the girl from behind, instantly assessing the danger to his charge. The wily assailant grabbed the actress from behind, intending to commit murder, unaware of the presence of an experienced defender. The swiftly reacting Sang-chul rushed to the girl's aid, preventing the attack from materializing and protecting his ward. The efficient bodyguard successfully repelled the attack of the insidious assailant, professionally neutralizing the threat to the actress at a critical moment. The determined defender killed the guy who attacked, leaving no opportunity for a second attack and showing ruthlessness in defense. A caring Sang-chul approached the ward to ask about her condition, expressing genuine concern for the girl's well-being after the incident. The shocked actress stared in horror at her dagger covered in blood, realizing the reality of the violence around her. The unexpectedly determined Sarin ran to finish off her attacker, displaying an unexpected ferocity in an extreme situation. The surprised bodyguard marked the girl's first kill, realizing her capacity for violence when necessary, contrary to her mild nature. The exhausted actress asked about the length of the battles, showing emotional and physical exhaustion from the endless violence around her. A sensitive Sarin admitted to not being able to continue watching the deaths, not understanding the ease with which people kill each other. The annoyed bodyguard was inwardly angry at these words, considering them a show of weakness unworthy of a participant in a deadly game. Informant Sang-chul offered a rest to the tired girl, noting the 50 or so slain players around, estimating the scale of the carnage. The calming defense council assured that the result achieved was enough to get into the ranking, removing the need for further killings. The anticipatory bodyguard realized the coming of his time, when he could finally be free to go on a killing spree, fulfilling his own ambitions. The determined bodyguard could finally focus on his own results, no longer distracted by the constant defense of the annoying girl. The round was only 10 minutes away from completion, creating tension and speeding up the action for all competitors looking to improve their positions. The indefatigable Ryu Ming continued to methodically kill players, noting the extreme severity of the fourth round, even for a seasoned strategist. The purposeful Reaper realized the inevitability of the task, intending to handle it better than any of the other participants. A motivated Ryu Ming aimed for the first place award in all regions, not allowing himself to back down from his goal. The ambitious strategist strived to get stronger by all means to reach the final 20 rounds of the game regardless of the difficulties. The determined Reaper recognized the unknown strength of the final boss, but was determined to reach this decisive test. The persistent Ryu Ming articulated to himself the need to maximize his strength, realizing the importance of every advantage gained. Inevitable as death itself, the experienced hunter pursued the players, giving no one a chance to escape from his relentless scythe. The efficient assassin easily took the life of his chosen victim, confirming his reputation as the strongest player in the region. The informed strategist knew the rule of not killing the same person twice, optimizing his strategy for maximum effectiveness. Understanding the mechanics, Ryu Ming realized the dependence of rankings on the number of unique kills, rather than the total number of enemies eliminated. The analytical Reaper differentiated his strategy from the Black Dragon's approach, realizing the pointlessness of repeatedly killing the same players. The strategically minded Ryu Ming realized the ineffectiveness of endless killing tactics leading to a waste of time with no real progress. The critically appraising Reaper realized the futility of Yen Ming's strategy of limiting himself to killing only former friends out of personal revenge. Ryu Ming's assessment of the situation only anticipated 3 murders from a vengeful traitor focused on his narrow personal vendetta. The observant strategist noted the cycle of senseless killing, resurrected friends falling again at the hand of the vigilante, creating a vicious cycle. The shrewd Reaper realized the fatal flaw. Dying immediately after resurrection does not have time to kill anyone, dooming himself to defeat. Planning for the remaining minute, Ryu Ming tried to determine who he had yet to kill in an effort to maximize his bottom line. The Reaper, analyzing his actions as he passed the guy, remembered that he had killed him before, eliminating him from the list of potential targets. The methodical Ryu Ming tagged other contestants he had already killed, in an effort to avoid repetition and optimize the use of the remaining time. The attentive strategist spotted 2 unfamiliar guys he wasn't sure about killing, considering them potential targets for improved rankings. The time-conscious Reaper understood the need for a quick strike, planning to finish off his chosen victim in one move. The efficient assassin slashed the lad with his long scythe, skillfully executing his plan and adding another kill to his score. A satisfied Ryu Ming noted the timeliness of the action, as the round officially ended right after the last kill was committed. Relieved participants were receptive to the end of time, realizing the end of the bloody stage and awaiting the debriefing. The precise celestial creature arrived just in time to announce the end of the round and move the game into the next phase. The ironic angel turned to the players, sarcastically interested in their enjoyment of mutual destruction, adding to the moral discomfort of the participants. A disgusted Ryu Ming mentally objected, doubting the possibility of enjoying such a bloody and senseless process of mutual extermination. Pointing out the aftermath, the angel noted the rivers of blood formed by the participants, characterizing what was happening as sheer chaos and madness. Drawing the line, the heavenly messenger announced the end of the mutual killing phase, moving on to the next phase of summarizing the round. The angel giving instructions suggested that all the dead be resurrected first, before viewing the results, ensuring full participation from all players. The slain players began to recover, coming back to life to debrief the round and hear the results of the bloody confrontation. The system ensured that all participants were resurrected regardless of the time of their death, even those killed just before the end of the trial. As usual, the resurrected people remembered nothing of what had happened after death, experiencing characteristic disorientation and memory loss. Yen Min's friends abruptly realized the situation, realizing that they were the victims of his endless murders, being subjected to cyclical reprisals. The satisfied traitor frankly rejoiced in the anger of his former friends, enjoying their rage and the realization of his revenge. The overbearing godlike being suddenly announced that anyone who spoke would immediately die, establishing a regime of absolute silence. The terrified participants were momentarily silent, dreading the threat of a powerful being who could fulfill a promise. The intriguing angel inquired about player interest in revealing the additional task that existed in this round. Naive players did not even think about the possibility of an additional task, which turned out to be the assassination of a representative of the region. The shocked participants were mentally outraged, realizing the obviousness of such a task missing them in the chaos of senseless killing. The informing angel reported that only the Black Scythe had completed an additional mission in the region, confirming its uniqueness. The frustrated Black Dragon was angry at the lack of information, realizing the benefit of the regional representative's position in this round. The annoyed players regretted not knowing the task, missing the opportunity to be the first to kill Yen Ming and get the extra reward. Frustrated participants were angry at their own stupidity in not making an obvious move that could have brought them significant advantages. Illuminated by a sudden memory, Yen Ming recalled his death at the hand of Black Scythe, realizing the loss of the commander's temporary authority. The distraught traitor realized the disappearance of his power, used by the Reaper to gain additional rewards and strengthen his position. A curious angel offered to look at the results, characterizing them as the most interesting part of summing up the bloody round. The explanatory creature explained the principle of rating formation. The number of unique kills was taken into account, not the repeated elimination of the same players. The sarcastic angel expressed surprise at the player's displeasure at such an easy task, showing an inhuman lack of understanding of morality and suffering. With an imperious gesture, the celestial being snapped his fingers, showing everyone the results of the round and the distribution of places among the participants. The triumphant results showed Blackbraid leading the way, followed by Boy Idiot and Sky Demon forming the top three. Ryu Ming's unsurprising superiority extended not only to his region, but also to the overall standings, confirming the Reaper's absolute leadership. The bewildered players did not realize the possibility of such an outcome, marveling at Black Scythe's effectiveness in completing the deadly task. The delighted angel addressed the winner, noting the nearly 1,000 people killed and announcing the well-deserved reward for the impressive result. The satisfied Reaper received a long-awaited ticket to medium armor, solving the pressing problem of replacing outdated defenses in a timely manner. The practical Ryu Ming chose a new bloody suit, realizing the usefulness of the reward before the upcoming 5th round of increased difficulty. The warning angel noted the difficulty of increasing characteristics, emphasizing the value of the reward received, and encouraged everyone to check their rank. Merciless Angel announced the need to get into the top 500 for survival, immediately starting the process of eliminating losers. The unfortunate players who didn't make it into the coveted rankings began to literally disappear in front of the rest of us, turning into nothing. The desperate losers screamed, begging the angel to stop and show mercy, unable to face their imminent doom. The disappearing participants were loudly expressing their unwillingness to die, begging for at least one more chance, clinging to their last hope. A relieved Yen Ming happily realized that he hadn't started disappearing with the others, meaning he had managed to survive this deadly round. Lucky Sarin and her faithful bodyguard were also among the survivors, successfully surviving the bloody ordeal of the 4th round. Satisfied with the results, Ryu Ming understood the approaching moment of transferring to the real world, preparing to leave the virtual battlefield. Loyal Sang Chul, upon returning to reality, rushed to his principal Genlock first, confirming the priority of duty. The worried bodyguard noticed the headmaster's heavy sighs, indicating fatigue and tension after the ordeal. The sleepy executive was clearly not expecting to be awakened, showing signs of displeasure at the sudden invasion of his personal space. Explaining his visit, the department head cited a lack of response to calls, which prompted him to check on the supervisor in person. The self-assured director expressed bewilderment at the suggestion of his possible demise in the round, showing confidence in his abilities. The caring subordinate expressed genuine concern for the supervisor, characterizing the past round as absolute madness. The concurring gossip one recognized the fairness of the characterization, noting his own intense moral fatigue from the ordeal. The boastful director mentioned the many kills that have been made, especially considering the repeated eliminations of the same players. The surprised boys discussed Black Braid, recognizing the difficulty of accepting the existence of someone with such outstanding skills. An intrigued Ma Genlock noted that the more he pondered about Black Scythe, the more unusual this mysterious player seemed to him. The planning director intended to ask Prophet Ryu Ming about Black Scythe in the future, trying to solve the mystery of the strongest player. The recalling department head noted the accuracy of the Prophet's prediction regarding the nature of the fourth round, confirming his gift. The impressed bodyguard remembered how Ryu Ming had prophesied a mass slaughter of players, accurately describing the nature of the future ordeal. Admitting skepticism, Sang Chul noted that at the time, no one believed the prediction, finding it unpleasant and too violent. The reality-checking supervisor acknowledged the accuracy of the description of a brutal round where players actually fought against each other. The strategically minded bodyguard inquired about the way forward, asking about the advisability of cooperating with the Prophet. The pragmatic director pointed out the company's dependence on the decisions of the main shareholder, emphasizing its key role in the future. A puzzled subordinate asked about his willingness to follow the recommendations and change the company's operations as directed by the young Prophet. The prudent Genlock affirmed the need to bring the Prophet to his side, refusing to be arrogant because of his young age. Focused on the goal, the director identified the main objective: to win the Prophet's favor without being distracted by secondary factors. The calculating businessman realized that this approach would maximize the benefits of the unusual shareholder's prophetic gift. Cautious Sang Chul promised to watch his actions when dealing with Ryu Min. Realizing the importance of every word and action, the enterprising director offered to invite the Prophet and his family to the victory celebration, allowing also to call an actress to create a pleasant atmosphere. A reasoning Genlock ironically noted that the star should have a function to attend dinners, showing a superficial attitude towards the lives of celebrities. The waiting Ryu Ming stood outside, patiently peeking at the approach of the expected person, preparing for the upcoming encounter. The Reaper, rested after the game, politely greeted the man who appeared, showing friendliness and openness to conversation. Ju Li, who arrived, turned out to be a classmate of the guy, with whom they had previously arranged to meet, creating an atmosphere of informality. The surprised girl inquired about the reason for the sudden invitation to dinner, receiving an answer about celebrating a joint victory in the game. Settled in the car, classmates were discussing the details of the fourth round, sharing their impressions of the bloody ordeal they had experienced. A grateful Ju Li thanked the guy for the information, appreciating his help before the dangerous ordeal. A grateful classmate expressed boundless gratitude for the advice to kill 3 different people, considering it crucial to her survival. The pragmatic Ryu Min realized that without his clue, the girl's survival was in doubt, realizing her importance to future plans. A luxurious red sports car was pulling up to the restaurant, attracting the attention of passers-by with its expensive and sophisticated appearance. A generous guy decided to treat the girl to an expensive meal, showing generosity and attention to his companion after a difficult ordeal. The observant Ryu Min pondered the length of the girl's gratitude for small things, gauging her reaction to the attention she was receiving. The empathetic Reaper noticed the girl's obvious discomfort, understanding her emotional state after the recent traumatic events. The confused Ju Li inwardly doubted her ability to eat normally after the murders she had committed, feeling very uncomfortable with the memories. The attentive fellow noticed his companion's lack of appetite, showing interest in the causes of this condition and expressing sincere concern. The girl, trying to justify herself, cited lack of hunger, but the shrewd Ryu Ming easily identified the real reason: worrying about the murder. The soothing boyfriend urged not to blame himself, reminding her of the main task: survival, trying to ease the moral burden of her classmate. Explaining her feelings, Julie emphasized that it wasn't just about her, but about all the participants who found themselves in a difficult situation and had to kill. A straightforward Ryu Ming reminded her of the inevitable continuation of such a situation in the future, questioning her intentions to simply fold her arms. The rational Reaper mentioned the family that would be affected if she died, emphasizing the responsibility to her loved ones. The reality-conscious girl realized the significance of the words about family, remembering her father and the importance of her own survival to him. Concerned Julie acknowledged the fear of imagining the consequences of her death on her father, realizing her responsibility to him. The agreeing girl admitted the guy was right, realizing that she hadn't considered the impact of her possible demise on her family. A grateful classmate expressed her appreciation for the comfort and support, appreciating the emotional help during a difficult time. Smiling back, the guy suggested she continue to enjoy her meal, ending the uneasy conversation on a positive note. After the meal, Ju Li called her boyfriend by his first name, Min, demonstrating the growing closeness and trust between the classmates. Satisfied with the girl's improved mood, Ryu Ming decided to move on to the main topic of conversation for which the meeting had been organized. The intriguing Reaper offered to inquire about the upcoming 5th round, creating tension and fueling the girl's interest in continuing the conversation. Informant Ryu Min explained the feature of the 5th round, a significant complication due to the unification of regions, creating new challenges. The savvy Ju Li quickly realized the consequence of unification, the possibility of crossing over with players from other regions. The clarifying Reaper confirmed the hunch, but emphasized that this was far from the main aspect of the upcoming ordeal. A serious Ryu Min asked the girl to listen to him carefully, emphasizing the importance of the upcoming information for her survival. The warning guy characterized the round as extremely difficult, with a high risk of defeat, hinting that there was a special way to get through. Unexpectedly, the advising Reaper suggested seeking help from Black Braid, giving the appearance of recommending an outsider. The strategically minded Ryu Min decided to pretend that he and Black Scythe are completely different people, hiding his true identity. The shocked Ju Li was in complete shock at hearing the sentence, not expecting such an unexpected turn in the conversation. Clarifying, Ju Li asked if she meant the same guy ranked first in all regions, receiving confirmation from Ryu Ming. An incredulous classmate expressed amazement, quibbling over the need to seek help from a legendary player in the 5th round. The advice guy recommended a temporary alliance with Black Braid as key to survival, emphasizing the mutual benefits of the alliance. The explaining Ryu Ming noted the value of her power to Black Scythe, giving the appearance of a mutually beneficial cooperation for the two different personalities. The hesitant girl expressed concern, not believing that the strongest player would want to team up with her just because of her modest abilities. The persuasive guy assured that Black Scythe would agree to work with her not only in the next round of the game, but in subsequent rounds as well. The confident seer referred to a vision of the future, reassuring the girl about the success of the proposed plan of cooperation. An appreciative Ju Li expressed gratitude for the vital information, emphasizing its critical importance to her own survival. The determined girl mentioned the possibility of putting her power of blessing on the guy, showing gratitude for the valuable advice. The responsive classmate reached out her hand to apply an amplifying effect on the person, practically applying her play ability. A grateful Ryu Min expressed his appreciation for the support, internally analyzing the situation and the girl's reaction to his proposal. The shrewd Reaper noted the girl's inability to live with a sense of duty, accurately predicting her desire to repay him with reinforcement. Satisfied with the result, Ryu Ming pondered at home about the significant increase in his characteristics due to the blessing effect and the butcher's bonus. The satisfied strategist noted an impressive increase in luck to 84 units, opening up new opportunities and perspectives in the game. The self-confident Reaper contrasted himself with ordinary people who relied on prayers to God for good results instead of their own actions. The irreverent player emphasized complete indifference to God, demonstrating independence of thought and rejection of traditional beliefs. The analytical Ryu Ming was certain that some god was behind the game, logically linking the magnitude of the event to divine intervention. The brooding Reaper wondered about an entity that could take 1 billion people and put them in an incomprehensible game of survival. The outraged player dreamed of destroying the god who created the game, presenting this as his cherished wish after completing the last round. Ryu Ming, who used the ticket, received 5 lower-ranked magic crystals, exceeding his wildest expectations for this opportunity. The pleasantly surprised player realized the exceptional result. 5 crystals was the maximum amount that could be obtained. The self-righteous Reaper attributed the outstanding result not to prayer, but instead to the curse of the gods, demonstrating his unorthodox thinking. The strategically minded fellow decided to take 2 lower-ranked magic crystals first, intending to combine them for reinforcement. A skillful player successfully created a new low-rank crystal by applying knowledge of the combining features of game items. Knowing the rules, Ryu Ming used the principle of combining small crystals of the same rank and color to obtain a higher rank crystal. The practical strategist combined the purple magic crystal obtained from Rin with the new one, creating a more powerful combined artifact. The experienced player continued the process by combining the magic crystal with the item, gaining a significant increase in the damage of his weapon. Satisfied with the results, Ryu Ming continued to merge, increasing all stats and luck by +2, greatly strengthening his character. The continuing modification strategist increased the speed of the long fast boots by +2, optimizing his equipment for the upcoming trials. The prudent Reaper decided to separate the dark blue magic crystal from the hunter's armor, deliberately taking damage reduction for the sake of future combinations. Efficiently using all the coins and crystals, the player evaluated the results of the reinforcement, switching his focus to preparing to meet Ma-Gen Lock. A clearly worried Ryu-Wan showed signs of intense discontent, expressing disagreement with his older brother's actions or decisions. The curious junior inquired about the identity of the president of the investor company, receiving confirmation of his status as the heir apparent to the Osan group. The excited boy expressed misgivings about visiting such a prestigious place, but was reassured by his brother, confident in his right to be present. As the older brother prepared to leave, he invited the younger brother to go to the meeting, finalizing the home preparations for the important event. Heading for the exit, Ryu-Min opened the front door, preparing to leave the house with his brother to visit a high-ranking businessman. Surprised by the unexpected encounter, the Reaper saw someone familiar, causing great amazement by his appearance at the apartment door. Sang Chul, the actress's bodyguard and the director's right-hand man, suddenly appeared and said hello politely, paying a surprise visit. Reacting to Ryu-Min's appearance, he recalled his previous encounter with this rude man, showing a good memory for faces and events. The apologetic department head introduced himself properly, making up for his previous lack of formal acquaintance and trying to make amends. The remorseful guest acknowledged his previous rude behavior, expressing sincere regret for his unacceptable manner with an important investor. Explaining the visit, Sang Chul described the upcoming event as a form of apology, hoping it would be unburdensome for guests. Ma-Gen Lock's impressive hotel was a strikingly beautiful museum-like building where the car with the brothers and the attendant pulled up. Following the department head, the brothers walked down the luxurious corridor, impressed by the splendor and richness of the hotel's interior decoration. The attentive brothers noticed someone up ahead who caught their attention by a distinctive appearance or demeanor in a refined setting. The welcoming Ma-Gen Lock expressed joy at their arrival, showing friendliness and hospitality to the important visitors. The reciprocating Ryu-Min confirmed the mutual feeling by introducing his younger brother and starting the formal introduction in a friendly atmosphere. The welcoming director greeted everyone, introducing himself as the president of Heavenly Dragon Consulting, creating a formal meeting atmosphere. The curious Ma-Gen Lock immediately inquired about his younger brother's status, asking if he too was a player in the deadly game. The humble Ryu-Wan answered in the negative, attributing his non-player status to his young age of 14, insufficient for participation. The astonished principal noted the boy's incredible good fortune in escaping the game, recalling the recruitment of participants from the age of 15. The agreeing Ryu-Ming mentally confirmed his brother's luck, realizing how close the latter was to the age threshold of mortal trials. An apologetic Ma-Gen Lock led the guests into the room, noting some old-fashionedness, but emphasizing the careful preparation of the event. The impressed brothers entered the room and saw an insanely beautiful table with expensive dishes, showing the wealth and status of the host. The catering staff, waitress and chef, were specially invited to create the atmosphere of a luxurious reception. A stunned Ryu-Wan saw something so luxurious for the first time in his life, showing his inexperience in high society. The hospitable director proposed to proceed with the meal, ironically noting the small amount of food. Confident of the sufficiency of the treat, the bewildered younger brother pondered the possible ridicule from his hosts for considering small what to him seemed a great abundance. A smiling Ma-Gen Lock invited guests to help themselves to the available dishes, showing the cordiality and hospitality of a wealthy host. The anxious guests heard the sound of the door opening, signaling the arrival of a new member of the gala dinner party. A curious Ryu-Ming wondered about the identity of the extra invited guest, not expecting the company to expand. The Reaper's surprised look expressed extreme amazement at the sight of a man invited to dinner, not expecting to meet him in this setting. The unexpected guest was actress Se-Rin, who added an element of intrigue and social glitz to the business meeting. A pondering Ryu-Min thought about the reasons for inviting the actress, trying to determine the benefit of such a lineup of guests to the organizer. An overjoyed Ma-Gen Lock expressed his special pleasure at the arrival of all the invitees, emphasizing his delight at seeing the young actress. An apologetic Se-Rin explained her tardiness by attending the funeral of a fellow actor, showing respect for the deceased. The polite actress, realizing the need to introduce herself, gave her name, observing the rules of etiquette when meeting new people for the first time. The intriguing girl mentioned handing out rice cakes at the entranceway, hinting at meeting Ryu-Min through that incident. The friendly Se-Rin noted her status and that of the Ryu family as the main invited guests, expressing her joy at seeing them. A delighted Ryu-Wan was overwhelmed by the beauty of the famous actress, showing a typical teenager's reaction to meeting a famous person. The shrewd older brother reflected on the younger one's ignorance of the director's relationship with the actress, anticipating his surprise at the revelation of the connection. A worried Ryu Ming hoped that his brother's enthusiastic reaction was only normal admiration and not the beginning of a crush on an unavailable beauty. Realizing the importance of the moment, the Reaper understood the need to show more interest in what was happening in order to meet expectations. The satisfied principal noted the youthfulness of the guest, confirming the correctness of the decision to invite everyone present to this important dinner. The hospitable Ma Genlock assumed that the guests were hungry and invited them to relax and enjoy a gourmet meal, creating a relaxed atmosphere. Those present had already begun dinner, immersing themselves in the atmosphere of a sumptuous feast with numerous exquisite dishes and drinks. A delighted Ryu Wan enjoyed the unrivaled taste of the tender meat literally melting in his mouth, experiencing such a gastronomic experience for the first time. The attentive director turned to the main shareholder, asking for his opinion of the meal and emphasizing that the chef had paid special attention to each dish. A satisfied Ryu Ming confirmed the exceptional quality of the treat and turned to his brother to ask about his impressions of the exquisite dinner. The impressed teenager enthusiastically admitted that it was the first time he had tasted such delicious dishes, not hiding his delight at the gastronomic revelation. Flattered by the boy's reaction, the headmaster expressed his delight at what he had heard, mentioning in passing that he himself had once tried his hand at being a chef. An observant Ma Genlock noted the absence of other family members, wondering why Ryu Min had only brought his younger brother to the gala dinner. The reserved Reaper explained that his family consisted of just the two of them since his parents had died, briefly outlining their marital status. Stunned by the sudden confession, Genlock immediately expressed his deepest condolences, clearly not expecting such a response from his young guest. The annoyed businessman mentally berated himself for the inappropriate question, which spoiled the pleasant atmosphere of the evening and created an awkward pause in the conversation. The shrewd headmaster noticed the younger brother's gloom at these words, and frantically searched for a way to restore the relaxed atmosphere of the festive dinner. An awkward silence enveloped the dining room, broken only by the sound of the waiter serving the exquisite desserts that rounded out the rich host's sumptuous meal. Concerned, Ma Genlock continued to mentally go over the options on how to defuse the thickened atmosphere and get the guests back in a festive mood. The desperate director glanced at the actress, mentally begging the celebrity to take the initiative and help restore the pleasant atmosphere of the evening. The determined businessman invited the girl to come out, wanting to talk privately about the situation and possible ways to remedy it. The exiting couple moved down the deserted luxury corridor, leaving the guests in the dining room and creating an opportunity for confidential conversation. The curious Seya-rin instantly showed interest in her companion's words, listening intently to what the headmaster was about to reveal in private. A bewildered Genlock asked about the quality of the food, to which the actress raved about the excellent taste of the gourmet dishes. Suddenly, the headmaster began to chuckle, showing a strange reaction, completely out of keeping with the context of their conversation and the situation at hand. An annoyed Ma Genlock asked the girl sharply, did she really think the invitation was only motivated by a desire to feed her? The outraged director explained that he was counting on her help to lift his spirits, reproaching the actress for short-sightedness and lack of understanding of the situation. An embarrassed Seya-rin immediately apologized, explaining that she had perceived the invitation as a normal event, not suspecting any other motives. A puzzled Genlock asked if the department head had not explained the special status of their chief guest sitting at the table. The impressive director revealed the secret, informing the girl that their guest was not just a major shareholder, but a true prophet with extraordinary abilities. The admiring businessman emphasized the young man's unique gift of looking into the future, giving mystical significance to the personality of the company's major shareholder. The insistent director hoped that the actress now understands the importance of maintaining a positive atmosphere, emphasizing the seriousness of the situation. An impatient Genlock reminded him to put forth his best effort to obtain invaluable information about the next death round. The angry businessman raised his voice even more, insisting on the need to win the young prophet's favor at all costs. The dedicated principal emphasized the critical importance of working with such a gifted young man, not allowing the opportunity to go to waste. The skeptical Seya-rin delicately expressed her doubt about the existence of such supernatural abilities while maintaining a respectful tone. An outraged Ma Genlock recalled his contribution to her acting career, hinting at the need to return the favor for opportunities. The insistent director urged the girl not to worry about methods, concentrating solely on improving the mood of the company's valued shareholder. The irritated businessman inquired the reason for the girl's silence, demanding an immediate response to the demands and instructions he had expressed. The relenting actress promised to do her best, hiding her inner discomfort and realizing the hopelessness of her situation before her powerful patron. The tense atmosphere at the table did not improve. All present sat in oppressive silence, not daring to break the resulting awkwardness. Locke, who had returned, apologized for the delay, attributing the absence to an important conversation and diplomatically trying to smooth the pause. An enterprising director, noticing the end of the meal, suggested moving to another room in an effort to change the atmosphere and mood of the meeting. The alert hosts escorted the major shareholder and his younger brother to the new location, showing demonstrative respect for important guests. The enraged Jen Locke mentally resented watching the actress's inaction, as she ignored his direct instructions regarding behavior. An embarrassed Ryu Won turned to the famous actress, gathering all his courage to speak to the celebrity he admired and for whom he had a sincere respect. The enthusiastic teen admitted to the status of a devoted fan, noting that the girl looks even more beautiful in real life than she does in photos. The shy boy asked for permission to take a photo together, to which the celebrity agreed with a charming smile, showing goodwill. The shrewd Locke noticed his younger brother's infatuation with the famous actress, instantly beginning to analyze ways to exploit the situation. The wily director decided to adjust the plan of action by sending a message to the actress's phone to coordinate the next steps. The stunned Se-Ah-rin was surprised to read the unexpected message, caught off guard by the influential patron's new instructions. Upset actress deeply felt the need to deceive a sincere young admirer who approached her with pure and good intentions. The attentive Ryu Ming instantly caught the change in the girl's mood, noticing her internal struggle and growing emotional discomfort. The calculating Jen Locke reasoned that by bringing the younger brother to his side, he would force the older brother to follow him without a choice of alternatives. The hospitality director introduced the space as a private room for special guests, emphasizing the availability of music and unlimited access to beverages. A puzzled Ryu Won recalled his status as a middle schooler, expressing doubts about alcoholic beverages at such a young age. The ordering director instructed the department head to order an exclusive soft drink for the young guest, showing attention to age restrictions. A humble Ryu Min remarked that he himself also completely abstains from alcohol, unexpectedly supporting his younger brother's stance on the matter. The tactful Reaper asked the actress to come out and take a photo with his brother, subtly taking the initiative to escalate the situation. An excited Ryu Won and the celebrity stepped aside for a photo shoot, leaving the older brother and the director alone in a closed room. The focused Ryu Min and Locke remained without witnesses in the luxurious room, creating the perfect conditions for a serious conversation. The straight-faced young man suddenly turned to the businessman with a sharp question, expressing doubt that he was considered so naive. The bewildered headmaster immediately feigned incomprehension, clarifying the topic of conversation and trying to hide his obvious confusion at the revelation. The revealing prophet recalled his ability to see the future, hinting at an awareness of the conversation with the actress in the deserted hallway. The stunned Jen Locke had clearly not expected this turn of events, shocked by the young man's foresight and the accuracy of his information. A confident Ryu Ming continued his offensive, emphasizing the pointlessness of trying to hide anything from the prophetic gift holder. The shocked director mentally panicked as he tried to realize the possibility of getting information about a confidential conversation through visions. The judgmental young man recalled the request to win his favor, to which the embarrassed Jen Locke admitted the offensiveness of his behavior. An outraged Ryu Min emphasized that the main feature was his younger brother's involvement in the manipulative schemes of a powerful businessman. The remorseful president sincerely apologized, admitting the stupidity of his act and promising to immediately rectify the situation. The magnanimous Reaper agreed to forgive the transgression, promising to try to forget the insulting words spoken to the actress regarding his brother. An overjoyed Jen Locke was greatly relieved at the chance he had been given, realizing how close he had come to a complete failure of the relationship. The timely returning Song Chul appeared in the room, unknowingly interrupting the tense conversation between the protagonists of the meeting. The determined director ordered the department head to leave the two of them alone, emphasizing the need for confidential communication with his guest. The insistent Jen Locke explained the need to discuss something important in private with the young prophet, keeping outsiders out. The obedient bodyguard left the VIP area, leaving the director and the major shareholder alone for an important confidential conversation. A tense atmosphere continued to hang in the air, no one daring to resume the conversation after the unpleasant incident that had occurred. Interrupting the silence, Ryu Ming directly asked about the desire for information about the next round, going to the essence of the business relationship. The warning Reaper made it clear that a continuation of this attitude would deprive the director of valuable prophetic information. An apologetic Jen Locke once again acknowledged the mistake, promising to eliminate such behavior in the future and to strictly adhere to ethical standards. The far-sighted young man hoped that there would be no interference in the management of the company, suggesting that other shareholders should be persuaded. The engaged visionary emphasized a sincere desire to contribute to the development of the company, demonstrating a business-like approach to cooperation. Ready to share information, Ryu Ming promised to talk about the upcoming 5th round, showing his willingness to cooperate in a mutually beneficial way. The Warning Reaper noted that the upcoming test would be much more difficult than all previous rounds, preparing the principal for new challenges. The placating young man assured that, despite the increased complexity, there would be no serious problems if the task was approached competently. The detailing seer revealed the essence of the task, the destruction of 300 orcs, emphasizing that this task was much more difficult than it seemed at first glance. The insightful Ryu Min highlighted a key change, the unification of regions, which dramatically transforms the familiar structure of the survival game. The explaining strategist attributed the merging of territories to a significant reduction in the number of surviving players in each individual game region. Curious Gen Locke clarified the possibility of meeting legendary players from other zones, especially the mysterious Black Scythe. The confident lad stated categorically that the director would not end up in the same region as the celebrated player, demonstrating the depth of his knowledge. The intrigued businessman bluntly asked if his boyfriend knew Blackbraid's identity, trying to ferret out valuable information. The stealthy Reaper gave a negative answer, but hinted at the likely imminent meeting between the headmaster and the outstanding player, maintaining an air of mystery. Remembering an important detail, Ryu Ming decided to share another significant piece of information available due to his extraordinary abilities. The informed young man mentioned the investigation against Yun Min, emphasizing his full awareness of all the behind-the-scenes maneuvers of the principal. The insistent fellow demanded an immediate halt to the harassment, warning against the undesirable consequences of further action against the man. The warning seer outlined the risk of negative consequences for the director himself, instantly arousing interest in the reasons for such a caution. The cautious Ryu Ming shied away from revealing details, keeping some of the information secret and showing a measured approach to sharing knowledge. The strategically thinking young man decided to keep Yen Min alive because of his potential value in future plans, choosing a forward-thinking approach. The consenting principal accepted the condition to stop the investigation against the said person, showing his willingness to follow the advice of the young prophet. Revitalizing the atmosphere, Gen Locke suggested returning to the festive format of the meeting, inviting the other guests to continue the event. Internally, the seething businessman planned ways to vent his accumulated rage, feeling the need to release the oppressive irritation. The fleeing man was rushing desperately down the dingy alley, trying to avoid pursuit in the tangled city corners. The wounded fugitive was suffering from a gunshot wound to his shoulder, struggling with incredible difficulty to overcome each step of his forced marathon. The exhausted man E2 maintained his pace, giving away the critical state of his exhausted body with his heavy breathing. The cornered fugitive realized the hopelessness of the situation, hitting a blank wall blocking the way to escape. Realizing his doom, the man accepted the inevitability of defeat, having exhausted all options for escape from the relentless hunter. The distinct footsteps behind her back multiplied the victim's terror, destroying the last hope for a miraculous deliverance from the deadly threat. The majestic black sword that rose into the air gleamed deadly in the semi-darkness, preparing to fall upon the defenseless victim. The merciless blade split the victim's legs, removing any possibility of further resistance or desperate escape. With a virtuoso movement, the unfortunate man's limbs were instantly separated from his body, demonstrating the supernatural skill of his assailant. The helpless victim lay motionless on the cold asphalt, completely incapable of any kind of defense. The ruthless Ma Gen Locke, who turned out to be the attacker, threatened to rip out the tongue of the defeated opponent, displaying extreme cruelty. The man begging for mercy looked at his tormentor in horror, realizing he was on the verge of an agonizing death. The dying man wheezed out a question in bewilderment as to the reasons for the brutal massacre, genuinely not understanding the motives of his ruthless killer. The cold-blooded principal claimed to be well aware of the victim's misdeeds, while the sobbing old man was a reminder of a long-served punishment. The helpless captive tried to evoke compassion by emphasizing his advanced age, but the director was not moved in the slightest. The sword came down on the victim once more. The ruthless tormentor ordered silence, threatening a particularly agonizing death if the old man did not immediately cease his pathetic attempts to justify himself. Paralyzed with terror, the man fell into a state of mute stupor, unable to utter a single sound in the face of imminent doom. The mocking Gen Locke sarcastically noted the workability of the victim's ears, expressing amazement that such garbage still existed in the world. Mysterious energy began to emanate from the attacker's black sword, enveloping the weapon with an ominous glow in the hands of the ruthless killer. Directed by the executioner's hand, a frightening purple aura surrounded the downed man, creating a cocoon of deadly dark energy around him. The shocked victim could not believe his own eyes, having encountered such a supernatural display of terrifying power for the first time in his life. The ruthless dark energy completely engulfed the trembling body, beginning to slowly squeeze and strangle the helpless old man. The snake-like force materialized, mercilessly squeezed its prey, stripping away the last remnants of oxygen and life energy. Desperately fighting for life, the man tried to make the slightest movement to save himself, but all attempts were in vain. The satisfied principal watched the process of the victim being completely consumed by the dark entity, taking perverse pleasure in the torment of the dying man. The annoyed Genlock mentally lamented the need to charge up dark mana, preventing him from instantly destroying the hated freak. The predatory killer realized the impossibility of a quick reprisal, needing the victim's dark energy to sustain his own destructive aura. The unscrupulous headmaster replenished his supply of dark mana by taking other people's lives, using the suffering of the dying to enhance his supernatural abilities. The ruthless killer, after obtaining the necessary energy, coldly announced the victim's imminent death without showing a single bit of regret or compassion. The calculating Genlock realized that killing humans brought in significantly more magical energy, making the hunt for human victims especially lucrative. The cynical director considered the extermination of humans far more effective than the destruction of monsters, guided by cold calculation in his bloody deeds. The perverted killer frankly enjoyed committing atrocities, taking unnatural pleasure in the suffering and death of his victims. The smug Genlock thought of himself as a true Dark Knight, fully in line with the received game class with all its sinister features. The psychopathic director saw destroying trash like this unfortunate man as an effective way to relieve accumulated stress and tension. The predatory killer activated his absorption ability to extract the last of the life energy from the dying body of his unfortunate victim. Mystical energy visibly flowed towards the assassin, passing from victim to master of the dark sword in an eerie absorption ritual. Analyzing the process, the director noted the lack of efficiency in absorbing the corpse's energy. Although the dark aura absorbed the life force perfectly, the wary killer suddenly heard the suspicious noise of overturned garbage cans, breaking the ominous silence of the deserted alley. Instantly reacting, Genlock turned around sharply, trying to locate the supposed witness to his brutal crime. Looking around carefully, the relieved director saw only a common street cat that had accidentally hit the trash cans in a dark alleyway. The prudent killer calmed down, remembering the carefully chosen crime scene, eliminating the possibility of unwanted witnesses. The cautious Genlock had deliberately chosen a remote corner of a dark street and the pre-dawn hour, minimizing the risk of being seen by random passers-by. The self-confident headmaster was confident that there were no witnesses, not realizing that the prophet could have witnessed such a scene using his supernatural abilities. A baffled Genlock realized that the young prophet must be aware of his dark identity as a serial killer hiding behind the mask of a respectable businessman. The intrigued principal pondered the young man's motives, wondering what profit he planned to make from such compromising information. The prudent killer summoned the head of the department, ordering him to come and clean up the evidence of the crime, demonstrating the habitualness of such actions. Arrested Ryu Ming spent the 2 weeks after the memorable evening at home, avoiding public events and recuperating from the tense encounter. The rested Reaper decided that the time of rest was at an end. It was time to act and deal with one of the 5 game abilities, the cloning rune. The mysterious cloning rune was of particular interest to an experienced player planning to effectively utilize its potential in the upcoming trials. The pensive schoolboy sat pondering the many deaths that had occurred by just the 4th round of the bloody survival game. A cynical teenager watching the news speculated on the hypocrisy of society, as hundreds of players commit similar acts for survival. The outraged young man was perplexed by the public condemnation of people doing desperate acts in the face of death, criticizing the outdated morality of the older generation. An aggressive teenager waved a gun around, protesting the many prohibitions and restrictions imposed by the older generation that had exhausted his patience. The schoolboy, driven to extremes, claimed that the patience of the younger generation had finally worn thin in the face of senseless prohibitions and restrictions. The cocky guy boasted that there was now no scum capable of stopping his daring plans and illegal actions. The arrogant young man considered himself a superior being because of his status as a player, showing a distorted perception of reality and his own importance. The bloodthirsty teenager pondered the next potential victims, contemplating which people to kill in the near future for maximum profit. The emotionless killer noted a complete lack of emotion after the first murders committed, showing signs of dangerous psychopathy and moral degradation. The pragmatic player attributed his emotional bluntness to his personal experience of round 4, but regretted that only one card was given per person. Known as the Black Dragon, the young man successfully made it to the 4th round, finding that killing humans was more rewarding than hunting monsters. The calculating Black Dragon preferred to kill players whose death brought more game cards, guided solely by efficiency. The strategically minded assassin remembered a cafe to bring players together, considering registering for the purpose of later betrayal and assassination. The analyzing teen reviewed the rules of entry, noting the need for personal information disclosure and an interview at the player's cafe. The insidious Black Dragon planned to join the community to gain access to potential victims and stab the players who trusted him in the back. The arrogant young man was sure that no one would expect betrayal from another player, believing his plan to be so audacious that it could not be dreamed up by others. The purposeful Black Dragon arrived at the given address, doubting the veracity of the location of the player's cafe mentioned in the article he found. The suspicious Black Dragon checked the message from the interviewer, making sure the address was correct despite the establishment's odd location. The irritated young man didn't understand the logic of choosing such a hard-to-reach place where public transportation didn't even go, increasing his suspicions. The angry visitor mentally called the interviewer a pig, making a firm decision to kill him first at the first opportunity for the inconvenience. The surprised teenager stepped inside the building and noted the pleasant, tasteful interior, which was somewhat contrary to his expectations of the strange place. A wary Black Dragon noticed only 2 customers inside, which seemed suspiciously small for an establishment of this type. The friendly visitor asked if he was the one who sent the registration request, to which the suspicious player confirmed his identity. The interested man first asked the newcomer's in-game nickname, beginning the standard procedure of introductions between players. Introducing himself as age 30, the man expressed his delight at meeting him, surprising the young man with his status as a player despite his mature age. The man introducing the guest to his entourage introduced a girl named Kurkuma, who had also arrived for an interview at the player's strange cafe. The cocky Black Dragon mentally assessed both of them as weak opponents that he could easily destroy if necessary. An observant young man commented on the low number of visitors, expressing doubt as to the success of the business under such circumstances. Explaining the situation, Age 30 explained that the remoteness of the location, one of the main reasons for renting this particular space for the cafe. The curious Black Dragon inquired about the owner's absence, to which he received an evasive reply about the possibility of eating at the establishment. The attentive teenager looked around and noted the oddities of the surroundings, growing increasingly suspicious of the place's true purpose. The player analyzing the situation noticed the absence of CCTV cameras in the corners of the establishment, which was highly unusual for a public place. The bloodthirsty young man pondered the possibility of killing the 2 present and leaving unhindered, given the lack of witnesses and surveillance systems. The restrained assassin decided not to limit himself to 2 victims, deeming it too small an accomplishment to destroy only the lowlifes present. The patient attendees suggested waiting for another candidate, explaining the delay in starting the interview by waiting for the last participant. The informant interviewer emphasized the importance of the presence of the person who was late, communicating the need to wait for their arrival anyway. An enterprising man with the nickname Age 30 approached the new visitor, wondering if he had sent an application to their organization. Clarifying details, Age 30 asked the game nickname of the person who entered, to which Blackbraid replied, causing an unexpected reaction from those present. The video conference held a few days earlier had participants cheerfully greeting each other in a friendly atmosphere. The presiding officer announced the absence of only Mr. Honey Jam, motioning to begin the periodic meeting of the 3rd week of April. The reporting Warnyak reported 2,000 new members joining the cafe, noting a significant increase from the previous week. The reporter described the publication of an article on the cafe, to which the chairman immediately inquired as to the identity of the reporter who had commissioned the story. An enterprising girl with the nickname Barashka admitted to organizing the publication, taking advantage of a good opportunity to promote information about the cafe. The delighted chairman praised the girl's resourcefulness, noting that this was exactly the kind of behavior one would expect from such a valuable member of the organization. The inquisitive manager asked if there were any particularly talented players among the newcomers who could become real professionals. The informed man pointed out the Black Dragon as a particularly strong warrior, ranked 3rd in the regional rankings despite the ordinary class. Analytically minded conference attendees have suggested that Black Dragon has some particularly powerful ability that explains such a high ranking. The attentive speaker mentioned another candidate, Kurkuma from a neighboring region, occupying a position between 4th and 10th in the ranking. The enthusiastic chairman, upon learning of the 50 players in the top 100 rankings, could not hide his delight at discovering more talent than expected. The impatient manager expressed interest in speeding up the interview process, drawing attention to a clearly asleep player with the nickname Age 30. The irritated chairman inquired about the nighttime activities of the sleepy interviewer, unhappy with his drowsiness during an important business meeting. The categorical supervisor refused to listen to excuses, reminding him of the interviewer's professional obligation to listen carefully to all candidates. An interested chairman asked Tattered Yak about his progress in making contact with the legendary Black Braid. Receiving a negative response, the delighted executive declared his willingness to give up his position immediately if the legendary player agreed to join their organization. The strategically minded chairman asked Lamb to organize additional publications to attract even more players. The generous manager promised generous remuneration for services, demonstrating his willingness to materially reward useful initiatives of the participants. An overjoyed Lamb thanked sincerely for the recognition of her services and the promise of a reward, pleased with the appreciation of her contribution to the common cause. The businesslike chairman proposed to conclude the discussion of the candidates and move on to the next question, but was abruptly interrupted by an agitated Tattered Yak. The excited speaker announced the sensational news about the application of a particularly important person, which instantly attracted the attention of the participants. An enthusiastic Tattered Yak announced that the request had come from Black Braid himself, causing unprecedented excitement among all the conference attendees. The shocked participants of the online meeting showed an extreme degree of surprise at hearing the news, not believing in the reality of what was happening. The delighted interviewer is overjoyed to see the famous Black Braid arriving for an interview at the player's remote cafe. A polite Ryu Ming noted some inconveniences of the road, to which an embarrassed Age 30 immediately apologized for his choice of location. The flattering interviewer remarked that the legendary player looks even more attractive in real life, inviting the guest to come to the table for a chat. The cordial man introduced the other two players who had also arrived for the interview, inviting everyone to get to know each other in a friendly atmosphere. The tense Black Dragon became sharply wary, realizing the danger of the situation. He had come to kill, and met the famous Black Scythe, many times his strength. The girl with the nickname Kurkuma, immersed in her own thoughts, didn't even look up when the newcomers were introduced, maintaining a mysterious detachment from what was happening. The visitor who introduced himself as Black Braid turned out to be an imposter, only outwardly resembling the famous player, but skillfully maintaining the illusion created. Hiding behind the identity of Kurkuma, the mysterious girl was actually the real Black Scythe, the legendary Ryu Ming who hid his true identity. The bewildered schoolboy mentally identified the man as the same player who had killed him 5 times, wondering why he had earned such disfavor from the famous assassin. The attentive interviewer noticed Black Dragon's indecision, asking the reason for his reluctance to greet the famous Black Braid. The displaced teen reluctantly said hello to the imposter, hiding his true emotions behind fake joy and struggling to contain his growing irritation. The offended schoolboy mentally resented the fact that the famous assassin pretended not to recognize him, not even bothering to remember the nickname of his multiple victim. The shrewd Ryu Ming, hiding behind the guise of Kurkuma, instantly recognized the deception, marveling at the brazenness of the rogue posing as a legendary player. The insidious imposter with the real nickname Ping Pong turned out to be an experienced swindler who tried many illegal ways to enrich himself in his criminal career. An unimportant rogue in the present, according to Ryu Ming's vision, will gain celebrity in the future thanks to his doppelganger ability, but will become famous solely for his evil deeds. The philosophical Reaper regretted the injustice of criminals gaining supernatural powers, but was pleased to be able to control the situation. The businesslike interviewer suggested moving on to confirming the personal information of the candidates, starting with the girl hiding under the nickname Kurkuma. The lying Ryu Min introduced himself as Seung Hyun, a 19-year-old recent high school graduate without a steady job, fitting perfectly into the image of a regular player. The clarifying interviewer confirmed Kurkuma's status as a 30th ranked 13th level mercenary, ranked 4th in the regional player rankings. Confirming the false information, the Reaper mentally chuckled at the utter untruthfulness of all the information voiced, except for the nickname Kurkuma itself. The strategically minded Ryu Ming used a fictitious identity to fulfill the conditions for obtaining a doppelganger ability that required temporarily appropriating another's identity. The purposeful Reaper knew the prerequisite to obtaining the rune: impersonate another person to unlock access to the desired ability. The informed player remembered that last year, someone who had pretended to be Black Scythe and committed murder had already obtained this coveted rune ability. The teenager who introduced himself as Black Dragon identified himself as Heng Tech, a 15-year-old middle school student, hiding his inner tension behind a confident tone. The interviewer, noting the age profile, emphasized that this candidate was the youngest among all the applicants present for admission. The impressed man expressed amazement at the success of the young schoolboy, who had achieved such impressive results in the deadly game despite his young age. The nervous black dragon noticed the interviewer's disbelief, apologizing for his absent-mindedness with the clumsy excuse that he was just staring. A self-righteous imposter posing as Black Braid introduced himself as a 28-year-old fund manager, boasting first place and level 30. The arrogant liar asked if further proof of his known class was needed, receiving polite thanks for the information. The indignant Ryu Ming mentally resented the brazen rogue who planned to use Black Scythe's reputation for financial scams on gullible players. The businesslike interviewer announced the completion of the background check and moved on to the full interview, offering to talk about his motivations for joining the cafe. Responding first, Kurkuma explained his desire to join by his fear of loneliness in this challenging world, choosing a safe and plausible reason. The brooding black dragon realized the impossibility of an honest answer about his true intentions, feverishly thinking up a plausible excuse to join. The resourceful teen cited the same reasons as Kurkuma, adding an inability to attend school and apprehension about the upcoming round. Fake Black Braid nonchalantly explained her presence as simple curiosity after discovering information about the cafe, emphasizing her disinterest. The enthusiastic interviewer radiated joy at every word the imposter said, showing clear adoration for the supposed celebrity of the gaming world. Satisfied with the answers, the man announced the move to the final stage of the selection process, smiling enigmatically and creating an atmosphere of mystery. With shocking candor, the interviewer suddenly announced that a person had to be killed to pass the final stage, leaving the candidates stunned. A feignedly indignant Ryu Min, hiding under the image of Kurkuma, expressed his bewilderment at the demand for assassination, pretending not to understand the reasons for such a condition. An impatient interviewer suggested a misunderstanding on Kurkuma's part, offering a more detailed explanation of the organization's philosophy. An explanatory man described the government's fears about the power of the players and its belief in the future dominance of the players over ordinary people. The convinced fanatic expressed his belief that uniting the players would speed up the process of taking power, demonstrating the radicality of his views. A rebellious interviewee announced the need for resistance to laws and government control, emphasizing the players' superiority over the existing system. Kurkuma linked the murder demand to the ideology of the protest, receiving affirmative confirmation from the radicalized guy. A fanatical man explained the symbolic significance of the killing as a demonstration of the players' determination and refusal to submit to the existing order. The caring interviewer inquired about the clarity of the explanation, hoping for Kurkuma's full understanding of the organization's ideology and requirements. The authoritative interviewer invited dissenters to leave the building, warning of no future support for those who refused the proposed conditions. Analyzing the situation, Ryu Min realized that those who refused would be blacklisted, using fear of isolation as a method of coercion to commit murder. The prudent Reaper realized that refusal meant serious difficulties in the future, when the support of other players could prove critical. The satisfied interviewer noted the determination of all the candidates to stay, taking their silence as an agreement to undergo the final stage of the deadly ordeal. The bewildered Black Dragon inquired about the practical side of things, perplexed as to who exactly they were to kill in this situation. The prepared man nonchalantly reported that he had prearranged several victims to go through the final stage of the interview. The inviting interviewer invited everyone to come with him to see the people prepared to be killed, demonstrating the utter ordinariness of what was happening. The surprised cafe worker inquired about the premature departure, reminding her of the rent paid, allowing her to stay longer. Declining the offer, the interviewer referred to more important matters, inquiring in passing about the location of the restroom in the establishment. The obliging employee pointed in the direction of the restroom around the corner, trying to be as helpful as possible to the customers of the strange cafe. In a hurry, the man asked the employee to move his car, using the rush as an excuse to carry out his violent plan. The agreeable girl readily accepted the request, assuring the visitor that the errand was fully accomplished, and that there was no need to worry. The executive waitress went outside to fulfill the given errand, unaware of the deadly danger behind the innocent request. The trusting girl opened the car door and began to get comfortable behind the wheel, preparing to perform the simple task of ferrying the car. The careful worker folded the wet umbrella that protected her from the pouring rain, fully focused on the upcoming drive. Unexpected hands reached for the unsuspecting girl's neck, catching her off guard in a moment of complete defenselessness. Ruthless fingers tightly gripped the victim's delicate neck, beginning to strangle with inhuman strength, depriving him of the ability to resist. The desperately struggling girl tried to scream and break free from the death grip, but her resistance was quickly weakening with each passing second. The helpless screams of the victim could not reach anyone's ears in this wilderness, making death inevitable in the utter loneliness of the remote place. The satisfied murderer strangled the unfortunate girl, noting to himself the ease of the crime, and not feeling an ounce of regret. The shocked onlookers, Kurkuma and Black Dragon, were shocked by the murder of the cafe owner, not expecting such a quick turn of events. The impatient assassin turned to the frozen candidates, hustling them with irritation, as if it were a most mundane matter. The cold-blooded interviewer unceremoniously placed the body of the murdered girl in the back seat of the car, showing a complete lack of respect for the victim. A disturbed Kurkuma expressed doubt about the necessity of killing an innocent girl, hiding his true emotions behind a mask of mere bewilderment. The silent candidates, after a brief hesitation, got into the car with the body in the back seat, heading off to an unknown destination. Arriving at the abandoned warehouse, the participants realized that this was where the ominous final phase of the interview would take place in total isolation. Once inside, the candidates found themselves in a gloomy semi-darkness, adding to the oppressive atmosphere of the impending murder trial. The businesslike interviewer carelessly placed the girl's body in a corner of the room, announcing the start of the next stage of the deadly selection process. Choosing the first victim, the man offered the fake black braid to begin the killing process, giving the dubious honor to the imposter. Suddenly, an intervening voice interrupted the beginning of the procedure, halting the action just before the critical moment of the ordeal. A determined Kurkuma volunteered to be the first, unexpectedly taking the initiative and disrupting the interviewer's intended order of operations. The bewildered interviewer was surprised by Kurkuma's desire to be the first, admitting that he thought he was the more cautious and indecisive contestant in the selection. The polite man asked the self-appointed black braid to yield his turn, altering the original plan for the deadly ordeal. The self-confident imposter agreed to hand over the primacy without hesitation, showing ostentatious generosity and magnanimity to the other candidates. The falsely good-natured liar wished Kurkuma good luck, adding that he was doing him a real favor, unaware of the impending death trap. The mysterious Ryu Ming thanked him for the opportunity, hinting at plans to find a worthy use for the doppelganger's ability, intriguing the imposter. The puzzled rogue didn't understand the mention of the ability, clearly unaware of the information about the rare skill that was obtained in such an unusual way. The lightning-fast Reaper wasted no time in explaining, suddenly grabbing the imposter and taking him by surprise with his surprise attack. The cold-blooded killer began strangling the liar with his bare hands while twisting his neck with frightening professional precision of movement. The incredibly strong Ryu Ming easily broke the imposter's neck, showing the huge difference in strength between a real top player and an ordinary rogue. The interviewer watching from behind was shaken to the core by the violent scene he saw, having absolutely not expected such a development. The stunned man clutched his head, unable to believe his own eyes, and trying to comprehend the madness happening before his eyes. The screaming interviewer demanded an explanation as to why Kurkuma killed Black Braid, deeming what happened as insanity and a complete violation of the selection rules. The cold-blooded Ryu Ming turned around, carelessly noticing that the imposter had long since stood across his throat, expressing satisfaction at the retribution that had been carried out. The terrified man saw a real predatory look in the killer's eyes, realizing that he was facing a dangerous predator, not a harmless candidate. The satisfied Reaper realized that Kurkuma's splendid pretense of finding the doppelganger's secret power made it completely worth all the effort. The outraged interviewer demanded an explanation from Kurkuma for killing Black Braid, not understanding the motives behind this unexpected and brutal act. An irritated Ryu Min explained that the murdered man had impersonated him, expressing genuine bewilderment at the question and believing his actions to be completely justified. The confused man completely misunderstood the words of imposture, continuing to demand a clearer explanation of what had happened. The insistent interviewer recalled the original assignment to kill the cafe worker, not understanding why their prized candidate was victimized instead. The ruthless killer cynically replied that his victim was real trash, and that was reason enough to make the decision to kill. The furious man demanded a repeat of what he had said, not believing his ears and preparing to punish the defiant Kurkuma severely for his inexcusable behavior. The threatening interviewer materialized a deadly weapon in his hands, demonstrating his readiness to immediately deal with the insubordinate candidate. The unperturbed Ryu Ming responded by summoning his legendary weapon, a huge bloody scythe, instantly transforming from a harmless Kurkuma into a formidable warrior. The provoking Reaper repeated the insult, calling the man trash and boldly inquiring if the man thought the statement was wrong. The puzzled interviewer was mentally perplexed as he observed the discrepancy between the weapon and the supposed class of the player known to him as Kurkuma. The man analyzing the situation realized that he had never seen a player with such a huge scythe before. beginning to understand the true identity of his opponent. The enlightened interviewer suddenly realized that it was the scythe that was the iconic weapon of the legendary player known as Black Scythe. Recalling recent words, the man connected the mention of imposture to the sudden appearance of the famous weapon, putting the pieces of the puzzle together. A sneering Ryu Min wondered if the interviewer had finally realized his true identity, enjoying the moment of shocking exposure. The repentant guy apologized to the interviewer for his lie, admitting the deception and showing supposed regret for what he had done. Paralyzed with fear, the interviewer realized that the man in front of him was not the same Kurkuma he had previously known, dropping his weapon to the warehouse floor in horror. The beseeching man turned to his opponent respectfully, apologizing for the lack of recognition and noting the legendary player's masterful performance of another's role. The interviewer who cried out for mercy begged for mercy, but the ruthless guy still slit his throat in one lightning-fast movement of the scythe. The dazed Black Dragon watched the carnage, paralyzed with horror and unable to even move from the violence he saw. The severed head of the interviewer lay on the floor, a silent testament to the ruthlessness and killing prowess of the legendary Reaper. The shocked schoolboy was seized with animal fear as he watched the bloody scene unfold before his wide-open eyes. Realizing reality, the teenager realized that in front of him was a truly legendary player whose skill level was incomparable to anyone else. The stunned young man did not even notice the lightning strike with the scythe. So fast and precise was the deadly movement of the experienced killer. The ominously calm Reaper turned to the remaining guy, noting that it was now just the two of them, creating an atmosphere of inevitable denouement. Offering one last chance, the killer inquired about the dying words, giving him a chance to speak before the inevitable finale. Unexpectedly, the dignified schoolboy refused to follow the cliché and beg for mercy, only expressing his hope for a future encounter with a legendary opponent. The shrewd Ryu Ming immediately realized the true interest, unmistakably identifying his curiosity about the reasons behind the multiple murders. The excited Black Dragon confirmed the guess, not hiding his amazement at the accuracy of the legendary player's assumption. The outspoken Reaper explained that the killing served as a way to deter a potentially dangerous enemy, revealing his strategy. The calculating Ryu Ming admitted to eliminating the most capable competitors, identifying the schoolboy as one of the most talented players. The sneering Reaper asked if the guy had any further questions, ironically wondering about a possible grudge for his impending death. The bewildered schoolboy asked an unexpected question about the motivation behind the murder, trying to understand the reasons for his imminent destruction. A straight-faced Ryu Min explained that he thought the guy was real trash, recalling his willingness to kill an innocent woman without hesitation. The defending teenager tried to justify the lack of real actions, emphasizing that he had not actually committed anything yet. The condemning young man pointed to the equal culpability of inaction and complicity, criticizing moral indifference to the impending murder of an innocent victim. The magnanimous Reaper decided to give one more chance, differentiating the inactive from the active scum, offering an unexpected alternative to death. The demanding Ryu Ming named the price of mercy, all of the schoolboy's possessions, demonstrating a pragmatic approach to resolving the situation. The obedient Black Dragon gave up all the game items and equipment, meekly submitting to the demand in exchange for preserving his own life. Evaluating the value of what he received, the schoolboy calculated the approximate value of the things handed over, determining it to be about 2,000 gold coins. Confirming the execution, the Black Dragon assured that he had given up his entire inventory, including his axe, insisting on the complete honesty of his actions. The slyly interjecting Reaper pretended not to hear the guy's last phrase, creating a growing tension of uncertainty. The laconic Reaper only took away the crystals, offering to let the boy take the rest of his belongings, showing unexpected generosity to the potential victim. Practical Ryu Ming mentally noted the uselessness of the remaining items, not planning to resell them in the store or use them himself. The incredulous schoolboy quibbled over the reality of the pardon, not believing in the possibility of being saved from the hands of the legendary killer after seeing the executions. The Reaper, reaffirming the promise, reminded him of his word, showing unexpected nobility and loyalty to his own decisions, even against his enemies. The grateful Black Dragon bowed deeply, expressing his sincere gratitude for the unexpected mercy from a formidable opponent. The business-minded Ryu Min announced his intention to retrieve the body of the murdered cafe owner, planning to deal with the aftermath of the incident on his own. The impatient Reaper ordered the schoolboy to leave the warehouse immediately, showing a clear desire to be alone with the bodies of his victims. The ingratiating teen offered to help move the bodies, but was flatly refused by the uncooperative legendary player. With a sigh of relief, the Black Dragon rejoiced at his miraculous rescue, recognizing that he was a hair's breadth away from imminent death at the hands of a ruthless killer. The bewildered schoolboy suddenly felt a strange desolation, despite the life he had saved, immersing himself in analyzing his conflicting emotions. The pondering teen began to carefully analyze the situation, trying to determine where exactly he had made a critical error in his actions. The indignant young man felt a sharp resentment at the humiliating fact that his objects had been stolen. Feeling helpless in the face of injustice, flushed with a sudden idea, the black dragon felt a rush of adrenaline as an unexpected solution formed in his agitated mind. Assessing the situation, the schoolboy noticed the vulnerability of the black braid dragging the girl's body, presenting a convenient target for a surprise attack from behind. The reasoning teen convinced himself that even a legendary player would die from a treacherous stab in the back, weighing the pros and cons of the risky plan. An excited black dragon considered the opportunity he saw as a chance in a million that would never come again in his playing career. The determined schoolboy realized that he would regret the rest of his life if he didn't take this unique chance to take down the legendary player. The crouching teenager drew his weapon and began a silent approach to the unsuspecting victim, moving with the utmost caution. The black dragon was preparing to deliver a devastating blow, feeling adrenaline fill every cell of his tense body. The momentum-seeking youngster identified the perfect time to attack as he prepared to make the most significant play of his playing career. The attacking schoolboy swung his axe with all available force, putting all his rage, resentment, and lust for the glory of a legend killer into the blow. The jubilant black dragon felt his weapon make contact with his victim's body, confident in the successful completion of his devious plan. The enthusiastic teenager couldn't believe his incredible success, amazed at the ease with which he managed to take down the legendary player. The astonished schoolboy wondered how a 10th-level player managed to destroy such a powerful opponent with one sudden strike. The contemptuously appraising young man was perplexed as to why such a high-level player made the unforgivable mistake of turning his back to his opponent. Anticipating the reward, the black dragon was counting on a significant improvement in all stats, thanks to killing such a strong opponent. The triumphant schoolboy stood in the warehouse, overwhelmed with a sense of absolute victory, imagining himself the conquering hero of a legendary opponent. The bewildered young man was surprised to note the lack of in-game notification of talent improvement, which was completely out of line with expectations. The puzzled schoolboy was perplexed as to why the expected changes were not taking place, feeling a growing unease at the inexplicable situation. A chilling fear gripped the black dragon as the real black scythe suddenly materialized behind his back like a ghost of vengeance. The stunned teen turned around in horror, seeing the legendary reaper alive and unharmed, absolutely impossible in his understanding of reality. The confused schoolboy was mentally thrashing around trying to explain the impossible. Just killed opponent was standing in front of him unharmed. The panicked young man assumed the enemy had a resurrection skill or similar ability, trying to rationalize the nightmare that was happening. Instinctively retreating, the black dragon began to slowly create distance between himself and the reaper, preparing for a possible unequal fight. The anxious teenager was feverishly assessing the situation, trying to figure out what was going on and how he should proceed under these unbelievable circumstances. The bewildered schoolboy was amazed to notice the absence of a corpse or even bloody footprints at the scene of the recent murder, which was completely contrary to reality. A condescending Ryu Ming explained to the shocked opponent that he had only attacked a doppelganger, revealing the secret of his mystical disappearance. The bragging reaper described his unique ability to create copies indistinguishable from the original, demonstrating the superiority of his rare skills. The satisfied trickster noted that the ease with which he had managed to fool the schoolboy was an excellent test of the effectiveness of his doppelganger ability. The indignant black dragon screamed in rage, accusing his opponent of foul play and insidious deception, not accepting his own defeat. The logical Ryu Min pointed out the hypocrisy of the accusations, recalling that it was the schoolboy who tried to kill him with a treacherous stab in the back first. The angry reaper, losing patience, grabbed his legendary scythe, showing his final exhaustion of patience with the defiant teenager. The ruthless killer ended the schoolboy's life with a sharp move, ending the protracted game with one masterful blow of his weapon. The dying black dragon bewilderedly felt the loss of control over his own body, not yet realizing the reality of his imminent death. The contemptuous reaper threw his last words to the dying man, calling him scum and regretting his time wasted on an unworthy opponent. The prudent Ryu Ming activated his ability to hide traces of the murder, making blood and other evidence disappear without a trace. The transforming warehouse went from a scene of carnage to a normal clean room without the slightest sign of violence in a matter of seconds. Satisfied with the result, the Reaper noted the complete unrecognizability of the crime scene, eliminating the possibility of finding traces of what happened. The shrewd Ryu Min turned to the lying girl, asking if she could hear his words, exposing her pretending to be dead. The overbearing Reaper ordered the pretender to stand up, warning of the pointlessness of trying to deceive a man with his unique abilities. The dutiful cafe owner rose, apologizing to the shrewd young man for her failed attempt to fake her own death. The discomfited girl asked for permission to remove the uncomfortable bag from her head, but was refused by a cautious Ryu Min, keeping conspiracy. The questioned owner confirmed the presence of 4 people in the cafe, including a man in his 40s, listing all the customers in detail. Confident in the veracity of the information, the Reaper mentally confirmed the statement, using his mind-reading ability to verify what he had heard. The grateful girl expressed her hope for safety and an end to the nightmare, feeling greatly relieved that the situation had a favorable outcome. The cautionary Ryu Min strongly warned against reporting to the police, explicitly hinting at the serious consequences of violating this instruction. The instructing Reaper ordered a wait of exactly 60 seconds after he left, ensuring a safe distance between them. The obedient cafe owner counted down the appointed time and removed the bag covering her face, breathing in the fresh air with relief. The puzzled girl looked around carefully, trying to understand what was happening in the warehouse and reconstruct the chronology of the terrible events. The confused worker found a complete absence of people and signs of violence, beginning to doubt the reality of the nightmare she had experienced. Back home, Ryu Ming greeted his younger brother with a friendly hello, having successfully completed his mysterious business and returning to his normal life. A curious Ryu Wan inquired about the reason for using his sweatshirt, receiving an evasive answer about some unspecified business. The exhausted Reaper complained of extreme fatigue, E2 keeping on his feet after a busy day and a series of extraordinary events. The caring younger brother asked about dinner, wondering if the older brother had eaten anywhere, showing a touching concern for the well-being of a loved one. Offering to order food, the boy received consent from his older brother, showing willingness to support any initiative of the younger one. A cautious Ryu Ming pondered the need to get rid of the coif despite the cleanliness of the operation performed, not wanting to take any risks. The prudent Reaper resolutely discarded the borrowed sweater from his brother, eliminating the slightest possibility of a connection to recent events. The bewildered boy did not understand the reason for such an act, but received a promise to buy a new, more beautiful thing to replace the discarded one. The generous older brother promised to buy clothes even better than the old ones, making up for the unexpected loss of the younger one's favorite item. An indifferent Ryu Wan explained the new sweatshirt's unnecessity with the school's closure, noting there were no other places to display it. The sympathetic Reaper mentally resented the injustice of depriving his brother from attending school, forcing him to be bored at home. A caring Ryu Min suggested a joint outing, eager to dispel his younger brother's boredom and give him positive emotions. The delighted boy literally glowed with happiness, not believing the hard proposal, so unexpectedly revitalized his monotonous everyday life. The delighted brothers approached the glowing lights of the amusement park, presenting a bright oasis of fun in an anxious playtime. Noticing the changes, Ryu Vaughn noted the many improvements to the park that have occurred during his long enforced absence. The sorry Reaper mentally acknowledged the impossibility of more frequent visits to the park due to circumstances and game trials. A surprised Ryu Ming was perplexed as to the reason for the park's operation during the mass closure of public areas associated with the game developments. The observant Reaper noticed happy families buying souvenirs, creating a sharp contrast to his own traumatized reality. The excited boy asked his older brother to visit the gift store, longing for a touch of normal, carefree life. A joking Ryu Min tried on a funny headband with panda ears, asking his brother's opinion and creating an atmosphere of carefree fun. An enthusiastic Ryu Wan appreciated the cute-looking accessory, offering to buy a few more items, fully immersing himself in the joy of shopping. The bewildered boy couldn't decide among the many attractive options, feeling childlike delight at the abundance of possibilities. The attentive older brother inquired about the younger one's preference for the next attraction, giving him the right to choose the entertainment. The determined brothers headed to the roller coaster, choosing one of the most thrilling and adrenaline-pumping amusement park rides. An impressive water ride was the next item on their entertainment program, adding fresh splashes and fun to their time together. The enthusiastic brothers visited the pony farm, enjoying each other's company and creating precious memories on this special evening. A concerned Ryu Wan mentioned the approaching first day of the month, hinting at the start of the game round, but was careful not to overshadow the present moment. A soothing Ryu Min assured his brother of his safe return, emphasizing the importance of enjoying the current time together. The Promise Reaper assured the younger one of his strength and his determination to never leave him alone, vowing to protect their little family. The encouraging big brother urged not to worry and enjoy the entertainment of his choice, creating the illusion of a carefree vacation. The approaching midnight signaled the end of April and the beginning of a new month, counting down the last minutes before the inevitable test. Remembering the message, Ryu-min checked his phone, finding a message from a worried classmate before the coming round. The determined Reaper mentally promised to protect the worried girl, taking on the role of her guardian in the dangerous trials ahead. Realizing the inevitability, the guy left his phone behind, realizing it was time to head to the game world for round 5. Transported by the system, players loaded into the game world, preparing for a new deadly challenge and unknown dangers. The prepared Black Scythe was among the participants in the 5th round, habitually assessing the situation and preparing for the upcoming battle. The observant Reaper noted the low number of participants, comparing their numbers to the 5 youth survivors last year. The players communicating with each other also noticed the unusual emptiness of the location, clearly different from previous crowded rounds. The comparative Ryu Ming noted the colossal difference in the number of participants compared to the first round, clearly demonstrating the brutality of the game. Appearing as usual, a celestial angel creature greeted the players, showing misplaced joy in the gloomy atmosphere of the ordeal. The congratulatory angel celebrated the players' achievement of the 5th round, as if it were a normal celebratory event rather than a deadly challenge. The perplexed creature inquired as to the reasons for everyone's sadness, urging a smile at his accomplishment in passing the tests. The tone-changing angel decided to stop the inappropriate jokes, noticing the negative reactions of the exhausted and wary participants. The informing creature voiced the exact numbers: 442 survivors from the original 521, noting player deaths in the real world. Cynical angel devalued in-game battles, hinting at the system's indifference to players' choice to kill each other or not. The intriguing creature announced the introduction of new and interesting rules, increasing the tension and uncertainty of the upcoming challenge. Mysterious angel announced the merging of the game areas, drastically changing the familiar structure of the game world for the remaining participants. A concerned player asked for a more detailed explanation of what was happening, expressing general bewilderment and anxiety about the new changes. The irritated angel expressed his displeasure at the repeated questions, showing his disdain for the mortal player's lack of comprehension. The condescending being explained that there are exactly 875 different gaming areas, marveling at the ignorance of the participants. The arrogant angel noted the relatively small number of areas relative to other countries, emphasizing his awareness. The reasoning players quickly calculated the potential number of participants by relating the number of areas to the population density of different countries. Stunned people realized the true scale of the game, the tens of thousands of players, and the correspondingly large number of supervising angels. The confirming being revealed the principle of the angel's allocation to the realms. Surprised that the participants only now realized this obviousness, an inquisitive person asked a provocative question about the true creators of the survival game, doubting the authorship of the angels. Clearly hurt by the question, the angel showed an unusually strong irritation, betraying an unexpected sensitivity to the topic of game creation. The inquisitive player justified his doubts by the improbability of thousands of angels cooperating to create a single deadly game. The enraged creature left its celestial position, descending directly to the man who dared to ask the uncomfortable question. The menacing angel warned against unnecessary questions, hinting at possible payback with his head for excessive curiosity about forbidden topics. The frightened boy instantly realized the rashness of his question, mentally repenting for his inappropriate curiosity. The contemptuous creature expressed blatant disdain for humans, deeming them unworthy of even the simplest of explanations for their actions. Shrewd players determined from the angel's sharp reaction that the question hit the mark, revealing a clear prohibition against disclosing certain information. Analytically minded participants noted the obvious contradiction. Angels vulnerable to players could hardly have created such a powerful system. The infuriated creature announced that it would cease answering the bug's questions, showing utter contempt for human beings. The impatient angel regretted the time spent on explanations, proceeding to directly announce the unification of the game areas. The authoritarian creature forbade any guesswork or reasoning, demanding unquestioning obedience to its commands from all participants. The shuddering ground caused panic among players, who watched in horror as the physical changes to the game world took place. The transforming terrain was covered in strange yellow squares, visually marking the boundaries of the connecting game areas. The changing geometry of the world resembled the joining of tectonic plates as one area mechanically joined another. Frozen in anticipation, players watched the unprecedented change in game reality without realizing the implications of what was happening. The fear-stricken people watched in horror as a huge cloud covered their area, increasing the sense of impending disaster. The temporarily stabilized Earth began to shake again, demonstrating the continuation of the massive unification process. The visualized process of merging the game worlds allowed players to visually see the joining of the plates of two previously separated areas, Transported players from different regions suddenly found themselves in a single space, forced to meet unfamiliar participants. Puzzled players were trying to determine whether the unification process had already ended or whether this was just the beginning of a major transformation. The wary participants scrutinized the unfamiliar faces, wondering about the identity and intentions of the newly arrived players from other areas. Solemnly announcing angels proclaimed the completion of the complex process of unifying the regions, signaling a new phase of the game. The celestial beings floating in the sky called for people to greet each other, emphasizing the communal nature of all participants in the deadly game. Amazed players noticed an impressive number of angels in the sky, as many as 10 creatures, demonstrating the scale of the unification that had taken place. Explaining curators explained the reason for the merge. The low number of survivors forced organizers to merge groups of players to continue. Informing angels reported the merger of 10 areas, increasing the number of participants to an impressive 5,000. Players aware of the situation were not surprised by the surge in numbers, attributing it to the large-scale merger announced. Complementary beings noted that similar mergers are occurring in other areas of the world to maintain the required number of participants. Clarifying angels noted the peculiarity of the newly formed area. It was populated exclusively by Korean players, creating national homogeneity. The analytically minded Ryu Min realized that the current merger would not be the last, anticipating the regularity of such mergers while reducing the number of participants. The Reaper, who was calculating the future, envisioned a subsequent merger with players from other countries when the number of Koreans fell below 500. Focused on the present, Ryu Ming put off thinking about the distant future, focusing entirely on the current round and his immediate objectives. The officially welcoming angels once again addressed the assembled players, preparing to announce the rules for the next deadly stage. Solemnly announcing creatures announced an additional game in honor of the unification, adding an unexpected element to the upcoming round. Practical curators raised the issue of the need to select a new single representative for the merged area from the 10 former leaders. A tense atmosphere engulfed the crowd, and Black Spit realized his involvement in the situation as one of the region's former representatives. The concretizing angel announced the format for determining the new representative: a mortal combat between all the former area leaders. The ruthless rules stated that only the sole survivor of this battle would receive the status of a representative of the united region. Excited by the spectacle, the regular players noted the brutality of the rules, but expressed interest in the upcoming determination of a new regional leader. An outraged spokesman expressed outrage at the frivolous attitude of ordinary players not risking their own lives in this deadly ordeal. Horror-stricken leaders realized the inevitability of killing their colleagues, trembling in fear of the battle of survival ahead. Regretful representatives repented for their past acceptance of leadership, not foreseeing such cruel consequences of honorable status. The mercy-hopeful leaders dreamed of rebirth as ordinary players, avoiding the deadly new privileges of representation. Reflecting on the possibility of rejection, representatives weighed the risks and prospects of maintaining their status in the new playing field. Analytically minded leaders understood the rule change. Now representative status could provide significant advantages, making victory essential. The soothing angel eased the tension by explaining the conventionality of death in the upcoming mortal combat between the representatives of the realms. The reassuring creature promised to resurrect all dead representatives after the end of the extra game, lowering the stakes of the conflict considerably. The intriguing angels dispelled the leader's doubts by explaining that a representative of the United Realm would be given the right of dominance instead of just command. Detailing creatures described a new privilege to control lower-level players regardless of class, keeping the 10-use limit. The tempting angel emphasized the enticement of the offer, accentuating the tempting opportunity to control other participants in the game. Clarifying players confirmed the limitation of level control, while marveling at the possibility of overcoming class limitations in subjugation. Impressed participants recognized the exceptional power of the new ability, opening up unprecedented possibilities of manipulating other players. The satisfied Celestial noted the appearance of motivation in representatives who previously looked depressed and insecure. The logically thinking angel raised the issue of the need to select a lead angel for the combined area, following the structure of the game hierarchy. Requesting volunteers, the creatures offered a show of hands to those willing, hoping for initiative amongst fellow creatures. The lack of enthusiasm among the angels demonstrated their reluctance to take on additional responsibility, prompting ironic remarks about the mutants. The bewildered celestial beings were faced with the problem of choosing a host with a complete lack of volunteers among equals. The constructive red-haired angel offered to roll a die to randomly determine the leader, trying to find a fair solution. Offering an alternative, the angel brought up the idea of rotation, allowing everyone to take turns as the lead being. Remembering the upcoming battle of representatives, the angel saw it as an opportunity to solve the problem of choosing a leader among the celestial beings. The creature offering the punishment came up with the idea of making the host the angel, whose ward would die first in the battle of representatives. The supporting celestials unanimously approved the interesting proposal, seeing it as a fair mechanism for determining a leader. The unanimously voting angels accepted the idea, showing a rare case of complete agreement among the usually competing beings. The creatively minded angel decided to modify the original idea by offering his own tweak to the choice mechanism. Turning the concept upside down, the celestial occupant suggested that the angel whose ward would be the last to survive, rather than the first to die, be appointed host. Clarifying the rules, the creature suggested that the chosen angel be called a ruler rather than a host, emphasizing the more significant status. Detailing the mechanism, the angel explained that the others would obey the will of the ruler, creating a clear hierarchy among the celestial beings. Agreeably nodding angels confirmed the new rule. The last survivor determines the winning handler, setting clear terms. The excited celestials showed a greater preference for the modified idea, finding it more appealing. The suspicious angel noted the confidence of the proposer of the idea, hinting at possible ulterior motives for such a suggestion. The doubting creature expressed skepticism about the chances of the opponents, mentioning the invincibility of a representative of a certain region. The concerned angel from the world of Black Braid mentally complained about the careless frankness of a colleague who had revealed valuable information. The secretive curator understood the identity of the Black Scythe in his region, enjoying a temporary information advantage. The unanimous angels approved the proposed method, noting that the process would be much more interesting and exciting for observers this way. Having decided on a method of choosing a ruler, the Celestials were ready to begin organizing a decisive duel of representatives. The official announcing angel heralded the start of an additional game to determine a single representative for the unified area. The gathering being called for all regional representatives to come together for the upcoming deadly challenge. The focused 10 participants in the upcoming fight lined up in readiness, awaiting further instructions from the celestial beings. The luck-wishing angel expressed his hope for the victory of the strongest, formally blessing the representatives for the upcoming mortal combat. The organizing space creature teleported the participants to a separate clearing, specially created for their deadly battle. The isolating arena separated the combatants from the main body of players, creating a controlled space for the decisive battle. The materializing structure was formed right before the eyes of the amazed participants, demonstrating the technological capabilities of the organizers. An impressive circular amphitheater, reminiscent of the ancient Colosseum, was the site of the upcoming bloody contest between regional leaders. The instructing angel explained the rules. The battle continues until the last survivor inside the arena determining the winner. The warning creature clarified the consequences of attempting to flee: death without rebirth, eliminating the possibility of avoiding participation in the battle. The representatives preparing for battle, including Black Braid, immediately drew their weapons, showing their seriousness of intent and fighting spirit. The leaders assessing the situation looked around, strategically selecting the first victim among their peer opponents. The ambitious representative pondered the royalty after destroying 9 rivals, planning his next actions. Cautious participants refrained from sudden movements, preferring to first assess the capabilities and danger of each opponent. The self-confident representative thought he was invincible, based on continuously holding the #1 spot in his region. The participant possessing the Rune of Decay relied on his unique weapon that could automatically attack upon contact with the opponent's body. The mystical weapon, moving as if possessed by a spirit, gave an undeniable advantage to its owner in the upcoming battles. The impatient angels expressed their displeasure at the slowness of the humans, demanding an immediate battle to determine the winner. The astute participant suspected that the angels had placed bets on the outcome of the fight, explaining their unusual impatience and interest. The initiative representative stepped forward, confident in the absence of worthy opponents and his inevitable victory in the upcoming contest. The willing participant bared his sword, signaling his determination to begin the deadly confrontation immediately. The arrogant warrior was mentally searching for a worthy victim for his performance, planning a spectacular start to the bloody spectacle. The provoking spokesman invited any opponent to attack first, arrogantly claiming the ability to deal with all opponents. The determined Black Scythe took a step forward, accepting the challenge and showing her readiness to duel with the cocky opponent. Impressive in appearance, the Reaper held a huge scythe, radiating unwavering determination and readiness for mortal combat. The self-confident initiate mentally marked Black Scythe as his first victim, unaware of the real strength of his chosen opponent. The interested opponent noted the unusual nature of his opponent's weapon, recognizing that he had never seen a player with such a scythe before. Recalling his experience, The warrior compared the weapon he saw to examples known to him, emphasizing the uniqueness of the enemy's scythe. The approaching representative discerned his opponent's nickname, Black Scythe, suddenly realizing the possible identity of his opponent. Startled by the recognition, the warrior wondered if the legendary Black Scythe rumored to be in front of him was indeed the legendary Black Scythe. The coincidence-hopeful spokesman tried to convince himself that it was possible for different players to have the same nicknames. The horror-stricken representative realized that if the player in front of him was truly a legendary player ranked first in all regions, his chances were nil. The baffled godlike creature noticed the strange behavior of the man, who instead of the expected attack, suddenly froze in place, showing an inexplicable reaction. The clarifying angel inquired if the frozen warrior was from a region of another, trying to understand what was happening. The angry red-haired angel expressed extreme dissatisfaction with the inaction of his ward, spoiling all the strategic plans of the curator. The bewildered creature did not understand the reasons for the strange behavior of its own representative, who instead of showing fear simply stood motionless. The mocking angel from the Black Scythe A2 world held back his laughter as he watched his opponent's reactions to the appearance of his legendary ward. The irritated red-headed creature inquired as to the cause of his colleague's amusement. Not understanding the source of such obvious amusement, an outspoken olive apologized for his reaction, explaining that he found the situation exceptionally funny and couldn't contain his emotions. The triumphant angel offered a look to the shaking foe, resembling a frightened leaf at the sight of his region's representative. The skeptical angel from another region saw nothing special in the scythe that could cause such intense fear in an experienced fighter. The heated argument between the angels has progressed to a stage of open disbelief in the possibility of their ward rival winning, showing the competition. The self-confident curator considered first place in his region a serious achievement, unwilling to recognize the superiority of other representatives. A snippy olive pointed out the relativity of regional supremacy, emphasizing that it is within everyone's power to place first in an individual region. The proud angel noted the uniqueness of his representative, never missing the lead in all regions, causing disbelief among his peers. The reality-conscious angels began to realize that the legendary Black Braid was indeed in front of them, regularly topping the scorecards. The astonished red-haired angel was horrified to realize the identity of his ward's opponent, the very same invincible Black Scythe. The transforming faces of the angels reflected the sudden realization of the situation, changing expressions to one of calm doom before the inevitable. Demonstrating his skill, Ryu Ming easily decapitated the regional representative with one lightning-fast movement of his deadly scythe. The decapitated body of the first victim collapsed into the arena. The head separated from the shoulders in a split second, demonstrating the killer's unrivaled speed. A jubilant olive did not hide his joy at what he saw, savoring his ward's superiority and anticipating his future reign. The stunned representatives realized the impossibility of countering such a lightning-fast response, realizing the hopelessness of any attempts at resistance. The Black Scythe moving towards the remaining opponents caused uncontrollable terror, paralyzing the will to resist in the other representatives. The ingratiating spokesman expressed a fake joy of familiarity, trying to save his life with pleasantries in the face of imminent death. The begging participant offered to talk Korean to Korean, desperately trying to delay the inevitable reprisal by any means necessary. Demonstrating unarmed, the girl put her weapon away, showing her empty hands as a sign of complete surrender to the superior force of the enemy. The unanimously surrendering representatives raised their hands in the air, recognizing the absolute superiority of the Black Scythe and abandoning pointless resistance. The shocked angels couldn't believe their eyes, outraged at the treacherous behavior of the representatives framing their handlers with surrender. The menacing celestial beings warned of the drastic consequences of surrender, promising to blow up the heads of representatives who refused to fight. The terrifying angels emphasized the lack of revival for those who surrendered, eliminating any possibility of escaping the deadly battle. The frightened female representative hastily returned the weapon to her hands, realizing the inevitability of battle and the deadly danger of disobedience. Following suit, the other participants also grabbed their weapons, realizing the need to create at least a semblance of resistance. Analyzing the situation, Ryu Ming realized that the opponents were more afraid of the angels than him, and were now planning to attack at the same time out of fear. The contemptuous Reaper compared his opponents to ants, emphasizing their insignificance before his power regardless of numerical superiority. The offended representatives expressed resentment at the condescending attitude of the enemy, mobilizing resolve for a joint attack. The coordinated opponents simultaneously rushed to attack Black Braid, hoping to compensate for individual weakness with numbers. The unwavering Reaper could not afford to lose to unknown opponents, showing absolute confidence in his superiority. The impeccably defensive Ryu Ming countered every attacker, striking all attacking opponents with one crushing blow. The surviving representatives froze in amazement at the incredible skill and speed displayed by the legendary player. The determined Reaper, not wanting to delay the inevitable, rushed towards the remaining chairman to quickly end the deadly duel. The unstoppable Ryu Ming swung his huge scythe and destroyed all the opponents in a matter of seconds, displaying unrivaled skill. The bewildered angels watching the lightning-fast massacre could find no adequate response to the demonstrated superiority. The bewildered creatures expressed surprise at the transience of the fight, not expecting such a quick and unambiguous resolution to the situation. Officially, the announcing angels proclaimed Blackbraid's handler as the queen until the new unification, recognizing the result of the contest. The frustrated red-haired angel didn't hide his indignation at his ward's defeat and Olive's newfound status. The accusing handler stated that the adversary knew the outcome perfectly well in advance, using that knowledge to her advantage. The exposing angel called Olive a fraud who put forward the proposal with full confidence that her representative would win. Unperturbed, Olive queried the need to voice the obvious, showing confidence in her superiority. The outspoken queen admitted that she had proposed the game precisely because of her side's advantage, making no secret of the calculated nature of the decision. The logical Olive emphasized that there was no reason to offer anything unfavorable, demonstrating a pragmatic approach to the situation. The defending queen recalled the voluntariness of accepting the bet, shifting the responsibility for the decision to the angels themselves. The provoking Olive suggested that the disgruntled try to hit her, showing complete confidence in her integrity. The warning angels mentioned the denigration by fighting in front of people, and the threat of punishment from the archangel in the form of a bag of insects. The terrified celestial creatures immediately realized the horror of the prospect of being in such a terrifying place as an insect sack, instantly calming down. A triumphant Olive ironically inquired about maintaining her desire to fight, reminding her of her new status as Queen of the United Region. The clarifying angel formally appointed Olive as the guide of the United Region, formally outlining her new responsibility and powers. Realizing the bitter truth, the angels realized how easily they had been tricked into falling victim to the calculated strategy of a calculating colleague. The announcing red-haired angel formally informed the humans that the determination of the representative of the unified realm had been completed, acknowledging the result. The formally presenting curator proclaimed the Black Spit player as the new chairman of the United Region, cementing his status. Pragmatic people instantly assessed the situation, deciding to immediately establish a relationship with a new chairman with an incredible level of control. The adhering angels reminded of the necessity of resurrecting the slain representatives, according to prior promises. Recovering members of regions killed in battle began the process of resurrection, coming back to life after mortal wounds. Keeping their promise, the angels fulfilled the terms of the agreement by resurrecting all participants in the deadly contest without exception. The disoriented representatives partially remembered their deaths, especially the horrifying moments of dismembering bodies during the fight. An informing celestial being informed the resurrected of their defeat, and the appointment of Black Scythe as the new chairman of the region. The reality-conscious representatives fully understood what had happened, reconstructing in their minds the events of their recent defeat. An encouraging angel reported the revocation of the resurrected player's former authority, urging them not to despair over the loss of status. The motivating creature emphasized the possibility of wresting the title of representative from Blackbraid in the future, offering the resurrected a new purpose. Ending the bonus game, the angel moved to announce the main quest of Round 5, drawing everyone's attention to the main quest. The attentive players learned the task of the 5th round: kill 300 orcs in the allotted 10 days, gauging the difficulty of the task. Perplexed participants thought the task was too easy, not understanding why only a quarter of the players involved could complete it. The irritated angel rebuked people for complaining too much, threatening the possibility of further reducing the chances of making the round. Prudent players realized the disadvantage of their position, preferring to remain silent in lieu of further objections and complaints. The warning creature stated that all previous rounds were just warm-ups, announcing an extremely low survival rate in the upcoming challenge. Baffled people were perplexed as to how killing 300 orcs, traditionally weak monsters, could pose a serious challenge to experienced players. The mysterious angel hinted at the unobvious difficulty of the task, promising that encountering the monsters would immediately clear things up for the participants. Curious players have inquired about the reason for labeling the side quest reward with a question mark, noting the unusual nature of this approach. The intriguing angel emphasized the great mystery of the possible reward, increasing players' motivation to participate in the mysterious side quest. The informed Black Scythe knew the truth. The hidden reward was a balance rune, one of the 18 needed for his plan. The strategically minded Reaper understood the uniqueness of the reward, given to only one player in the entire region, making it especially valuable. Motivating Reaper was aware of the competition for the rune among players in other regions, realizing that the difficulty of the side quest far exceeded the main quest. Skeptical of the odds, Ryuming understood that even with a side quest, few people would be able to meet the strict requirements of using a rare ability. The angel revealing the details identified the goal of the side quest as assembling the balance, promising to reveal a secret reward once all the necessary conditions are met. Emphasizing the rarity, the creature noted that only one person would receive the reward, as there are only 4 balance stones in the entire area. The provoking angel suggested players steal stones from each other, or resort to murder to get the desired reward, fueling rivalries. The frightened regular players became even more alarmed, realizing the increased danger from other participants besides the monsters themselves. The clarifying creature clarified that the theft rules apply only to balance stones, and other items are protected from theft by the system. Wrapping up the briefing, the angel announced that all necessary information had been revealed, signaling the start of active action in the 5th round. The annoyed Ryuming mentally noted the angel's annoyingness, while maintaining an outward calmness in the face of the heavenly overseers. The planning Reaper decided to destroy 300 orcs as quickly as possible to set a record, then assist Ju Li in passing. A determined Ryuming immediately moved forward to complete the task without wasting a moment of precious game time. Frightening the other players, the Reaper walked past, causing them to see him off with glances and fear of a possible attack from him. The relieved participants were glad that the legendary player had simply walked away, remembering the consternation of his approach in their direction. The discussing players were interested in the direction of Black Scythe's movement, considering following him to gain an advantage. A cautious participant called the idea crazy, fearing falling under the control of a powerful player and becoming his eternal slave. The rational player noted the advantage of action over inaction, recalling Blackbraid's traditional leadership in activity. Thoughtful participants began to weigh the arguments, recognizing the logic of following an experienced player in an unpredictable round. The players discussing strategy decided to pursue the Black Scythe at maximum distance, reducing the risk of detection by the leader. A determined participant announced his intention to follow Blackbraid regardless of the decision of the others, demonstrating individual initiative. The daredevil who moved forward put his decision into action, being the first of the group to follow in the footsteps of the legendary player. The hesitant participants recognized the rightness of the determined comrade, but continued to be fearful of the possible consequences. Overcome with doubts, the players still decided to follow the daredevil's example, joining the pursuit of Black Scythe. The warlike orc settlement was an imposing sight, with participants awaiting the enemy with weapons at the ready. The approaching Ryuming prepared to strike first, assessing the opponent's positioning and planning his attack strategy. Participants following the Reaper noticed a black streak in the direction he was traveling, interpreting this as a potential cluster of monsters. Noticing the approach, the monsters immediately raised the alarm with screams, reacting to the appearance of the deadly human opponent. The fearless Reaper was absolutely unafraid of meeting his opponent, determined to attack without delay or hesitation. Swinging his deadly weapon, Ryuming prepared to blow the orc's head off, beginning another series of flawless kills in a new round. Flawlessly executing his plan, Ryuming swung his weapon and instantly killed the first monster, displaying the refined movements of an experienced fighter. The monster, struck by the monstrous blow, collapsed lifelessly to the ground, becoming the legendary Reaper's first victim in the new round of the game. Having dealt with his opponent in 1 second, the guy moved on without stopping and without wasting precious time celebrating his victory. An attentive Ryuming noticed the rest of the orcs busy with their daily activities and unaware of the deadly danger approaching. The monsters preparing dinner instantly dismissed the mundane activities, grabbing their weapons at the sight of the approaching human opponent. The orcs who aggressively rushed at the guy met an instant counterattack from the experienced Reaper, who knew no fear of numerical superiority. Masterfully wielding a scythe, Ryuming sliced the head of one of the attackers with casual ease, displaying the highest level of skill. The warrior's determined gaze, ready to deliver a crushing blow to all remaining opponents, left no doubt about the outcome of the unequal battle. The fearless Reaper looked at the huge monsters without a shadow of fear, seeing them only as another target for his deadly weapon. Confidently clutching the handle of the scythe, the boy gripped the weapon tighter, preparing for another series of lightning-fast and deadly blows. The warrior, striding purposefully forward, showed absolute confidence in his superiority, not doubting the outcome of the upcoming fight. At ease with the monsters, the Reaper methodically destroyed the enemies, doing so with such ease as if he was doing a chore. The defeated enemies lay breathlessly on the ground, a testament to the incredible skill and efficiency of the ruthless orc killer. Advancing deep into the village, Ryu Min entered one of the dilapidated huts, continuing his systematic destruction of all the inhabitants of the settlement. The Reaper, who was lightning fast, would exit the lodge in mere seconds, leaving only the breathless bodies of his victims inside. Carefully watching players never stopped following the legendary guy, studying his fighting style and tactics for destroying opponents. Encouraged by the ease of killing orcs, the observers suggested the possibility of fighting the monsters on their own, emboldened by what they saw. Prudent players have chosen to remain cautious, preferring to exercise caution even in seemingly safe situations. Rationally minded participants recognized the need for temporary cooperation, joining forces to improve the chances of survival. The calculating follower planned to stay behind, using the other players as cannon fodder before going off on his own. Ryu Min, who had discovered the new village, was assessing the prospects for the next raid, analyzing the location of the enemies and possible threats. Impressive in size, the new village surpassed the previous one, presenting a more serious target for attack and destruction. A vigilant orc sentinel, noticing the danger, began summoning his tribesmen, activating the alert system for the approaching enemy. The monster blowing the trumpet sounded an alarm, warning all villagers of the impending imminent threat. The mobilized monsters instantly gathered together, ready to defend their village from the invasion of uninvited guests. The bewildered men did not immediately understand the meaning of the trumpet sound, assuming that the orc was calling other tribesmen for help. The village instantly filled with orcs was an impressive sight, showing the overwhelming numerical superiority of the monsters. Orcs defending their territory ran towards the threat, showing a particular dislike for the human invaders. Surrounded by monsters, people suddenly found themselves in an extremely dangerous situation, caught in a ring of enraged enemies. The frightening red eyes of the aggressive orcs clearly signaled a deadly danger, the realization of which was gradually reaching the players. Realizing the hopelessness of the situation, the men realized that the village was too large and well defended for their modest forces. Accepting the inevitability, the players realized that the moment had come to fight not for life, but for death. With no possibility of retreat, the monsters advancing on the humans initiated the attack, showing an aggressive intent to destroy the uninvited guests without delay. The determined players cheered each other on, noting the large number of opponents but convincing themselves that the orcs had no special qualities. The clashing weapons of the opposing sides marked the beginning of a brutal battle designed to determine the strongest in this confrontation. The successful attacker struck one of the orcs with his sword, achieving the first result in the unequal battle against the superior enemy forces. The cocky fellow noted the poor fighting skills of his opponents, convincing himself and his comrades of a sure victory over the lumbering monsters. The striking player plunged his sword straight into the monster's chest, showing determination and bravery in the battle against the imposing foe. Encouraged by his success, the man mentally rejoiced, having gotten confirmation of his theory about the mediocrity of these supposedly dangerous monsters. The shocked guy found that he couldn't pull the sword out of the monster's body, suddenly encountering unexpected resistance from the material. The retaliating player felt the crushing power of the orc bat, realizing the true strength of the seemingly primitive opponent. Realizing their mistake, the people began to realize the seriousness of the situation in which they found themselves due to their own self-confidence and underestimation of the enemy. Realizing the hopelessness of the situation, the players realized the impossibility of escape, realizing too late the fatality of their situation. The desperate participant mentally dreaded the prospect of an ignominious death at the hands of a primitive creature, not wanting such a dishonorable end. The man praying for mercy desperately hoped for the mercy of the ferocious monster, deep down realizing the futility of such hopes. The attentive Black Braid noticed the disappearance of the group of pursuers, demonstrating a constant awareness of its surroundings. The reasoning Ryu Min realized that it was almost impossible for a group of 20 people to move around unnoticed, so he immediately detected the surveillance. The worried Reaper guessed at the group's possible infiltration of the large orc settlement, realizing the seriousness of the problem. Analyzing the situation, Ryu Min noted the increased danger of a large settlement with strong and numerous monsters for inexperienced players. Busy with his tasks, the Reaper continued to methodically destroy the monsters in the smaller village without interrupting his efficient process. The observant Ryu Ming noted the high density of the orc's muscle mass, far surpassing that of humans, demonstrating a deep understanding of the enemy's anatomy. The strategically minded fighter was aware of the problem of weapon jamming and the high endurance of monsters, so he always aimed for the vulnerable neck. Unstoppable, continued Ryu Ming masterfully dealt with his opponents, applying his accumulated knowledge and experience to effectively destroy them. Evaluating the situation, the Reaper realized that such combat skills were only available to the strongest players, confirming the elitism of their abilities. The guy attacking the last monster plunged his weapon right into the creature's back, completing the sweep of another village of all inhabitants. Having destroyed the last inhabitant, the Reaper methodically completed the sweep of the village, leaving no orcs alive in the isolated settlement. The efficient Ryu Ming spent only an hour making significant progress on the main task, aiming for the top spot in the rankings. The priority-changing Reaper decided to help classmate Ju Li by using his tracking ability to determine her location. Sitting somewhere, Man-gi from the Young Mountaineer Society was asking his friend, leader Yun Ho, if everything was all right after the encounter with the monsters. Injured members of the Young Mountaineers Society after fighting the monsters realized the mistake of underestimating the powerful opponents, paying dearly for their overconfidence. Interested in the results, the leader found out that his member of the society had managed to destroy about 50 monsters. Assessing the effectiveness of the actions, concerned climbers calculated a disappointing statistic. 1 monster per hour meant a failing rate to accomplish the task in the allotted 10 days. The anxious players realized that defeat in this round did not necessarily mean final death, but it brought them closer to a dangerous line. The thoughtful leader suggested that the group consider attacking a larger settlement, looking for ways to speed up the mission. Nervous participants immediately expressed concern about the danger of such a proposal, recalling the difficulties of the recent battle. The rational thinking member of the group weighed the options, noting that attacking small villages and hunting cautiously required too much time. The judicious leader agreed with the logic of the arguments, emphasizing that he was not forcing action, but pointing out the ineffectiveness of the current strategy. The honest leader candidly acknowledged the poor pace of the assignment, in an effort to communicate the reality of the situation to all members of his group. The philosophical leader compared the situation to a sinking ship, emphasizing the lack of a future for those who do not dare to take risky actions. Careful participants noticed the village seen earlier, assessing the opportunities for attack and the potential dangers of the coming assault. Cautious climbers noted the presence of guards at the entrance, suggesting bypassing this obstacle to enter the settlement unnoticed. The unanimously decided members of the society agreed to the detour plan, seeking to enter the village unnoticed by the vigilant guards. An observant player has discovered a gap in the fence, suggesting that it could be used as an unconventional way to enter the defended settlement. Prudent participants looked carefully around the neighborhood, making sure there was no immediate danger before beginning the infiltration. The players assessing the situation noted the abandoned look of the camp, which seemed odd for a functioning orc settlement. Cautiously advancing, the boys crawled through the hole they had discovered, observing the utmost silence and caution in their movements. Puzzled players were perplexed by the lack of monsters in the streets, suggesting the possible presence of orcs inside the dwellings. The pondering leader found the situation suspiciously odd, given the size of the settlement and the inexplicable absence of its inhabitants. Discussing tactics, the participants decided to check the huts one by one, methodically destroying the monsters in each structure separately. The leader organizing the attack instructed the team on how to enter the building, emphasizing the need to wait for his signal to act. Tensely preparing guys were in a state of combat readiness, overcoming the natural fear of the upcoming battle. Cautiously, the mountaineers opened the door ajar, preparing to go inside the hut for a surprise attack on the intended occupants. The sneaking players approached the goal, preparing for an active invasion instead of the usual knock on the home team's door. Abruptly, the climbers opened the gates, preparing to deliver instant blows to the monsters found inside. The shocked participants experienced extreme astonishment at what they saw, the unexpected contents of the hut being completely contrary to their expectations. The players who discovered the danger saw 10 monsters in one hut, many times the expected number of enemies. Unprepared for such resistance, the climbers found themselves face to face with orcs ready to attack, instantly mobilizing to defend themselves. The assessing leader suggested methodical destruction of opponents one by one, seeking to structure the chaotic battle. The players who rushed into the attack acted to the best of their ability, some putting up blocks, others throwing punches in an attempt to counter the superior opponent. The tactically minded leader and participant decided to join forces, attacking the two of them together against the same monster to increase the effectiveness of the attack. Rational fighters targeted the enemy's legs in an effort to limit his mobility and create a tactical advantage. The contestant completing the combination delivered the fatal blow, cutting off the head of the immobile creature and successfully ending the first part of the battle. The teamwork of the climbers demonstrated the effectiveness of teamwork by successfully overcoming the first monster with joint efforts. The enraged orc went into a frenzy at the death of his tribesman, the emotional reaction heightening his aggression and thirst for revenge. Eager for vengeance, the huge creature immediately set its sights on the offenders, treating them as easy prey, deserving of immediate retribution. The terrifying monster with blood-red eyes made a powerful leap forward, shortening the distance to its opponents with an impressive leap. The crushing blow from the sledgehammer came on the man's shoulder, demonstrating the orc's destructive power far beyond human capabilities. The alarmed leader shouted upon seeing his comrade wounded, expressing genuine concern for the life of his team member. The enraged defender could not forgive the attack on his comrade, deciding to immediately retaliate against the offender with an equally decisive blow. With precise aim, the leader thrust his sword straight into his attacker's throat, choosing a vital point to maximize the impact. The skillful leader was able to defeat the large monster with one masterful strike, showing unexpected prowess in battle. The astonished orcs froze in surprise, unable to believe that humans could so effectively counter their strength and numerical superiority. Realistic players realized the increasing difficulty of further battle, but did not lose their determination to keep fighting. The motivated participants realized the need to continue their efforts despite difficulties in order to successfully complete the task at hand. Counting the enemy forces, the leader assessed the remaining 8 monsters as too much of a threat to their depleted group. The ward proposing the retreat expressed doubts about success, receiving support from the leader who was also leaning toward a tactical withdrawal. The fleeing players rushed towards the exit, trying to escape the danger as quickly as possible and avoid imminent death. The enraged monsters immediately rushed in pursuit, intent on destroying the impudent intruders of their territorial peace. The players running outside were suddenly confronted with a startling sight that instantly changed their perception of the situation. Realizing their mistake, the climbers realized the exit was an even bigger mistake, discovering more hostile monsters in front of them. The stunned participants tried to comprehend the magnitude of the threat, assessing the incredible number of creatures surrounding them with growing horror. Those accepting the inevitable realized the approaching end, mentally regretting such a senseless and miserable death in an alien world. The non-surrendering leader ordered his comrades to bear arms, refusing to surrender even in the face of overwhelming enemy superiority. Resigned to their fate, the boys recognized the end of the road, expressing gratitude for the time spent together before the imminent end. The attentive leader noticed an anomaly in the monster's behavior, indicating to the team that there was no immediate attack from the enemies. The analytically minded leader offered his attention to the facial expressions of the creatures surrounding them, trying to unravel the reason for the strange pause. A shrewd observer detected a sneer on the orcs' faces, interpreting their behavior as a display of superiority and contempt. Explaining the situation, the player noted that the monsters did not take them seriously, deeming them unworthy of even immediate killing by their opponents. The motivational leader used the monster's abusive attitude to awaken pride in his comrades by appealing to their sense of self-worth. The inspirational leader reminded of the value of mutual support, urging to fight to the end, relying on team unity and mutual support. Encouraged comrades took up arms, deciding to fight despite the hopelessness of the situation, demonstrating indomitable fighting spirit. The shamed comrades apologized to the leader, recognizing the need to fight to the end regardless of the chances of victory. The attentive orcs noticed the change in the mood of the humans, but continued to sneer at the seemingly weak opponents. The prepared leader called for concerted action, planning to give the signal to launch the attack at the same time. Suddenly, the distracted monsters heard some extraneous sound, instantly attracting their increased attention. Suddenly, the orcs that had changed priority rushed in a completely different direction, ignoring the previously surrounded humans. The bewildered players tried to make sense of what was happening, not understanding the reasons for the sudden flight of their recent opponents. The baffled climbers showed extreme surprise on their faces, completely confused by the monster's inexplicable behavior. The assuming participants put forward a theory of a possible attack on the orcs by another threat that distracted them from their original goal. The 8 monsters left behind continued to pose an immediate threat without following the bulk of the congeners. Taking advantage of the situation, the leader suggested attacking the remaining opponents, seeing in their diminished numbers a real chance of victory. The excited players grabbed their weapons and determinedly rushed towards the burly creatures, ready to take advantage of the unexpected advantage. The climbers who successfully completed the battle destroyed all the remaining monsters, despite their superior physiques. The jubilant participants sincerely thanked the leader for his moral support, recognizing his key role in achieving victory. The humble Eunho denied special credit, emphasizing that survival was only possible due to the desperate teamwork of all the members of the group. Concerned participants were aware of the serious condition of their wounded comrade who, despite his injuries, showed fortitude. The caring leader offered a respite to recuperate, urging the team to stop and not continue immediately. The altruistic wounded player asked his comrades not to worry about him, suggesting they quietly leave and wait in a safe place. The farewell climbers admonished the outgoing leader for caution, showing genuine concern for his safety. The cautiously advancing scout pondered the unusual silence in the camp, noting the strange absence of any sign of recent activity. Analyzing the situation, the guy wondered about the causes and direction of the monster's mass escape, looking for clues to understand what was happening. Suddenly attracted by something, the scout's eyes registered something unusual, causing immediate interest and tension. Tense at what he saw, the leader froze, fully focused on the sight before him. The shocked observer saw a huge number of monster corpses scattered all over the abandoned settlement. The guy approaching the bodies was perplexed at the identity of the assassin, capable of handling so many powerful opponents. Pondering, Yunho tried to visualize the size of the squad needed to take down such an impressive number of monsters. Carefully inspecting the battlefield, the leader spotted the famous Black Scythe, a legendary player of incredible strength, among the corpses. The astonished mercenary king realized the incredible fact: one man had destroyed all these monsters, displaying unfathomable combat power. Noticing Ryu Min approaching, he turned around, interested in the stranger's presence in the orc village he had already cleared out. Recognizing the enemy Reaper by nickname, he determined the identity of the alien, the famous leader Yunho, known as the King of Mercenaries.